American event for 2017. This is going to be the Qualifier Cup for this event. I am joined by the one, the only Dilly Poo. How are you doing today, man?
What's up, Adrian? I'm doing pretty good. What about you?
I'm doing super well. I'm very excited for this tournament. I think this has been a long time coming, right? It's been a lot of months.
Yeah, it's definitely been such a long time since there's been a tournament in NA. We just had the 2 European GCDs, so I think a lot of NA players are super stoked to finally have a tournament being played.
Yeah, and you can just tell that from looking at the signups as well. I mean, we have an absolutely jam-packed schedule over the next 3 days. Of course, we have so many big names in our tournament tomorrow, which will be starting the main event, of course, over the weekend, the Saturday and the Sunday. But even in our qualifier tournament, maybe we can have a little look over at the brackets for that right now. We had so many signups and so many incredibly strong teams in this, including some of the biggest names that honestly, you just wouldn't expect to see them in a qualifier cup, like teams at about 2,800 or even higher than that average rating playing for their tournament lives already to get into that main bracket, play against the absolute best teams that North America has to offer. Is there any kind of teams that caught your eye for this qualifier event?
I think in general, the thing that we're probably going to see the most is, I think with the current meta, comps like that involve a Demo Warlock or a Boomkin will probably be popular. So maybe that's going to be something that'll be in a lot of games being played. But I do know that there's probably some newer teams being put together with people. Maybe they play together on ladder a lot, but never really played in a tournament. I think they already made it in. For example, I think Nesper is playing with Versace. I think they have a sponsor, but yeah, they've never played in a tournament together or anything. So, I mean, that'll be like their tourney debut.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think one of the awesome things about this tournament as well, of course, if we look at the brackets, one thing to note is that the teams are going to be going back over to that 4-player roster. We had the 3-player roster throughout the last couple of European Cups, but of course, during the announcement on Thursday of the WoW Esports Road to BlizzCon program coming up, starting even next month, I believe, we are going to be going back over to that 4-player roster, and this should be the perfect tournament for some of those absolute top teams to get that practicing, get back into tournament mode, and see what kind of rosters they want to pan out with for that Road to BlizzCon. Anyway, so we can have a little look over at that top, the main bracket that we're going to be heading at the weekend, and you can see there's so many sponsored teams here, of course. We do have 2 teams, 2 to be decided. Jamili sitting in the ranks, seeing who he's going to be playing against as our final series of today. And then our number 8 seed as well will be going against our number 1 seed, No Filter. And you can see also 4 other sponsored teams there as well. So a phenomenal bracket. Do you have any kind of favorites for the main bracket?
From the main bracket, man, it's tough to say because some of the teams, they've kind of like broken off from what they have from BlizzCon. Like for example, like you don't have like all their original Northern Gaming team, or sorry, the Panda Gaming team, and then you have like WizK's return, that team. They have like Upsurge, WizK, and Asper, but then they have Channel there from Tempo Storm. So I think maybe my favorite team going in, I guess it'd be Method, just because I know that they've completely stuck together. They didn't really mix up their team at all going into this tournament, and they have the same lineup that they had for BlizzCon. So I feel because of that, they probably have the biggest advantage going into this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's definitely. I mean, this is the thing. I'm really happy we have you on the broadcast actually, because you're going to completely carry me this weekend, or today at least, because I feel like we've been so long without an NA event, like the few months that it's been, that I'm actually out of touch with some of these names, and it's going to be really great to have your expertise on who some of the histories, some of those. But yeah, as an outsider, as a European foreign scum, certainly I have to look at Method, and they're the 2% off of winning BlizzCon last year. They've stuck together as a roster. They've got to be one of the favorites. Anyways, It looks like we are going to be ready to go into our first game on the Grand Arena. This series is going to be between, let's just quickly make sure I have this correct.
It's Nars Shredders and Probability, I believe.
Yeah, Nars Shredders versus Probability. So as you saw in that qualifier bracket, we had played a few of the series off stream just because we had so many signups for this event. And of course, we do want to enable as many teams as possible to compete in our tournaments. It is a kind of a community event. We want to give as many people as possible the opportunity. So we did have to play a few of those games off stream. But we're going to be going into the DK Windwalker Resto Shaman versus Anti-Jax
RMD.
Grayson and Flop. So I've seen these guys, definitely a strong RMD.
Yeah, Grayson's one of the more consistent mages that's played on NA. He's always played ladder, never really played too many turns because I believe he plays in Arizona, so he can't play in those BlizzCons, but definitely a really good mage. And Jax obviously played at BlizzCon, so I mean, I think this matchup just is going to be maybe more favored into the RMD. I feel like just because they have that Resto Shaman 2 on that Walker DK team, I feel like he can just sit so much CC, and it's going to be very hard for him to keep his team alive. But I know that this specific Windwalker DK Resto Shaman is consistently played together a lot.
Yeah, so this is kind of interesting. Actually, the Shaman's playing Trinket rather than Relentless against the Sub-Rogue, which is a choice that we don't typically see anyways. Jax is going to open up with the double stuns into the Kidney Shot on the Shaman. Can they follow up with the Polymorph? It doesn't look like it actually, so well denied, but they get the blind instead. Shield does connect. AMS used by Petkick. He should be okay for now.
Yeah,
The Shadow had to sap that.
I feel like they're not going to get too much in this opener, but they are just forcing him low, trying to get out their AMS, and maybe using that blind just to see if they can get the Shaman's Trinket there too, because I feel like they had to have noticed he wasn't playing Relentless in the opener, so maybe trying to just use that first blind, see if they can get out of the way, instead of just trying to set up on the Windwalker, I think, right here, waiting for that next setup, but they are getting that in-cap onto Flops, getting that asphyxia out of that, and so much burst damage onto Grayson goes out there, already having to get the cloak animation from Jax there too, and he has no Trinket, so I think the Windwalker DK has this potential to set up onto them, but now we do have that full clone onto Baby Cakes, and Petkick looks like he's going to be in some trouble. I believe he's using that Corpse Shield there, trying to keep himself alive, so he should be able to stabilize for the setup. I think he might be able to stop this clone coming out. Yeah, they don't get that follow-up clone, so I think Nars is going to be able to top themselves off here, and now I think that Grayson's team is going to have to be very careful here. We do have that full Leg Sweep going out onto Grayson, and the stolen Polymorph goes full onto Flops. They have the Touch of Death being popped here. This might be able to get that second Ice Block from Grayson, popping that Temporal Shield, Iron Barks overlap. They do get that Cauterize. Oh, no, he doesn't have another block left, so they have him so low here. He's at 84%, just because that Temporal Shield brought him all the way back up. Shaman couldn't get that Purge off.
Yeah, such high-level play already. Petkick stealing the Polymorph, but then a beautiful Temporal Shield keeps Grayson alive for now. But you really feel like the Rogue Mage is struggling. They still haven't forced the Trinket from Caffeinator on that Restoration Shaman, and Grayson really doesn't have anything left.
Yeah, and now they have this full Kidney Shot, so I think they're going to go for that Sheep there. They do get the full Sheep setup on there, so now they're going on to Petkick, but he actually pre-AMSs that Sheep Shot onto him, so that's going to stop a lot of Grayson's damage, and I think they do have this in-cap Asphyxiate going out right there, so that Flops can't get that full clone off on that. And he's going to have to Trinket that Asphyxiate, but the pressure is just so far towards this Windwalker DK that I feel like they're just have so much momentum. They still have Trinket and Spirit Link available to them. They still have that Ascendance available. They have a full blind, and he just doesn't have to Trinket this at all. None of the DPS on his team have their Trinkets, but still, they have a full blind stop coming out, and I feel like he's safe. They have Petkick going low, 56% HP, uses that Corpse Shield, and now I think Grayson's just getting pressured a little bit. They have that Touch of Death available from Baby Cakes that's going to be used onto Grayson, I feel like 40 seconds, so they have that one setup that he's going to have to be careful for, and remember, he doesn't have Cauterize or Ice Block anymore because they have such long cooldowns, so being able to force that early, I feel that next window that they get really strong bursts onto them is going to be very scary.
Yeah, for sure. And Grayson's really struggling to cut away. Of course, he doesn't have that Ice Block available. There's no Trinket on Flop either. So they might be able to flop the mage here. They get the full Asphyxiate. Do they have the follow-up CC? It doesn't look like it. Grayson's actually doing a really good job of kiting away right now. They're getting some damage onto Petkick as well. That Thorn's dealing a fair bit. But if they can't get the CC onto Caffeinator, they're not going to land the kill. Full stun now. Over onto Grayson. In-cap onto Flop. Are they going to be able to take him out here? He's down to 50%. Gets the Temporal Shield. Once again, able to kite away a little bit. Should be fine for now.
Yeah, I think Grayson's doing a good job knowing that he is in this position where he is very scared. So he's not being too aggressive, but because of this, he's not able to force that much pressure onto the Shaman's team. So it's kind of neutral. He knows he doesn't have Cauterize or blocks, so he's staying safe, but they can't also get out that much pressure onto them. They have the IBF being used by Petkick here. They have the full Kidney onto the Caffeinator. We have the pre-gouring on that, and down goes Grayson.
Too much damage coming out from Nars. I think this is kind of an upset from my point of view, at least. Jax, of course, we saw him playing at BlizzCon last year, and Grayson is definitely a well-renowned mage, so phenomenal play coming out of Nars. We saw some really big plays out of Petkick that game as well.
Yeah, the one thing I noticed their team was doing too, that really helped them, I feel, versus the RMD is normally they're letting them get the full Sheeps off, but they don't let the follow-up clone go or happen. So they let them get the two Sheeps, and as soon as the Druid goes in for that clone, they instead use the in-cap and they asphyxiate out of that. So they go for their setup right out of that. So they're breaking up both the Druid's follow-up CC, and because they know the Druid's in that position where he's pushed up to play offensive, they can kind of catch them off guard and get a lot of offensive pressure onto Grayson, because that's a window that the RMD is playing aggressive. I think just doing that over and over really put the game into their favor. So I feel like maybe they'll have to try to position better, or just know that they're going to do that and instead just try to play safer. I'm not necessarily sure what the best method for this RMD is going to be, but it definitely felt like this Windwalker DK was really prepared for them.
Yeah, it totally did. And I thought maybe that trinket choice from the Shaman was going to be a little bit off-putting, but in the end he didn't even have to use it. So definitely paying out dividends for them. 1-0 up in the series now. Of course, just to clarify to people who aren't so familiar with our tournament structure, we're actually, since we're in our qualifier event, we're going to be doing a single elimination. So each series is best of 5. Teams do have the opportunity to play out those 3 losses. So these guys do have a couple more chances. They are their map choice right now. The losing team, of course, always gets that advantage. And if they do lose the next 2 games, they will be completely eliminated from this North American GCD event. So definitely a lot to play for right from the start. We have to see what Jax and Grayson, they're kind of slightly more veteran players, in my opinion, at least. Jax, of course, playing at BlizzCon. He was seen as, I think we had him down as the analyst. He seemed like a very intelligent person, so I'm sure he's not going to let his team lose without kind of coming up with
definitely.
something.
He's always really good at figuring out like new strategies or things to pick out with wins. I don't know how much synergy they have with the Flopster. I've seen Grayson pick him up, very recently. I don't think before this season I really saw him too much, but I think he's more of an up and comer, and I think Grayson's generally someone that really picks up like those newer players and eventually plays with them so much that they end up being pretty good. So I feel like this is a really good chance for him to improve as a team.
Yeah, that's really cool.
With Flop.
Yeah, it's really awesome when people do that as well. It's really nice to see. Like I said, I feel like I'm a little out of it with the North American scene, but it's really cool to see new names. And that was another thing with the announcement that came out on Thursday, right? There's 12 teams going to regionals. So if you're one of these kind of newer players that perhaps hasn't made a name for themselves just yet, this is an awesome opportunity to get that practice in, to perhaps prepare for maybe even going to those lands, maybe even making it to BlizzCon. So fantastic timing for that.
I mean, and if you're a North American player, it's essentially double as far as the player pools that gets to go to regionals, because you only had that 6 NA spots, and then you had 1 Australian team, and then you had 1 of the Latin American teams. But, if you have Europe, you had 8 teams, so you get 4 more people going to regionals. But for America, you have 6 more people going. So it's seriously like just double the amount of teams, and I do feel like you'll see a lot of newer players, and maybe you won't be able to have to see people playing the absolute best comp. Like if you are, maybe not the best comp in a certain patch, you might still be able to have a lot of success as it goes on, through the tournaments.
Yeah, I think it's so hype actually. Like the structure, especially as a North American, actually, you're completely right. It's literally double the spots for regionals. That's so insane, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, because you have teams that were very good and maybe got really unlucky for the last year's qualifier. So, for example, we had the NA Splice, Upsurge, Jellybeans, Wallabear, and Dota TKO, and they're considered like the best FLS on NA, best jungle, everything like that. And they didn't qualify, just random unfortunate circumstances. But with that 12-player roster, 100% chance they would have qualified, with this system. So that's like such a good team that maybe getting unlucky once like really puts you so far behind. And I feel this just takes away a lot of that luck element that sometimes can play WoW just with rock paper scissors matchups or something like DDoSing in an online tournament.
Yeah. Anyways, I want to give a huge welcome to everyone joining us on the stream today. Thank you to the host from Studio and Benruki. Of course, they had their podcast just before, so I'm sure a lot of you are joining us from there. So thank you for bringing us your love during today's broadcast. And we actually got a subscription, or resubscription, should I say, from the one and only Benruki. 24-month subscription, 2 years long. That's absolutely insane. And this note was my longest relationship ever. So that's beautiful. Thank you very much for the ongoing support. We also got a donation from the beautiful Triskas. Of course, I have to give a very special shout out to her, since she's slightly more than the average subscriber to me. But thank you very much for that support. And we also got a subscription from Super Tease as well. He's renamed his Twitch. It used to be Gladiator Super Tease, I think. But yeah, and he's of course going to be, he's going to be one of the people competing in today's event. So super hyped to see maybe even Super Boomkin, although I think he might be playing Resto. But I'd love to see him on his chicken. Okay.
With Evangelion.
That's too bad. But anyways, it's Yeah, they have a really strong roster actually. That team, right?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think
Yes.
they didn't have Joxy available. I think Joxy wanted to play DPS or something this tournament, but they mentioned Mame have played together a lot, so definitely have that. And then they have SSDS as their hunter, so yeah, I think they have a good amount of comp variety there.
Yeah. But anyways, a huge shout out to Super Tees for that subscription. Of course, one of our very dedicated season casters, as is Venruki. So huge shout out to those 3 subscribers. We're just waiting just to keep you guys up to date on what's happening. We do have the comps locked in. It's going to be the same compositions from both teams. Just one of the teams, unfortunately, accepted the queue a little bit late, but we are going to be heading into Tolvaron Arena for our second game of this first series. And honestly, one thing that we generally see the trends of these qualifier cups is it's a little bit one-sided often. Like we say, we try and give everyone the opportunity, so we might have some say lower rated teams going up against some of the higher rated, especially in the earlier rounds. But right off the bat, this game looked really close for the first game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I know this team in particular, Windwalker, DK, Shaman, like these guys have been friends for a while. They play together a lot. Actually, I feel pretty bad for the Shaman, the Caffeinator. Him and his Windwalker ended the season the same rating, but only the Windwalker got the rank 1 title because of the better win loss. So he actually did not get it. But,
dear.
Yeah,
That's
a little bit
sad.
unfortunate
That's
for him.
sad.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
that reminds. Sorry, continue.
Oh yeah, the other thing is, yeah, I don't really expect them to comp swap. These people really just play these conflict classes in particular, so I probably won't see them swap into anything else. I think they'll probably just take time to just rethink their strategies and just try to perfect their comp as best as they can.
All right, cool. So we'll have to see then if probability can raise their probability of winning the series by changing their strategy. It's going to come down. We think a lot of that's going to come down to Jax. He's got a lot of experience. We can see he's sitting in stealth right now, chilling, thinking about how he's going to get this perfect opener. They have the Earth Shield on the Shaman Caffeinator, so I guess he's the one who's the most scared right now, and they seem kind of unwilling to commit in the start here.
Yeah, I feel they know that if he has that Earth Shield on himself, his DK would be able to survive if they get a CC chain. So yeah, again, they did go for the triple cheap shots coming out here, and now we have the full sheep and clone onto baby cake. So standard RMD opener, just getting that AMS and the IBF being used by Pet Kick here, but he still has his trinket available. I think that he'll be relatively okay here, just getting those half stats. But now they're going for that setup again. They try to stop them, go for that setup right out of the RMD setup, and now they have to use that full clone there. So they got Grayson low. He used that temp shield to keep himself back up. Pet Kick got really low, had to use that corpse shield, use that 33%. So a lot of clones being kind of forced out here by both teams, but Grayson's going to be okay by getting that really strong temp shield, and already they're forcing that trinket link from Caffeinator. So I feel like they just got such a stronger opener here and stayed so much safer. And right after getting that trinket link out, they have this full sheep onto Caffeinator. So this RMD looks like they're getting so much pressure here. Pekik's actually keeping himself topped while his healer's in CC. But now they do have that full clone onto Caffeinator, overlapping a little bit with that Kenny. Cheap shots coming out into Pet Kick, so Jax is doing a lot of damage. But now we have the Fist of Fury and Touch of Death being used onto Grayson, getting very low, almost soloed by Baby Cakes, getting to 10% HP. He still has the Temporal Shield back off cooldown and still has his Ice Block as well as Cauterize, so he is going to be safe. And this time looks like Jax's team definitely has a lot of the momentum here. Maybe that bigger map opens up a lot more opportunities for them to set up onto the Windwalker DK, or maybe they just changed up the strat. I'm not completely sure what they did, but they are definitely winning this game now.
Yeah, they definitely had a very strong opener. It's going to be interesting to see how they can reconnect. The Caffeinator's trinket is down for a good minute, but Pet Cakes, he should be having his absorb back from his pet in the near future. You can see he's just kind of
but now they have
behind.
the staff on the flops, right? I don't think Grayson's going to be able to get this set up, so they did a good job just breaking up both the clones and their sheep follow-ups here, and they do just use that Blood Elf onto Caffeinator. They don't have CC onto him, and they're just trying to get as much pressure onto Pet Cake, keeping it very low. So if they do get the CC while he's still low, I feel like it's going to force a lot of cooldowns out of Pet Kick. He doesn't have that IBF. He might have his AMS up. It doesn't show on the thing, but I believe he'll still have it. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the CC onto him, though.
Yeah, they're just kind of tuddling. They're just avoiding everything right now. They know that they need to wait on that trinket, the Caffeinator.
Double X Sweep.
There's the double stun.
And Grayson, I don't believe. Oh no, he did actually get the temporal shield off here, but they did get the purge on it. So really good job by Caffeinator making sure to purge up. But now Jax is also in a lot of trouble here, having to use that evasion. He still has his trinket available, but them getting all that spread pressure onto both Jax and Grayson, I feel is so good for them. You know, Jax is getting very low, and that DK pressure is going to be hard for Restager to deal with eventually, especially with those purges from the rest of Shaman. So as long as they can turn around this pressure, it's going to be very hard for the RMD to come back once they do start to fall behind, like what happened in the first game. So they just have to make sure that they prevent the Windwalker DK from getting as many deadly setups. Now here's the Incap and the Fist of Fury going out onto Jax again. This Windwalker DK is fine. They have the Earthing Shield totem down. They know that they can play offensive here. Pekka's, just getting in those cheap shots, but he's fine. They don't really have too much going out onto the Windwalker DK team, even though they had that minor CC chain going on.
Yeah, but they're still continuing the CC chain. This is the disadvantage of not playing that relentless. Caffeinator able to get behind the pillar though, should be able to top off pet kick, and now we can see they still haven't forced too much from probability, but the longer they live, probably the higher they're gonna have the chance. There is the asphyxiate over onto Flop, but they're not able to follow it up with anything. A pet stun onto Grayson. He needs to kite away, taking a lot of damage. The peel's now coming out with that shadow dance from Jax. He gets the kidney shot as well. Can they follow up with the polymorph? Looks like they should be able to. There's that full poly. Does pet kick have much left to survive? He's used the IBF, he uses the AMS now as well. Should be able to get out of this one. Can they get the follow-up? Cyclones. Flop is moving into position. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get those baby kicks with a great roll to stop that.
You know what they did that was actually really smart? So they didn't have those stuns for pet kick yet when they did go for that polymorph onto Caffeinator out of that kidney shot, but they actually used the Blood Elf to silence the DK so he cannot kick him. So that was actually pretty clever setup by the RMD there, just trying to get that CC. Now they're making the swap into Caffeinator, has no Earth Shield. He is going to get pressured very hard here. He still has this Ascendance Trinket and Link available, but I think this is a really good setup by this RMD, trying to make sure that they can keep the Shaman scared. He had to use his Earth and Shield Totem, so he's not going to have that for another minute. But again, the pressure's going back onto Jax. He's getting at 50% HP, and so is Grayson. He has this Temporal Shield up, and Caffeinator does get that Purge onto him. This game, he's been doing a really good job making sure to keep all this Temporal Shields off, but now we have this full blind coming out. Pekka's very low, 40% HP. I don't believe he has his AMS available, and I don't think he has Corpse Shield either, so they're getting a ton of pressure here. I do believe, yeah, they get the full ring off of that. Jax, I think, should still have Dance Up, so he might be able to get a half sap off of that. If Grayson can't get this polymorph, he goes for the polymorph, does get it, and they get the full clone onto Baby Cakes. Pekka's in a lot of trouble, trying to do what he can to just stay alive. He's going to get in that full cheap shot there. They do have that Link getting out by Caffeinator without having to use his trinket, so very, very good job by him being able to hold onto his trinket, but still so much pressure onto this Windwalker DK here. Like, he's so low. He still has his Ascendance available. He's very low, has to use his wall. Caffeinator's getting swamped to again. He's still at 30% HP, trying to keep both him and Pet Kick alive. But now they have this Asphyxiate onto Flops, and I think during this time with this Ascendance up, might be able to top his team off.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to. He did use a lot of cooldowns there. That was the Wall, the Trinket, the Spirit Link. So definitely an opportunity if the Rogue Mage can catch someone without Earth Shield. Again, I'd love to see them swap to Caffeinator. They get the kidney shot. Looks like it's just for CC though. They're going over onto Pet Kick, so good Earth Shield. And they actually deny the polymorph as well. So brilliant stuff coming out of Nars Shredders there. The Pet Kick stopped with the Pet Kick.
Okay, now they get the full shape here. And I believe that's the AMS being used by Pet Kick. So by the next setup, he should have his Icebound Fortitude available. So I think he'll be okay. But still, so much pressure going out onto Jax now. He's getting very low, 20% HP. He doesn't have a string. It doesn't have evasion left. I don't know if Flop has that much to keep him alive. He should have the Iron Bark left, but I feel like he's going to want to have to use that for Grayson when they go for the setup on him. Getting that double blood off there, getting Pet Kick very low still. Full kidney goes out onto Caffeinator. They have to try to stop this CC, and they do get the double leg sweep. Going to stop him from getting that CC, and I believe he stole that cheap right there. He used Dark Sim. Pet Kick's very low. Does use the polymorph onto Grayson to try to keep himself alive, but he's at 1% HP, and he's going to go down. He did everything he could there, but I feel like what we had figured out earlier is just them getting that strong opener. I feel if the RMD gets momentum, the Windwalker DK can't really come back. But again, if you see the first game, once either team kind of falls behind, it's really hard for them to get back into this game, I feel, in this matchup. And I think having that larger map of Tol'Vron probably puts them in a safer position to kind of kite and get away from those Windwalker DK setups. But Nagrand is more of a smaller map, so you're kind of more in a position to, get either cross pressure onto the healer or, just get good setups onto the RMD from that Windwalker DK.
Yeah, and I mean, we totally saw that the big map did help them. They weren't really able to target the mage too much, rather focusing on Jax. But well played from the Rogue Mage. Both teams played good in this game. It's going to tie up the series 1-1 in our first series of the course of the day. If we just head over to have a little look at our brackets right now, we can see that it's updating in real time. We have played a few of our series. We did have quite a big qualifier event for today. We had a lot of signups, and of course, we wanted to incorporate as many of these teams as we could. So we're going to have a few of those teams advancing to our round of 8. We've got quite a few games coming up for you today, guys. Lots of hype teams in the near future, including, so we're already touching on Super Tease and his fantastic 4-man roster are going to be competing later. We have some other fantastic teams, Maldiva, coming up in the near future. And yeah, I think it's going to be some really hype games. And then if we have a little look over at the main tournament bracket, we have some even more hype teams. We have the mighty Sea-Doo, who of course hosted, I'm sure a lot of you were watching his fantastic podcast. I've been a huge fan of his podcasts over the last few weeks. I think he's done 3 of them now, and I think they're awesome content, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's something like really nice to have in our community, especially because it's definitely someone that's very respected in like the WoW community in general, has played in multiple BlizzCons. So just having the perspective of him doing a podcast, I think definitely like really excites a lot of people. Plus, he has such a big following, it makes it really great to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think the guests he's been having on as well, he's had like quite a wide range of personalities and individuals. So
yeah,
it's definitely been enjoyable to watch.
I think the first one they did, the Northern Gaming team minus Cubsy, right? And then
yep, exactly. Yep. But anyways, so that's fantastic to see all these things. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Of course, we're super excited to be getting into our Americas. We're just waiting to get the teams locked in for this next game. The series tied 1-1 right now between this Rogue Mage and the Windwalker DK. A couple other things that we want to talk about here. Of course, we did have our road to BlizzCon, or well, not ours. Blizzard announced their road to BlizzCon in the last few days, so we were super hyped about that. And of course, all these teams, we've got such a strong turnout for this event, and you can't help but think a lot of that is just because a lot of these 4-man rosters we're going to be seeing over the next 2 days are going to be the exact same ones that we see heading into BlizzCon, heading into these qualifier tournaments that were announced. We had 5 North American qualifier tournaments plus community ones that people can apply for as well. So that's absolutely awesome. There's going to be so much content over the next months.
Yeah, definitely. Like even teams that might have just formed, like I feel like these people are going to stick together. Like I brought up the Nesper and Versace, never really played together much thing, but I feel like those two, they play together so much on ladder. All of them are like, good friends of mine. They play together a lot. So I'm pretty confident they'll probably go even into BlizzCon together. So having this like first kind of warm-up tournament, get themselves, more comfortable together in that tournament setting, the high stakes, high pressure, probably be a really nice warm-up for them because they have all these cups. So definitely be a very good practice for them.
Yeah, totally. I completely agree. And also, I want to, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen right now, we do have that little Matcherino donation goal. Now, one of the absolute best things that I ask you, I would love everyone to go over and do this right now. If you do want to support some of these big players that we're going to see playing today, tomorrow, and Sunday, is you can head over to this Matcherino page. You can type the exclamation point Matcherino in the chat. As you can see, GCD TV has just linked it for us. Thank you very much. And you can head over to that. You can log in via your Twitch and type in the code GCDTV2. So GCDTV2, and then you will donate $1 for free. The money comes from Matcherino, not from yourself, thanks to our fantastic partnership with them, and they've been absolutely awesome about that. And we'll get more money towards this prize pool. Of course, all the money via Matcherino does go directly into the prize pool, as you can see completely transparently on the page. And there's also plenty of other rewards and stuff to be checked out there, as well as some quite interesting stretch goals, which we can get into at another point, because I have been persuaded to do stuff that perhaps isn't in my comfort zone necessarily, but definitely going to be interesting. Anyways, we're into game 3 of our first series today. Nars Shredders against Probability 1-1 right now. What do you think of Dalaran as the map choice for Nars Shredders?
I think that Dalaran is a really smart pick for the Windwalker DK, because as at melee cleave, I feel they do want the smaller map, so they can kind of go behind those pillars, line of sight the RMD, make it harder for them to go in for that CC, and that way the RMD has to go in together, push in, and that's kind of what the Windwalker DK wants. They want them to be stacked up, or at least close enough together so that they can stop their cast or just get that offensive pressure onto them. So I think that maybe winning that first game will give them a lot of advantage in the series, because I feel this map probably heavily favors them, where something like Toll Run probably is just a big disadvantage for them. So we'll have to see what they do here. I think they're going to go again for that same play style of that first game, though, trying to stop the Druid from getting clones instead letting them get those sheeps off. So
yeah, and I think they're going to also get a lot more offensive pressure on this map, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Just having that smaller map, whenever they force the RMD to play their game on this map, so they're already starting onto Grayson, just trying to get some pressure on him. We do see the double cheap shot going out by Jackson. We get that clone fallout, and now we have that full kidney going out. They're actually going to swap onto Caffeinator with that full kidney, so that's actually something that they probably didn't expect. Usually we see those kidneys used for CC, and they get the blood elf out of that, getting him very low. I don't believe they're going to be able to force much here because they do get that Earthen Shield totem. So when Shamans have that Earthen Shield, you're not really going to kill them through that. That's going to be able to stabilize them on that 1 minute cooldown. So just has that Earthen Shield totem, and it's going to be okay. But I think that still opens up Pet Kick for a swap in their next go. So I think that was a pretty smart choice by the RMD, taking advantage of this map to maybe pressure their Shaman. Whereas, going to DPS might put them in a little bit of a riskier position. So again, we have this. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I really like the strategy from the Rogue Mage Druid. I think they should definitely be looking to force, or as I'm saying this, Grayson forced into the ice block, insane damage coming out of the Windwalker DK. But I think they just need to keep doing these swaps to the Shaman when he doesn't have Earth Shield on himself, or make sure they don't hit the target with Earth Shield. We can see the full blind, no Earth Shield onto the DK, so now they're hitting him. When he swaps that Earth Shield, I'd love to see them step over, get the kidney onto Caffeinator once again. They already forced the wall from him. We can see at the same time the Asphyxiate over onto Flop. They're trying to get some damage out. Not too much going for them. The sap onto Baby Cakes should mean that he's okay for now.
Yeah, they do have this CC going on here, but Earthen Shield is backup for Caffeinator. So again, like I said earlier, when you do have Earthen Shield available, when you put it down, your team's going to be safe. So he's just going to place it down right now. And that whole circle, your team's going to be pretty fine in that. Just reduces so much damage. And now we have that ink cap going on to Flop. Full Leg Sweep goes on to Grayson. He doesn't have that Ice Block available to him, so they're trying to get a very strong setup on him. I don't believe they have the Iron Bark available, but Flops is looking for this clone. He does get it onto Baby Cakes. Pet Cake's getting low. Gets that triple DR cheap shot, but I believe he got a Dark Sim on something. He has this Dark Sim. He does use the Dark Sim clone onto Jack, so great play by him. Getting a lot of pressure onto the RMD, or rather, stopping a lot of pressure by the RMD with that defensive clone usage. And now we see that full hex being put out onto Jack as well.
Yep, beautiful defensive hex. Unfortunately, not able to be dispelled by Flop right now. He's just kind of sitting back on the other side of the map. And honestly, both teams have a lot of cooldown still. It's only really that ice block that's been forced as a major cooldown. Grayson taking a bit of damage here. There is the iron cap onto Flop, but he gets the iron bark, like you say.
Yeah, that pre-iron bark, really good job by Flop, just knowing that they're going to get that setup there. So just getting it right on that sap is going to put them in such a good position. Now we have that full kidney onto Caffeinator. Looks like they're going to go for that full ring out of that. So now we have that full ring down. Pet Kick's going to be forced to AMS. He does have that Corpse Shield available for him too, as that other cooldown and his Trinket still. So I think he's going to be relatively okay. He is going to use that Corpse Shield. He does have the Dark Sim being used. I'm not sure what he stole, but he does have the buff up. Maybe just something random if he's not using it at this point. But they have this pressure going out onto Jax now that their CC chain's over. And this is the kind of play you expect with a team that gets an RMD. You wait for them to go for their setup, try to break up the follow-up CC, because trying to stop the stun sheep, not going to work out too well for you. But if you try to stop the follow-up clones or the follow-up sheep, that's going to be fine for you. And once you do that, you can start getting pressure onto them. So that's going to be what you're just going to be looking out for in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, well, they actually slight overlap there, the Incap and the Dark Sim on that Cyclone. And to be honest, no real follow-up damage onto Grayson either. So slight waste, slight overlap from probability, or from Nars traders in this situation. Can probability exploit it though? They don't seem to, they're really struggling to get anything whatsoever onto Caffeinator. They seem really reluctant to kind of commit to this play right now. And I'm wondering if they're actually thinking they've got a better chance in dampening.
Yeah, they're getting Caffeinator kind of low on mana, though. He's at 30% HP, and now we see that Incap coming out again. Touch of Death goes onto Grayson, gets the pre-temporal shield here, and they had that full asphyxiate on him. Caffeinator can't get this purge off on that temporal shield, though, because he was cheap shotted by Jack, so good job covering it. That was something that didn't happen as much that last game, and now we have that pre-iron bark, or sorry, that iron bark being used by Flops there, and now we have the Earthen Shield totem being used, and the offensive clone gets used on the Pet Kick. We do have that full blind use on the Caffeinator, so a lot of CC being used by the RMD, but I don't think too much is going to happen here, just because they've used that Earthen Shield totem. Again, it's going to stabilize the team, and they have that AMS there, but Grayson's getting so low, gets the Cauterize right there. He has to try to kite, he gets Squirt back to, he's going to go down.
Yeah, beautiful steal on the Cyclone from Pet Kick there, and they actually, even though they'd used all their offensive cooldowns just before, and the beautiful temporal shield from Grayson had kind of negated all of it, he got absolutely obliterated in that Cyclone. Just 6 seconds of CC, and he went 100-0 through the Cauterize. So that was an absolute insane amount of damage from Nars Shredders.
I mean,
wow.
You have to like remember, just getting that ice block. The Fire Mage only has that one block, so if they are able to get that, like the mage might not want to get both his Cauterize and block at the same time, so you might want to have this split up. But I mean, getting that block early, I feel they can get a kill through the Cauterize when it's that late into the game, especially when he still has that grip up, because you get the Cauterize, you're able to run away because you have that bonus movement speed. but just gripping him right back there into both the DK and the Windwalker, it's going to fish him off. They just didn't have that much left. He didn't have a Temporal Shield available to himself. I don't believe they had an Iron Bark off, and Flops is just in CC, so they had a really clean setup there. I think that played how we probably expected it to go on that map. Just having smaller maps probably going to favor the Windwalker DK, and then we have these larger maps. I don't think they're going to be able to get as good of setups onto Grayson just by having that range advantage.
Yep. And of course, the implications of that victory means that they are one game away from knocking probability out of the entire tournament. Of course, like we were saying, single elimination for our qualifier event. We have a lot of series, so double elimination is a little bit unrealistic considering how many teams sign up to our events. So it's definitely everything on the line for Jax, Grayson, in this next game. We'll have to see if they can come up with something on perhaps a slightly larger map like you were saying we're expecting to come out. I just want to shout out a few more. We're getting so much support. I can't believe how many people. It looks like you've missed us, guys. We've got a lot of subscriptions in the time. We've got a subscription from Carlo Mir. Thank you very much. A subscription from Basket Tiras and a subscription from TY Toy 84. Thank you very much. And we got also an 11-month resubscription from It's Yoa. And his note is, oh yeah. So thank you so much. 1 month away from that year. Thank you so much for all the support, guys. We also got a $5 donation from Baldy TV. Shout out to Baldy. He's my little hunter friend we owned and got Gladiator on US last season. So that was pretty awesome. And he says, yeah, oh yeah. I think we might have met you guys a couple of times as well. And his note is, shout out D Machine, Adrian. Let's go Sea-Doos and Novos's teams. So a little bit of support for those guys there. Of course, I imagine we have quite a few, certainly Sea-Doo, but also Novos fans in the chat right now. Definitely feel free to yell your support, spam your sub icons from various stream chats. Of course, a lot of the North Americans have very established brands, very established streams. So definitely really happy to see all the support going out there. And of course, we got a lot of those $1 donations on the Match Arena as well. And I think a lot of people might expect some of that money to go to Sea-Doo, perhaps some of that money to go to Novos as well. So thank you very much. We also got a $25 donation on the Match Arena actually from KMOE55. I'm not sure. How do you pronounce that? Kumoe, maybe?
Kumoe?
Kumoe 55? Oh, thank you very much. You can even, that's the other fun thing, guys. You can write a comment when you donate your dollar as well. And I'm seeing a few comments here for Sea-Doo, etc. I remember back in Europe when we used to have kind of like these notes on for the donations and stuff. Often it would say like Minpoike's pocket money and stuff like this. It was quite funny. I guess Sea-Doo is the person over here. But anyways, we're 2-1 in this series, guys. One game away potentially from Nars Shredders taking it all the way against probability. But can they overcome the odds and revert this series from 2-1 down?
I mean, maybe there's a lower probability for that happening because of
yeah, if probability make it through the night, we're gonna have so many great puns. It's gonna be so easy for us.
I think this is a good map for them because it's kind of like a smaller Tolvaron, so they have enough openings to probably get that same kind of thing going on that they did have on Tolvaron, but it's still smaller. So I think this is probably more of a really neutral map. I think this one is going to really come down to which team plays it very well. I think they both have the opportunities for that Windwalker DK to drag them into bad spots, but also the RMD can kite them out very well here too. So now they're just going to go get that opening pressure onto Grayson, and now it looks like they're going for that setup. RMD does force that IBF immediately from Peg Kick, and they don't get the CC yet coming out here. So they have that full Kinney onto Caffeinator, but they're not going to be able to get that full Sheep since Peg Kick's out of CC. And now we have that Asphyxiate going out onto Flops. And I think the pressure is probably going to go onto Grayson here. He's trying to go for this Polymorph. Does use it defensively onto Baby Cakes, and now they get the cross CC by using that blind. So you can't dispel that. Peg Kick does look like he Dark Sims something. I think he probably got the Polymorph, but Flops is in bear form trying to shift that. So looks like Peg Kick's maybe going to try to go for that Sheep there. And now we do see that Sheep rotating onto Caffeinator. Double Leg Sweep goes on in both Grayson and Jax, and that's going to force out the trinket from both of them and a Iron Bark being used by Flops. So we do have a lot of CC kind of going out onto Caffeinator. Now we have that Kinney off of those triple saps off that blind, but Pekka still has his AMS available, I believe, and now there's that second cheap shot onto him, and he just gets topped off by Caffeinator, who still has that Earthen Shield Totem and the Ascendance. So both teams are pretty safe as far as cooldowns go. They didn't force too much. The Corpse Shield's going to come back up, and the Windwalker DEA still has all their trinkets.
Yeah, so not too much happening right now. Grayson is taking a little bit of damage, but the cheap shot with that Shadow Dance from Dax should shut down some of that. Now they get the kidney over onto him. They're trying to get a lot of damage here. The AMS coming out from Pet Kick though, and they do deny the Polymorph once again. So Nars does excellent job shutting down that CC once more.
Yeah, you have the double Blood Elf from both Baby Cakes and Pet Kicks, so they did use that Blood Elf onto Grayson to stop that sheep when they had no kicks available to him. So they're doing a good job making sure they can do whatever it takes to stop these CC setups from happening. Again, I feel like right now the Walker DK is more in a winner, like maybe a favorable position, but both teams really haven't forced out too much, so it's really hard to say who's actually winning at this point. Both teams definitely feel like they have adapted to each other, so I think it's going to be a lot closer here. We do have that incap going onto flops. They do grip him in for that asphyxiate, trying to set up onto Grayson. He does blink away, tries to get that sheep, does not get it onto Caffeinator, and he's just still kiting them instead. We have the double cheap shot going out here, gets a half clone onto Baby Cakes. Another cheap shot goes out onto Pet Kick, and now we do see that full cheap shot on a Caffeinator, but Grayson's not going to be able to get this Polymorpher. They use that sap to stop him from getting that. Instead, we had that blind sap into the leg sweep, though, onto Grayson. There's this artifact from the Windwalker Monk getting the Fist of Fury off of the leg sweep and getting a lot of pressure onto him, I guess. Maybe not. Now we have that full sap onto Caffeinator. But again, both these teams going for setups, yet no one's really dipping in these setups. So I think both teams have just been so prepared and know it's coming for each team's damage that they're kind of just negating each other, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of a case of Pet Kick popping that corpse shield. Of course, you can see that on your bars, the 1 minute defensive cooldown that basically absorbs all damage and transfers it to his pet. And it seems like every time he has that up, he plays offensive, and when he doesn't have it, he just kind of sits back. So that really short cooldown, but they are now able to get a go. He doesn't have that available for 15 seconds.
Oh, but they have the
bit of damage, but
shield
once again, they stop the CC onto Caffeinator, and like you say, they just trade out the Earthen Shield. They have so many little absorbs, little short cooldowns they can use to survive this Rogue Mage Druid. And if they keep rotating them like this, I really think it's going to be hard for probability to overcome the odds.
Yeah, definitely. So this is something I guess we didn't think about earlier, but yeah, by having that Corpse Shield on the 1 minute cooldown and the Earthen Shield on the 1 minute cooldown, they're trying to spread them apart now. So again, those are windows where the Rogue Mage isn't going to kill. But also, I've noted probability splitting up the Temporal Shields and the Iron Barks, but now we have the setup being used here. We do have the Touch of Death being going out onto Grayson, trying to get some pressure. They had an incap on the flops, didn't have the follow-up asphyxiate onto him, though, so Grayson looks like he's going to be topped off here. Now we are going for that CC onto Caffeinator, using that full kidney. They do get the full sheep on him. Pet Kick's going to have to use that AMS here. He does have his Corpse Shield available, going to use it right now. They have that bash going onto Baby Cakes and the sheep into a half sap going out onto Caffeinator, so not too much CC is, both teams are getting CC, but again, they're not really getting pressure on each other. Like, we have the Blood Elves being used, but we're just getting each other low. Not really too much happening off of this.
Yeah, but they do get the full blind onto Caffeinator. Can they follow it up with the sap? It doesn't look like Jax has his Shadow Dance active right now, so he won't be able to. They get the kidney instead, though. Can they follow the Polymorph? Ring of Frost might actually come out here. There's the full Ring of Frost. There's no Corpse Shield available for Pet Kick. Is Caffeinator going to have to Trinket? It doesn't look like he's trying to right now. He does have that Trinket link available. Pet Kick's dropping really low. IBF going to fall off. Do they have the follow-up Cyclone? They land it. Surely this is going to be the Trinket link. He's being so brave not using that cooldown. He's down to 10%. He does Trinket link in the end. He was so close to holding that, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Now the pressure's turning around, though. They have the full kidney onto Caffeinator, and they are making that swap on him, trying to get that extra pressure on him. They do have the Meteor being popped by Grayson, so getting that spread pressure onto their team. Caffeinator is going to fall really behind here. I feel like he's probably going to have to use Earthen Shield Totem here, maybe pop the Ascendus, but now Jax is getting very low. He has no Trinket, he has no evasion available to him. He has at 30% HP. There is the incap on the flops. It just ended with Jax is so low, 20% HP, 15% HP. They have the Soul Reaper on him. Double blood off hits Jax and flops, and there's the DR Fist of Fury, and Jax is just going to go down there.
Wow. Flop even trinketed that Arcane Torrent, the Blood Elf ratio, but still not enough to save Jax. They overextended perhaps a little bit onto Caffeinator. They wanted to force that extra cooldown, and unfortunately, the calculations perhaps slightly off from probability today. They're going to be eliminated from the entire competition. That's the harsh reality of that single elimination bracket, but kudos to Nars Shredders. I think a lot of people might have counted them out before the series even began, going up against such big names, but they were able to overcome the odds and secure that one. So
yeah, definitely
a nice series to kick off the day.
I think they play that well because, I mean, the biggest thing is they noticed that the Rogue was going to probably be the most opportune target, because what they were doing with Grayson was, I think in some of the earlier games, they were overlapping their usage of Temporal Shield and Iron Bark, and instead they had like a steady rotation. One setup Grayson would use his Temp Shield, one setup Flop would use it. So it kind of put Grayson in this position that he was an unkillable target for this Windwalker DK, and maybe that was the mistake that they were making earlier. And because of that, Grayson wasn't a kill target. Flops probably not going to be a kill target for the Windwalker DK just because of the mobility and the feels from the sub rogue. But noticing that Jax didn't have his trinket available, had no evasion, I think making the swap onto him that late in the game is probably the best thing to do, just because you know Flops just really doesn't have that much for him. So I think they play that matchup well. And again, just having that smaller map too for them, even though it's kind of like Tolveron, I think was a good play for them.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, so let's have a little look over at the brackets then, and we can see the implications of that series. We did play another series also off stream, so we're going to see that Fragment Apro also advanced with a 3-0 victory over Rip Fiora since last time, and that means we're going to be going into Onion versus Tree Lovers. I can't say that I'm overly familiar with Onion or Tree Lovers as teams, so it should be interesting to see what they can bring out. This is going to be our last game of the round of 16, of course. Then we will be moving into that round of 8, and then this is still single elimination right up to the grand final, and the winner of the whole tournament, of course, does go through to our main event as the number 8 seed, and the number 2 in this tournament goes up against the mighty Jamili. His team's waiting in the brackets to see if they're going to secure that number 7 seed. So definitely a very difficult matchup to come. We've got a fair few series still to go in the day. It's just getting started, and that was an awesome series to kick us off.
Wait,
for sure.
Did you say Onion was the team?
Onion? Yes.
Or Union. Oh, okay.
Union. Oh, okay. Oh goodness.
Okay, yeah. That's Joxy, Seth.
Oh yes, okay.
Okay, so Joxy normally plays a healer, plays pretty much he plays every single class, so I think he said he wanted to play DPS for his tournament, and I know that Brian, the person on their team, is the Holy Paladin, also goes by the name of Kappa, and then Seth Curry, so not sure completely what they're going to play, but yeah, Joxy plays pretty much everything, and I believe they're playing with the Warlock Zev. He played at not the last NA regionals that happened, but the year before that was in WAD, so they have they have a good amount of tournament experience on this team. And then Tree Lovers, I think Luke's is a rogue and Shifter X is a boomkin. I feel like I queued into them on my Demon Hunter or something, but the name sounds kind of familiar.
The chat is absolutely ripping into me for pronouncing Union Onion.
That was like Control F, like
that was that. I want to have some pretense here and say that it is 1 a.m. in the UK here, so maybe give me a tiny bit of slack for that. Is pretty bad, I guess.
No, you should have just said that that's how it's pronounced in the UK.
Yeah, that's how it's pronounced in the EU, guys. That's how you pronounce onion or union or whatever.
Well, it's UN. It's definitely un. It's like if it was supposed to be with an O, it'd be onion.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. No, I anyways, continuing on. We got. I can't believe the amount of support we're getting today. I don't think I've seen this concentration of subscription donors ever. So I can only thank you guys so much. Of course, all the money that we get from all these donations on Match Arena go towards this event, and on the via the PayPal and the Twitch via Streamlabs go towards our next event, which we will be announcing at the end of the Sunday, just like we've been doing previously. We're just going to keep announcing our next tournament as the last one finishes, so that you guys also we can keep building the storyline, keep building the hype. Anyways, we've got a $25 donation from Malignant, who he was actually scheduled to compete in this event, but I think unfortunately one of his teammates couldn't compete. I was really looking forward to seeing how they play, actually, because I've heard a lot about him on Rogue. So thank you very much for that donation. Anyways, the $25, he said, I saved my pennies. So we definitely appreciate your pennies, dude. That's a lot of pennies. That's 25 or 2,500 pennies. We also got Kato June subscribed. Thank you very much for that subscription. Welcome to the team. Sidu's dog. Yeah, he's got a rich dog. He's got quite a few dogs as well. And they've donated $50. So Sidu's dog, bark is his note. Thank you very much for the $50. Of course, that will be going directly towards prize pool for our next event. And MRGA Boss has donated $21. Dazzle us, Jamili. Do love in the chat is his note. So definitely get some Dame Dazzle, some do loves in the chat. Thank you very much for all those donations. I can't believe how much support we're getting, and we've barely even started our broadcast yet. That is quite insane. Anyways, we're waiting for our next series. I think we concluded that Joxy's team, they were Joxy was another one of the healers who played in the North American regionals, right? So this should be quite a strong team coming up in this next series.
Yeah, I don't think he'll play healer too much, maybe in a couple matchups, but yeah, so they have that Warlock. I think Zev pretty much only plays Warlock. Seth Curry only really plays Windwalker, and Kappa only plays Holy Paladin, I believe, but then Joxy just plays every class and is better than you at your main class, and you feel bad.
He's better than me?
No, I don't know. I mean, his Hunter's better than mine. Maybe his Druid's better than...
Yeah, there seems to be a few of those guys on US who just like play absolutely everything. Greki's another one of them, right? There's a few of those guys who... That's one of the things that I think is really cool about North America as well. You seem completely open to playing with each other's ults. Like, you don't mind at all, and it really helps people kind of develop. I'm sorry. Maybe I hit a sensitive spot there.
But yeah, definitely. Like, I feel like Joxy's like the cleave Gareki, right? Because Joxy always plays with the cleavers. Like, he plays with the Windwalker players or the Hunters or the Red.
What was he playing at regionals? He was playing with the Evangeline Turbo, right, or something.
Yeah, he was playing with Evangeline, Inviable, and Mame. So they have they had those four. So they have Inviable. Did play Hunter to qualify, but has not played it at all this expansion, really. He plays mostly that Elemental and Enhanced Shaman, and then Mame plays that Arms Warrior. And then,
I think Inviable is another guy that's in our main bracket tomorrow as well. So he's one of these other like really young talents that plays a bunch of different stuff as well, right?
Yeah, he has the Enhance, Ellie, and the Hunter. So well, I guess he doesn't play as Hunter much anymore, but definitely in Y he played all three a lot. Maybe just doesn't like Hunter as much. Some people don't.
Yeah.
Oh,
but anyways,
Demon Hunter.
Yeah, this is a matchup that, of course, the meta's been shifting a lot. It's amazing how much these metas shift in 2 weeks. So we're going to see Boomkins, Demon Hunters, and Demo Locks. I think they're three of the classes that are definitely all over. We were talking, Dilly and I, a little before broadcast about how these are classes that definitely have been popular both in EU and North America. But it's going to be that Resto Shaman, Boomkin, Subtlety Rogue going up against the Demon Hunter, Demonology Warlock, Holy Paladin. Who do you think has the edge in this one?
I'm not too sure, because just having that Holy Paladin might make it a lot harder for them when they have that Boomkin spread pressure. So could be harder for the Holy Paladin. I'm not too sure, but I feel like Demon Hunter, Demon Warlock generally does well against Boomkin Shaman teams. So I feel like it's going to be hard to say. I know the longer the game goes on, it probably puts more of an advantage towards the Demon Hunter Demos team as long as they can stay healthy. Just because eventually one of those Metamorphosis and Nemesis combos you just don't have cooldowns for, and that's really where Demon Hunters are super strong. Not really winning games in the opener, but eventually you just don't have anything for that huge burst they have available, plus the Demon Warlock has so much burst. But now we're just seeing just a setup going out onto Kappa. He's going to have to use his wall right there, just trying to say, okay, but now that meta being used onto Neverlink X and the Felward out of that, getting him very low, 22% HP. I feel like he's going to be okay here using that Ascendance and the Earthen Shield Totem, but he's still staying very low, and they have so many interrupts on him, that's going to force a link. So they force out every single cooldown by Neverlink X here, and Ujoxy playing that all-in build of the Nemesis Chaos Blades and everything. He probably will be okay for a good amount of time, but the thing is, those are 3-minute cooldowns he's using right there, so maybe the next setup they get, that's going to be a lot of trouble for him. But again, Shifter's going very low. They have so much pressure onto him. He's at 20% HP. They have no cooldowns from Neverlink X, and he gets full Hodge here. Axe goes out onto him. He's very low right now. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this, and he's just going to go down. So again, they have this crazy damage here coming out by that Demon Hunter Demo. Like, Joxy used all his damage pretty much, put everything on the Shaman, got every single cooldown, and maybe he didn't have that much damage left, but Zev still has so much damage on that Warlock to be able to just get that quick Hodge onto that Shaman. He has nothing left for his teammate, and then they have that Axe into the Boomkin, and he's not in bear form, and he just goes down there. So I think definitely is why that's such a strong matchup for Demon Hunter Demo in general, just against Boomkin Shaman teams.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job. I think I fear that we're birthing quite a lot of memes right now, since we've got Team Onion, and then they've got Kappa with his melee wings just hammering people down. And that was nice play coming out of Team Union though, because they were able to, of course, they had the damage, they were played in that regard, but on top of that, they were they combine their stuns to get that double stun to pin the Boomkin down and land that kill. I think most of these Boomkins play Renewal these days, and he wasn't able to get it off because of the stun, right? So maybe if he'd got out of that one, he would have been able to stay alive. But nice coordination on team union, uniting their efforts to take him down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's just so much pressure just from that Demon Hunter Demon Comp. Oh, I got confirmation from Joxy. He wants it to be. He wants the world to be called Brosco's dad.
Wait,
so,
what?
He wants the. I guess the Warlock's his actual character name is Roscoe's dad.
Ah, right.
So he
doesn't want to be called Roscoe.
He doesn't want to go by Zevs anymore, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna say. Of course, these guys are all sort of some quite well-known players. That Demon Hunter was Joxy, as we were saying, who is a very renowned healer and apparently DPS also on North American ladders.
He played Feral Druid in WoD, and his Ebola that he used to play, like it was like the hardest Ebola to fight. Like everyone would fight that comp, they'd be like, oh, you know, this isn't so bad. Like we win this matchup, and then they fight Joxy on his Feral Druid, and they're like, okay, I guess this counters us.
This is actually quite difficult. Yes. Yeah. It's funny how that happens as well. Like often healers make fantastic hybrid DPS.
Yeah, and I've noticed like some DPS, mainly warrior players, some randomly like make good healers. Like for example, Cubsy, he's considered like one of the best Rested Druids in NA and maybe one of the best healers. And he started out as a warrior and he just went to Rested Druid. And I believe Botard said something about that he used to play warrior as a DPS and then eventually started playing strong.
Yeah, he needed to play healers because I remember him saying that as well. On the other side, you have Joe Fernandez, and I've seen his Misweaver Monk, and that is not a successful healer.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe a few people have seen his 2 stream on his Misweaver. It's interesting to say the least. But yes, anyways, no, it's really interesting to see these patterns for sure. There's definitely you notice there's a lot of people. It's actually really awkward if you're a competitor as well. If you're like if you play the exact same classes as someone else, because it means you're basically an exact substitute for the other person. So like there's insane competition between you two as individuals.
Oh yeah. And the one thing I think I wanted to say too, I feel like the Demon Hunter is like so similar to like that WoD Feral Druid, I guess. It's like the Incarn and the Demon Hunter clones are so similar. So I feel like if you're a Feral Druid player, like going into that is pretty easy, because I believe even on Cedar's team, Beanslayer's been playing Demon Hunter. So I mean, they're just so similar. You have these like long burst cooldowns, and you just get so much pressure with them. So all it really is knowing like right time to burst someone down or pressure them. I mean. That's sure. I mean, you obviously see how much damage they get there when you pop the Fell Lord on top of Demon Hunter cooldowns. So much to go through.
Yeah, no, totally. I completely agree. And I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like we talked about the damage that's on Team Union,
right?
But also the other big strength of the Demon Hunter and the Technology Warlock is that both those classes are incredibly tanky. They're very difficult to kill, right? So
yeah, definitely. The thing is too, they have like really good CC synergy, because the Demon Hunter's in-cap is on a different DR. So you have Axos, you have Fear, you have in-cap. You actually have quite a bit of CC, and then you're a tanky comp, and you have lots of ways to maybe break CC or get out of CC, because the Demon Hunter has a reverse magic, so maybe against a CC comp you can use that. And on top of that, you just have that very high burst. So the comp is really good at getting consistent pressure, because they have long CC chains that are potential for them to have pretty frequently. And then also they have that super strong burst, and they're tanky. So eventually it's a comp that favors so well, or it does so well in such a in a long game. So even if you survive that first burst, like we said, like let's say that Boomkin Rest of Trauma team, they lived that opener, but they got everything there, and they got 3-minute cooldowns. So then the next setup they're dead, because they have 2-minute cooldown on all the Demon Hunters cooldowns, and then the Fell Lord is only a minute 30 cooldown. So using all those together, it's just so hard to deal with as the game goes on.
No, my chat experience. This is all my fault, guys. I'm sorry. Please, can we not have crying for Team Onion? They're Team Union. They're not Team Onion. I know no one's peeled them yet. Anyways, they look absolutely immortal. They can't make you cry. It looks like.
Everyone would be crying for Team Onion, right?
No, they're not penetrated yet. You can't, like, onions only make you cry when they get cut open, right? Like that's the point of this meme. I can't think of something else.
So if like an arms warrior like takes him out and blade storms them and he chops him up. No.
Let's not entertain this.
Okay.
Anyways, just catching you up on what's going on right now. We are waiting for the composition
match.
Choice from Tree. Of course, they did lose the last game, so they do have that comp advantage. They know what Union. This is not fair. What Union are going to be locking in? It looks like.
What map do you think they might pick? By the way.
I mean, I've seen it, so it's cheating. But
I
guess I don't actually
it.
know what comp they've got available. They're going to Tova, so they're choosing the big map.
Okay, I was gonna think that would probably be good, just because since it's bigger, like maybe it's a little bit, it's like more predictable when they go for that setup, right, from the Demon Hunter. So maybe they can kind of cut that out, or just be prepared. Like maybe get a pre or their non-match setup, or like have a Earth Shield on yourself, something similar to that.
I totally agree. I think they do need to find a way of getting themselves slightly different. I mean, last game just wasn't fair, really. It was just absolutely one-sided. Looks like we are going to load up into Tolveron Arena, though, for Game 2 of Team Union, playing against Tree Lovers. And, yep, it is on the right side. Yep. They are running the exact same composition, looks like, so... it's going to be that Moonkin, Subrogue, Holy Pan. Actually, is that the same, actually? I don't think it is, right? They swapped the healer.
So I think Paladin is probably a good choice, right? Because Demon Hunter cooldown stacking, so if he pops everything, like he can Nemesis, or he has Bubble, or he has Bug. So probably be able to live a little bit longer here. But again, if you do go into those longer games, that's where it's going to be trouble. So they might not get given in the opener, but I still feel the longer the game goes on, they still might be in that disadvantage towards them.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I think definitely, well, the Paladin should stop what happened last game from happening again, right? Just with the number of cooldowns he has.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have, I believe he's playing melee wings this game, but you know, he has a bot, he has a bubble, he has wall, trinket, a lot of things to rotate through, right? So should be okay.
Yep. So we have to see how this game plays out. Of course, the Subrogue should be looking for the sap. It's kind of difficult against the Demon Hunter though, since they do have that ability that finds people in stealth, and they do get the chip shot, but no sap. Not really too much CC onto Kappa. He should just be able to out heal this just fine. They actually get the adaptation on the Boonkin. I wonder if that's the correct talent choice from him. It seems like it's fine. They get the Metamorphosis now, though. Kappa taking a little bit of damage as well. He's actually getting the worst of this exchange. Trace Eyes will actually blinded kind of low on HP. Nice play coming out of Blue X, and Shifters get stunned up. They're not going to be able to follow up. They get the sap. Do you think they can get some pressure onto Kappa here?
I think they might be able to get pressure onto him, because what they did is they got his wall, and as soon as they got his wall, then they decided to just go for the blind sap onto him, and then get pressure onto, not pressure onto both the DPS, but kind of peel them, because they knew that was that Nemesis window. So they actually only were able to force the trinket, and that's the same cooldown as the Nemesis Metamorphosis by Joxy, but the Paladin still has a bubble and a bob, so they're kind of okay. Now again, Kappa's getting very low here. He might have to potentially use his bubble. He does have his trinket available still, but he's so low that if he does get stunned, he'd probably have to use that over anything. But now we do have the Blood Silence being used onto Strovia. He is getting low, gets that Aura Master heal, gets that one cast off, trying to keep himself top. But the Nemesis debuff is still on him, so he still has that bonus damage onto him, and they are going to be able to force his bubble at the very end of Joxy's Nemesis. And still a lot of damage going out there onto Shifter now, I believe. He's at 50%. Strovia trying to top him. Both of them are at half health. So I think they're in a lot of trouble here. Kappa still has his bubble available, and he has his wings coming up in a couple seconds. He does get that pre-wall on the Kinney. He's going pretty low here. So is Roscoe's dad. And now, yeah, that half cheap shot into the Blood Elf Silence onto Kappa. I don't know if he's going to have to bubble here. They don't really have too much going as far as offensive cooldowns from Union right now, but they do have that melee wings, which is going to keep Kappa topped off. Now we have that full Hodge on Disturbia. I believe they are going for that damage onto him, trying to pressure him, getting it at 50% HP. He has only that bop available for him to save himself, and he does get that aura heal, topping himself off. Big heal coming out right now. And we have that clone by Shifter going out onto Roscoe's dad. So Blukes is pretty low here. He's at 30% HP. We have that clone being reflected by Zevs going out onto Shifter, and Blukes is pretty low, 25% HP. I don't believe he has no evasion. He is going to go for this Vanish here, trying to maybe get a setup, but he gets Chaos Nova in stealth, gets the double Chaos Nova by Joxy. They have the Fell Lord down. They have the half Hodge going on to Strovia out of that into the triple DR. Axe toss onto him. Both Blukes and Strovia are so low here. Joxy's getting cloned. They're trying to peel him. They do use that bop onto Zevs there, trying to keep him offensive. And now the Chaos Blades are being popped out by Joxy. That's the second Metamorphosis, and the Blood Elf goes down to Strovia, and it looks like he'll go down here.
Yep, he was just kind of tunneled down there. Beautiful play coming out of Team Union in that game. That was quite a close game. They almost able to force Kappa's bubble and maybe even take him down. He was a little bit brave there, but he was able to stay alive, and that's going to be 2-0 in favor of Union. And I was actually thinking during that game, I think this is the first Demon Hunter we've actually seen in any kind of major tournament ever.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, they're the new class to Legion, and we certainly haven't seen them in a GCD event as far as I remember. We didn't see a single one in BlizzCon, and it's really cool to actually see a meta where Demon Hunters can actually be played.
Yeah, because I feel like the other times the Demon Hunters have been good, they were nerfed very quickly after that. Like early beta, Demon Hunters were like one-shotting people, and it was like, okay, they're Demon Hunters. And then, going into regionals, then people weren't playing Demon Hunters because they weren't one-shotting people. And then the same sort of thing happened when 7.15 released. Demon Hunters were one-shotting people, but that got quickly nerfed, and there weren't any tournaments going on at that time. But now they're not really in this complete phase where they always like one-shot you in the opener. But then these comps like Demon Hunter, Demo, they have so much synergy together so that even if the Demon Hunter alone might not be able to one-shot solo you, you have the Demo Warlock, which is able to put down things like Fellord and get a ton of damage to just follow up with you. And also, the games go on so long that eventually you get that win, because that's generally what Demon Hunters excel at, either bursting you down or just dampening you so that eventually you can't live that burst. So
yeah, I think it's like you said, right? Like Demon Hunters, they used to have incredibly long cooldowns, like Metamorphosis 4-minute CD.
Right.
And probably from a game developer's point of view, it's quite hard to balance a 4-minute cooldown, because if it doesn't do anything, the class is bad. And then if it does too much, then they're OP. So it's like you say, it was like a question of getting it right. And then they changed it now so you can spec into, and I think most people do, the shorter CD Metamorphosis, right? So exactly. Right. And then that is like suddenly a cooldown where it's quite scary, but you can survive it. It's not like a completely OP, ridiculous one shot. So it's nice to see Demon Hunters in a good place, I think, right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think definitely having that 2-minute it opens up a lot of options for how like you're going to use your burst, because normally those specs like where you play Nemesis and Chaos Blades, they're really all in. Like you use all your cooldowns, try to one-shot them, and then you don't really have that kill window again. But the other thing is you have that 10% damage outside of meta too with that 2-minute Metamorphosis. So you're kind of able, outside of your meta, like if you get CC'd, you still have a lot of damage available. Or maybe there's a situation where like you can split up cooldowns. So say you just popped your like Metamorphosis and you pop Nemesis, but that Nemesis debuff lasts a minute. So let's say you force a team to peel you on that, and then you could still have the Chaos Blades 2-minute cooldown, right? And then you have your Chaos Nova and maybe a Blood Elf Silence. So you could just force them to use peels on you there, and then you saw that 10% bonus damage available to you from the Demonic Origins talent, and that still ends up forcing just as much pressure than normal Metamorphosis will, with just that kind of fake go. So I feel just putting that one talent in really opened up a lot more options if you are trying to play a bursty spec for a Demon Hunter, instead of just being only limited to one shot in the opener. Okay, I'm useless. Like, see you guys in 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think you're absolutely right that that talent it completely changed the dynamic of gameplay for Demon Hunters, and I think it did so in a way that was beneficial to the game as a whole. Anyways, we're going to go over, we have a couple of new resubscriptions. Antigon, European Restoration Druid that I know, and her node is Adrian Hart, has resubscribed for 2 months. Thank you very much for that resubscription. We also got a 15-month resubscription from Bazadin, 15 months, a year and a quarter. Thank you so much for that resubscription. It's amazing to see these numbers, actually. It really is phenomenal when you see people who have subscribed to your channel for literally over a year. They've had that consistent support during the times where GCD has produced a ton of content, and during the times such as BlizzCon where GCD is producing perhaps slightly less, in favor of a lot of the GCD crew actually work on the BlizzCon events. They get contracted to do so as well. So it's really awesome to see people who consistently support the organization throughout those times. So thank you very much for that consistent support. We also got a fresh subscription from BMK901 has just subscribed. So thank you very much for that as well. We are ready to get into game 3, potentially the final game of this series. Is going to be on Asher Main's Fool. We'll have to see if either of the teams have changed their compositions. Yep, it looks like we do have some composition swaps on the side of Tree Lovers once again. What do you think of this, Dilly?
Okay, so maybe they think that going that Holy Paladin again, they're going to run into that same situation, right? So they eventually are able to force his bubble, and then second setup they kill him. And I think the Shaman can have that longer game available to them. So maybe going instead of having the Rogue here, I feel the Rogue doesn't do too much. But instead by having that double caster, they might be able to force a lot more pressure because let's say they do go on the rest of Shaman, you have both the Warlock and the Boomkin who can peel, and even though those are on the same DRs, you might not be able to stop both of them. Plus letting a Destruction Warlock just free cast those Chaos Bolts, you get down those Fell Fissures, and it becomes really hard for your healer to deal with. So I think maybe this is the best option that they have as a comp. I actually agree that this is one of their better options over having that Rogue in this matchup. So I think maybe even if Onion has this advantage here, I think that Tree Lovers, they pick probably the best comp available to them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely good to change things up. Last game was quite close, but they didn't manage to force the bubble. We have to see how Dia coming in on this Destruction Warlock will do. And there's going to be the Metamorphosis immediately coming out onto Neverlink. The Wool and the Earth Shield are going to answer that. Is it going to be enough, though? He's taking a fair bit of damage, trying to kite around the pillar. He also used the Earthen Shield Totem, so many cooldowns coming out immediately, and he's still getting chunked through it.
I actually think he's going to be okay here. I actually have some confidence. Joxy's flying in the air, just balancing him, but definitely I think just being able to get that Earthen Shield Totem, he actually didn't have to use his Ascendance or Spirit Link here, and that's something that he doesn't want to have to use in the opener, right? Because if he can have that for the second meta, at least his team will be able to live long enough. And now we have this pressure going out onto Dia, who's having to use that wall. A lot of pressure being forced out onto him. Joxy's just kind of running back. He's at 20% HP, and now Cap is in a lot of CC here. So I feel like the pressure is going back onto Dia. You know, Neverlink is at super DR Hodge, has to use the Link there, and he has to use the Ascendance at the same time. I don't know completely if I agree with that. I feel like he should have somehow tried to split that up, but I also feel like it's so hard to tell that maybe he just had to use those to keep his team alive. So Union's just getting so much pressure onto them. Shifters he's at like 50% HP. Neverlink is going to get, we get the double stun onto both Neverlink and a Dia here. And we still have that bubble available from Kappa. So I think that Union is going to be fine here, and they probably are going to get the kill very soon here on a Neverlink X. He's at 10% HP, so low here, gets out of that triple DR Hodge, tries to run away, tries to get some cast off. Joxy's very low right now, but we have that melee wings coming out for Kappa, so he should be able to top his team as soon as that comes back up. He still has that bubble and his trinket available, so I think his teammates are fine even if they're low. And now we see this Axe Toss going out onto Dia. Again, they have nothing left for Tree Lovers. They don't have that Earthen Shield Totem, Link, Ascendance, nothing's really left for them. So I think one more clean setup will be the game for them. Joxy has that Metamorphosis coming up in 15 seconds. As you can see, he also has a Nemesis debuff up. So as soon as this happens, I feel like we're just going to see a scary setup. The Earth Shield's onto Dia, so maybe might make a swap onto Neverlink as soon as that comes here. And now Joxy's also on that Fear DR, so I feel like this is where we're going to see the kill happening. He's on DR, this is everything he wants. And the meta goes out. I believe he misses the meta stun here, but he's still going to pop it, trying to do damage. He's popping the Chaos Blaze, does use the Nemesis onto Neverlink, trying to get him very low here. He's at 64% HP. Don't believe Joxy has the Chaos Nova stun up yet, so I think he's going to be able to top himself. Missing the meta stun probably put him a little bit behind here, but now we see that half Hodge coming out onto him, getting a lot of damage onto Neverlink X. He's at 50% HP. He's at Earthen Shield Totem. Might be able to stabilize with some of these peels coming out from his team, and Joxy's just going to fly in the air, try to stay safe, avoid some damage, and also just use those Fell Lances, get some extra damage onto them. But now Zevs is going very low, 25% HP. It is important to remember that Kappa still has his melee wings available, so I think his teammates will be fine, even though they're getting pressured here. I think conserving these cooldowns as much as they can is good, so now the melee wings are going to get popped, and his team is going to go right back up to nice HP. Shifter's kind of being focused here, but I think he should be relatively okay at this moment.
Yeah, it's just every single time that melee wings comes up for Kappa, he's just able to top his team off. But actually, Joxy, he maybe stood in a full Fellfishers there whilst on Shifter. He's taking a bit of damage to bash onto Kappa, followed up by the Hex and the Cyclone. Slight overlap, but definitely a good CC chain. His melee wings is actually going to expire here. Joxy, or rather Bladder, could be in a bit of trouble trying to kite behind that pillar. Of course, Demon Hunters are quite mobile, quite difficult to finish off.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job, I feel, just running behind the pillar this time, because he knows they don't really have that much offensive pressure, right? Because he's playing this one-shot build, so just running behind line at least lets Kappa save those sacks and the bubble that he still has available for him, right? Because he could keep his teammates fine without the wings with that, and he has the melee wings coming up soon. So I think just doing a good job running around the pillar is the best thing they can do, and now they're getting the setup onto Dia. He's going at 22%, and we have that full fear onto Neverlink X, forcing the wall onto Dia. He's at 10% HP. We do see that Blood Elf coming out. Dia's still very low, and we're getting some offensive or defensive cooldowns being used here. We see this Ascendance and the Earthen Shield Totem being used, but again, Joxy has this Metamorphosis and Nemesis coming back up, so he has all these 2-minute cooldowns back up. He has a lot of burst available to them. They only have the Spirit Link available from Neverlink X, and I mean, if his name holds true, like he might not even use this, and his team could just go down.
Yeah, totally. But at the same time, Kappa did a great job of topping his team. Both teams actually quite stable in HP right now. We are kind of waiting on some of those offensive cores. We can see the Nemesis is available for Radabada when he can push in, and definitely mana pretty even as well. There is that Metamorphosis. A lot of damage into the Felcleave. The wall is out. Is it going to be enough? He still doesn't have the Earth Shield on himself. Trades out the Spirit Link, never Link X, not living up to his name there, and he should be able to survive with that.
Yeah, I definitely think that Joxy has the right play style for these swaps. So basically what he wants to do is every time he has this Metamorphosis, he wants to look for this burst on the Shaman, right? So he looks for when he has no Earth Shield. So because their comp has so much CC, they're able to get that consistent pressure onto the Warlock, and the Shaman does have to use that Earth Shield onto him. And Earth Shield has that cooldown, so you can't immediately swap it off, right? So if he does use maybe an Incap onto the Shaman, Joxy can immediately swap onto him out of that with that Metamorphosis, and just that time without having that 15% damage reduction gets so much pressure onto that Shaman, and again, force that last link. So now we just have the AoE Chaos Nova done by Joxy, getting their full team in that, and he's pressuring Never Link X as much as he can. So I feel while this game keeps going on longer and longer, Tree Lovers is probably on a timer. They haven't forced the bubble or the stack out by Kappa yet, and it just looks like even though they might be able to get this game going on long for them for such a AoE-based composition like this Boomkin Destro, I feel like they're just so far behind at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to be very difficult to come back from that. The melee wings up for Kappa now. They're trying to finish off Neverlink X. Can he survive? He has that Earth Shield, but Radabada is relentless, chasing him down to 20% full Hodge. This is surely going to be the series. The Felcleave is there. BM to finish it off. Tree Lovers will for Neverlink X. He had a great run. Surviving very long in this game, reaching dampening, but Radabada in the end was just too strong. Our first ever Demon Hunter in a tournament, of course, the Legion New Edition class, and he comes out victorious 3-0. Joxy playing that alt class, so fantastic to see him performing on that DPS.
I definitely feel like they played their comps to their strength. I feel like that's what a general game against Demon Hunter Demo is going to be. Like, you might not die the first few metas, right? They had maybe 5, or not 5, I think 4 metamorphoses, or 3, right? So you live those, you peel them. Oh, sorry about that. But then eventually, you're just so far behind that you lose the game.
Yep, for sure. And Kappa in the end as well. I know chat loves Kappa. I can't quite understand why, but he came out with those melee wings as well. And I think as soon as we saw those melee wings come up, it was just game over for Tree Lovers.
Yeah, definitely. They just can't keep up the pressure there, and yeah, just too much. I mean, the thing is too is that the Felcleave from the Demon Warlock also is just so scary too. Like that's a big burst cooldown, and by having those stuns available to them, just from either the Hodge or Chaos Nova stun or whatever the Demon Hunter artifact is, there's so many ways that they can get that where it's chain stunning someone, and also they're just sitting in that taking a bunch of damage. So that's on that minute 30 cooldown. So again, it's just always something fell.
You're hanging avalanche over there, man.
Yeah, dropping the ball here.
Dropping the ball quite literally. Anyways, let's have a little look over at our brackets then, since of course that was another series. We have finished now our round of 16. Union or Onion, Team Union, as I have been corrected. Do advance to that round of 8 now, and we have all our teams, so we'll be heading into 3 Sweaty Men versus Nars Shredders, who we've already seen today in our next series. Before we do get into that one, I do want to once again shout out our awesome Matcherino page. Of course, you can type !Matcherino in the chat. We do also have the bot active for, I think we'll have that active for tomorrow actually, so I won't mention that just yet. But we definitely, I'd love for you guys to go over there, check out the page, has some awesome stuff on it. You can check out the rewards section below. Also, I would very much appreciate it if you would log into your Twitch on the page and type in the code GCDTV2. There's GCDTV1 for our last event, it's now number 2. Very creative code design, but that will donate $1 towards the prize pool, towards these awesome people that we love seeing, we love having entertained for our stream, and that is courtesy of Matcherino. So that $1 donation will be completely free for you, and you can leave a nice little note, and perhaps some of the more funny ones will make me smile and stuff like this. So all around very cool thing. But yes, we are heading into our round of 8 now. We've got another subscription during that last game from Nocturnal TV. Has just subscribed, so thank you very much for the support. Welcome to the team. Yeah, I mean, we've already eliminated 8 teams from our qualification bracket. That's over half of the teams that we were going to donate, or we were going to remove. So yeah, sorry, I was getting confused because I was also looking at the match arena at the same time. So we got a $5 donation as well from ZaveX or Zavi82, who says, thank you for the weekend, pumped for the whole weekend. So yeah, definitely one thing that I do want to mention as well, guys. Of course, this is the qualification event. This is a single elimination, lots of best of 5s. But these teams currently, they aren't actually playing for the money. They're playing to get into that main tournament. There's some fantastic big teams who are ready for them, and everyone wants to be in that tournament. Of course, there's a lot of money, more so as the match arena increases. And it's just, there's so many big names there. That's just the perfect practice for the road to BlizzCon, which we've recently had announced to be coming up so soon. But anyways, we are into game Nagrand Arena, of course, for the first map, Tree Lovers against 3 Sweaty Men. And it's another Demon Hunter, Demon Lock.
Yeah, this team, Ziffy is like the OG Demon Lock. I mean, he always played it, even in WoD. Used to kill me through deterrence from 100% HP. That was fun times. He would rage at me for that. But yeah, Ziffy definitely played Demon Hunter for a long, or Demon Warlock for a long time, and Smooth has played both Windwalker and Mistweaver for pretty much the inception of the class. So, and you also have Rodak, kind of newish, I think. Just started playing Demon Hunter last season or something like that, whenever they came out. But I think this is going to be a very popular comp in this tournament.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we'll have to see if Tree Lovers can overcome it. They've already kind of overcome the odds once. We expected Jackson Grayson's team to perhaps be the favorites in that last matchup, but we'll have to see how they can do against this other composition.
Yep, and we just do see that double Chaos Nova and getting that Fellor down, just, Demon Hunter using his artifacts there, but I believe he held on to his Nemesis here, so I'm not sure. I think he might be playing the Momentum build, so he's playing for a sustained pressure instead of having the Chaos Nova, or sorry, the Chaos Blade's Nemesis that Joxy was playing. So maybe a little bit of different playstyles from this Demon Hunter demo. They might be going for, I guess, this Rot game here. So not completely sure if that's the best thing. I'm not too sure, but using the Metamorphosis here by Rodak, trying to get a lot of offensive pressure here, getting a double stun, trying to get both of them low here. I think not too much is happening, so they're kind of trying to just keep as much consistent pressure as they can, but they do use this Touch of Death onto Rodak, forcing the Cocoon to be used, or sorry, not the Cocoon, the Lure to be used by Rodak, so getting some pressure onto him here.
Yeah, they do force the darkness out of him. So that's quite a major defensive cooldown, 3 minutes on that one, and Caffeinator was able to top his team in the midst of all that as well, but still a lot of spread pressure coming out of Rodak. Ziffy just able to keep those dooms up on everyone. There's only 1 decast on the side of Tree Lovers, so that's going to be a very significant portion of his damage. They now get the double stun onto Rodak, though. Lots of damage coming out of Baby Cakes here. The D stun coming out into the Arcane Torrent. So much damage with that crowd control, but Smooth able to get out of that one, top off Rodak. He should be okay for now, but they really need to get some more counter pressure onto Tree Lovers, pressure Caffeinator, and get him, because they are ooming him slowly, but at the minute they're kind of struggling to connect him. He's just able to pop behind the pillar, even chucking out the odd lava burst here, so getting a bit confident in this situation.
Here. Yeah, so they're getting that second Fellor. They do force the IVF and the Karma here, so they are getting a lot of pressure using that Axos onto Caffeinator. So again, I feel like they have this different playstyle for this matchup where they're just going to go for the sustained pressure. And maybe you won't see the splashy burst attempts like you see every meta. But we can see that Caffeinator is just doing, he's struggling on mana. He has a hard time keeping all 3 of his teammates alive. So I think maybe that was probably the better choice in this matchup by Rodak here. And it just seems so hard for him to heal through all of this damage.
Yeah, he's really struggling. And Rodak, he's able to get the Imprism on that heal. Does he have a pummel for the next one? Doesn't look like it, but it's not going to do too much. There is the stun. Rodak, though, taking a lot of damage. The incap into the Fist of Fury. And maybe they can get the DR stun. He trinkets, gets the life cocoon. Big play from Smooth, able to keep his teammate alive there. That was so close to actually being the end of the game for 3 Sweaty Men.
Yep, and Pekik just, getting the casual steal on the Fear, using it on Smooth a little bit, and then we just saw a Hex onto Ziffy. So just getting a little bit across CC. They got all the trinkets out from 3 Sweaty Men except for Rodak, who has his coming back up here. He does have the Blur available to him, and Pekik is getting kind of low, but we have Caffeinator just popping this Ascendance right now. So I think he should be able to keep his teammates top tier. We do have that Touch of Death and Fist of Fury being used under Rodak, but he is going to be relatively safe, I believe. Just trying to get as much pressure as they can. And now we see this double stun here into the half stun on the Capinator. There's so much AoE damage coming out. The Spirit Link is being used, but their entire team is being cleaved down by that artifact, by the Demon Warlock, and all that AoE damage from the Fel Barrage from the Demon Hunter. So much pressure onto Tree Lovers. They're forcing the Karma again here, using onto Rodak. Full Asphyxiate on this move here, though. I think Rodak has to be very careful. They don't have the Karma. He is going to have that Blur proc. And now we see this Felord going down. Rodak's trying to run into it to try to stay defensive. So they're not actually getting that offensive usage of that Felord here. So I think that's good for Tree Lovers because they're so behind here. If they did get that offensive Felord, they would have lost the game. But now, there it is. There's the kill onto Pet Kick. They can't see a lot versus that comp.
That was a really close game though. It was really interesting to see the different strategies. Rodak being the clear target of choice for Tree Lovers, but the entire team was dying several times, and I think it was that triple stun coming out of the Demon Hunter at the end that really secured that one because they took so much damage on them. Yeah,
because he's able to get that triple stun, and with that momentum build, you have a lot more AoE over single target because you're playing with the Fel Barrage talent, which will AoE everyone. So you get that, you get your artifact stun, you get the momentum, and you get your Fel Barrage, and you can do that every minute, get a lot of AoE damage onto them, plus maybe follow it up with the I-Beam. It's so much spread damage onto their team, and it's very hard for Shamans, I feel, to heal through that kind of bursty spread damage. Like maybe for a single target, they put down a Northern Shield Totem, but Northern Shield Totem really isn't going to do that much when you have that much AoE down. Like that could actually instantly kill it just with all of that, and if they put down a Fel Lord, and then you just die. So I feel that was probably the right play style from this Demon Hunter Mistweaver against that matchup. But I feel like the Windwalker DK had the proper target choice because when you think about it, a Demon Warlock's going to be so tanky, right? And just going on him, I feel it's just going to put you in these positions where he puts on a Fel Lord and you're screwed. And the Demon Hunter is leather, so he is kind of squishier, even though he can kind of kite and be immobile. Because the other option is the Mistweaver, and then going on the Mistweaver, you just let the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, that's
you just have such
battle,
bad.
I think.
Yeah, you just have really bad target options for melee cleave, such as the Windwalker DK. So.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely made the most of it though.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's like really too many major mistakes being played. I feel both teams felt comfortable with that matchup. It just seems like it's very hard for the Windwalker DK, but they might have some other strategy to react to. Like maybe they didn't expect the Demon Hunter to play that specific build. Maybe they expected, a burst builder. I don't know completely, but there's probably some strategy that they have prepared for them because they definitely seem to adapt very quickly against that R&D of Grayson Jax. So.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And I just want to clarify for people watching the stream, we did have the wrong overlay. That's actually going to be the team of Nars Shredders who lost that game to 3 sweaty men there. So apologies for having that incorrect, but it will be fixed for the next game most likely. So we are 1-0 in this series now, a very close game, and I really like watching Demon Hunters play because there's two things that are really cool about them. Firstly, you just see them like porting all over the map, and like the glide when they do their third jump. I remember people hyped about it so much when it was first released on alpha, but then it's just seeing it in arena, especially how Joxy was using it to kind of last game, but also in this game here.
Yeah, right.
It's so fun to watch. Like he's just hopping around and he just glides away from the opponents. He's never slowed. It's so nice. And then I think the coolest ability in the entire game belongs to Demon Hunters as well. Can you guess which one I'm going to say?
It's the reverse magic. That's the one
I'm a simple man. I'm just thinking visuals right now.
The visuals, just the meta itself, right? I don't know.
I was gonna go Death from Above. I think that's the coolest ability. Where he just flies up, he has his wings, he's just Illidan mode, unkillable. It's I don't know. I think it looks cool, and all these Demon Hunters are playing it, and I get chills every time.
Yeah, honestly, Demon Hunter it's weird because like for me when I play, I'm like, this class kind of feels like really simple, and normally like that never feels fun to me. But there's something about Demon Hunter like it's just hilarious to play it. Like you're just like hopping around, like I don't know, it feels fun. Even though it seems simple, I totally see why like a lot of people seem to dislike Demon Hunters, but I mean honestly they're so fun to play.
I don't know. It's just I played it a little bit on beta and I was absolutely useless at it, but I just loved it. And I felt like it's like when you play video games and you have the highest APM, and you feel like you're doing so much, but you're actually doing
Yeah,
nothing. That
you
was
feel like
basically me
that.
playing Demon Hunter. Yeah. But anyways,
Yeah.
we're into Dalaran Sewers. It's going to be the second map. The map choice, of course, for Nars Shredders. We do have the correct name for Baby Cakes and his team right now. Small map chosen. What do you think of this choice, considering they were getting AoE'd so much on that ground?
Yeah, I think again, this is probably still the best map for Windwalker DK in general because again, even though they're getting AoE'd, I feel they're going to get AoE'd on any map, and them having the smaller map does let them do the same thing versus the RMD where they have them all in closer proximity, where the Demon Hunter and the Mystifer have so much mobility. So keeping them on a smaller map probably gives them more windows of opportunity to get a kill onto this team of Rodak and Zippy.
Yeah, for sure. I think really Nars Shredders, if they can just avoid stacking a little bit, of course, Demon Hunters, not only do they have triple stun, which we do see a double stun onto the DPS already, the Metamorphosis, they also have a lot of cleave damage on a very short CD. We see the I-beam now connecting onto 2. There's also that foul lot that we talked about a little from the Demonology Warlock Zippy getting out a fair bit of damage there. Pet Kick dropping quite low. Caffeinator able to get out those heals. No, caught up in the Arcane Torrent. He really needs to get some heals out right now, but he's being denied by Rodak. Does he have the incap for the next heal? It doesn't look like he's able to
get
the
Metamorphosis done still.
Should be
he still has the meta. He actually held it there, so he just uses the Chaos Nova and his artifact and just that momentum burst, and it does a lot of damage. So now he has his incap here, and I think he's going to come in with this meta stun just to have that there. Or he might be holding it. Oh, there's the meta stun, so now he gets a double stun on both the DPS forces, the IDF from Pet Kick. He's going to get pretty low here, and we also have that Touch of Karma being used by Baby Cakes onto Zippy. So I think they're trying to pressure Zippy a lot more here with the smaller map. They get the Fist of Fury on him with the incap on this move. Zippy's getting kind of low here, but he still should have that wall available to him, I believe. But Pet Kick is also just getting rotted constantly. Caffeinator seems to be doing a little bit better on mana here, and we do have another double stun coming out by Rodak, trying to just keep up this pressure with the momentum, and then just swapping onto Caffeinator whenever he doesn't really have that much CC onto them. So he wants to just hit one target in a stun, get them low, and as soon as he doesn't have the stun or the burst for the DPS, he just goes onto the Shaman, so the Shaman has to take care of himself while teammates are low. And now again, we have this incap going out onto him, then he pops his artifact here, the Shaman has to cast to keep himself topped off, so he's just having to sit in that artifact, and now Pet Kick is still at that same HP that he was right before they pressured Caffeinator, so just having to deal with so many targets getting cleaved down is very hard for him. But now we have Zippy is going to get 40% HP, and we have this incap into a full asphyxiate on this move, going to force his trinket here. They did have the Dark Sim on his move there. He was looking to steal a life kick in there, I believe, but unfortunately did not get it.
Yeah, they do get the darkness and the trinket though, like you say. So one more CC chain onto Smooth could easily be the game onto Zippy if they can just get that clean connection. But at the same time, Caffeinator struggling so much. And once again, we see the DK Windwalker stacking up for this Demon Hunter damage. It's so difficult to out-heal him. There's the Fell Cleave as well. So much damage. Is he going to be able to even come back from this? Rodak doesn't seem like he has an interrupt. There's the incap on that heal. But actually, Caffeinator's doing a really good job of staying up. Is he going to be able to keep himself alive? There he gets the big heal, up to 60%. Baby Cakes has the Touch of Karma. He should be fine as well.
Yeah, so they have a lot of... I mean, now they have the counter pressure going onto Zippy with that Karma going out onto him. He actually used his wall in the last setup. So, I mean, maybe there's this window where they can't get the pressure here. Smooth doesn't have his Trinket available. He still has that Cocoon. But I think maybe there's that room that they can get this setup onto Zippy and maybe get that kill, because they're not going to live that much longer versus Rodak here. He's going up in the air. You can see him at the top of Dalaran Sewers, shooting down these spell bolts onto the enemy team, and they're actually going to use that time to line of sight. So maybe a bad timing of that, I guess, just letting all of Nars Shredders get topped off. And Smooth is actually going for a drink here, which is very beneficial for the Mystifer Monk. They have so much mobility that they are able to take advantage of drinks, even though they do go ghost. But now we have this meta coming out by Rodak, trying to get this offensive pressure onto them. He does hit Pet Kick with this. Pet Kick does not have the IBF, and now he goes for the half stun here with that Chaos Nova, trying to just get as much pressure as possible. But they also did force that Cocoon onto Zippy, and they're getting him pretty low here. He gets topped off by Smooth. But again, without having that Cocoon and that Trinket barely coming up for Smooth, I think that Nars Shredders might have this window that they can win the game, but they have to win very, very fast considering how low on mana Caffeinator is, and he just probably will not ever get a drink off versus this team.
Yeah, I just want to touch on as well how good I think that Ring of Peace talent has been playing for Smooth as well. Every single time he's threatened by CC, he just places that green circle on the ground, and what it does now is it just knocks the enemies. They can't stand in that circle. So that basically means Zippy can't be hit by melees for about 10 seconds, which is Just such a powerful talent. They're using it on cooldown. It means he's getting so much damage out. And like you say, they just have to play the sustain game. Caffeinated is now They should be able to win shortly. Suddenly, if they get to the next Metamorphosis, they'll easily be the game.
Yeah, they just have so many ways to deny this Wind Walker DK from getting a kill, like you said, with that Ring of Peace. And then the Fellor, just so many ways to keep them off of them. And now they are trying to go for this, very last setup. But I just feel they're not going to be able to get too much done. Caffeinator doing what he can to keep his team alive while being, pretty much tapped. They do use this Karma here onto Ziffy. Ziffy is going to pop that Spell Reflect to try to avoid, maybe getting interrupted by the DK there. Still just so much pressure out onto Nars Shredders. They're topped off, but they're just so low here. And now we see this full in-cap Touch of Death goes out onto Ziffy, but that Ring of Peace is just going to prevent them from getting that clean setup onto them. They use this Fixate onto Smooth. But all this area denial just from 3 men's team composition, plus the fact that Demon Warlock's naturally tanky, and then they also have just all these AoE stuns available to them. It seems so hard for Nars Shredders to get a kill, and we see Caffeinator actually getting a drink, gets up to 7% mana, so I think this could be huge for them if he is able to keep his team in the game. He only gets 10% mana, and we do have 4% dampening here, so this is going to be scary. We do have this triple stun onto them by Rodak. They do get the Fist of Fury to end up healing, so Babycake's just doing a good job knowing to trinket Fist of Fury to peel Rodak there, and now Rodak's actually just going to pop that Metamorphosis, doing as much damage as he can. Caffeinator popping that Counter Strike, trying to put some damage back onto 3 men, but I don't believe that's going to be enough. Babycakes is so low, does not have the Karma available, and it looks like he should go down here. Ooh, the Spirit Link, very, very close, coming off at that last second by Caffeinator, doing what he can. And now they're going for those Fist of Furies onto Rodak, kind of defensively here, but they're just not getting too much pressure here. 3 men is just staying so safe.
I don't know how Caffeinator's keeping them alive. He's been at under 2% mana for about 2 minutes now, and that was a Metamorphosis coming out from Rodak. They actually managed to survive that, so they have one more opportunity to try turn this one and get around. But once again, you just see that Ring of Peace every single time. They grip Ziffy out of it, but he has his portal now because he's been gripped. He's just able to kite away, and Caffeinator, they've overextended here. Maybe they should just get some CC onto him. Pet Kick is so low. Triple stun once again. Able to be trinketed out of it, though. There's the Earth and Shield Totem with that AMS from Pet Kick.
He puts the forward on the Earthen Shield, and it just denies it completely. That's so bad for them. I mean, they go for that last minute swap onto Smooth. They use everything onto him. Use the Blood Elf. He is going to have to use that Cocoon, but since we're in 12% dampening, it's not going to do too much. He's going to get topped off. He's at 70% HP. He still has that Karma Dot taken on them. They're trying to all-in Smooth here. They know that this is their kill opportunity. He has 50% HP. He does have the Touch of Death available from him if Babycakes can connect on him with a full stun, but he gets full feared by Ziffy. Great job killing here. They know that this is their one kill opportunity by the Wind Walker DK, and now with that Touch of Death, not getting much damage into it, he might be able to survive. He gets Fist of Fury. He's at 5% HP. Smooth might just go down 5%. Has enveloping this on himself, but everyone on Nars Shredders is so low. Babycake is at 10% HP. Caffeinator is so low on mana. He has 7% mana. He's trying to do what he can. Babycakes is trying to run, trying to stay alive, and now that 3 sweaty men have topped up, it looks like their last hope has been completely denied by 3 sweaty men.
Yeah, at the same time though, Smooth doesn't have the trinket or the life kick in. If they can just get one more grip stun onto him, unfortunately it might not be possible. Caffeinator caught up in that stun now, taking a lot of damage. There's the double stun on Smooth though. Can Pet Kick connect? He's running over with the Brave Fork. It's a little bit late. There's the portal. He's going to get out of the stuns, but Babycake's put his port on top of Smooth's port, so he's able to instantly reconnect. Smooth should be able to kite away though. He does have those miswalks. There's the Metamorphosis coming out of Rodak, the Ring of Peace as well. They actually don't get too much damage with that. Wool should be available for Caffeinator if he needs to use it, but he's just so tapped on mana. He's struggling so much, spamming out the healing waves. He's actually able to keep himself alive surprisingly well once again.
Caffeinator's done such a good job because he went into dampening out of mana, and it is 21% dampening. He is still and he's still keeping his team up. Like, he's doing everything he can, being very efficient, taking those opportunities that he can to regen just a little bit of mana, being so efficient for his team. But then we see the Earthen Shield Totem being used, and then that Fellor just completely denying it. But now there's the other setup onto Smooth. He has the Karma Dot onto him. He's at 48% HP. They're getting a lot of pressure on him. I think Nars Shredders has the right strat that in later dampening on the small map, Smooth has to be the kill target for them. He is just going to be, the most opportune person, and he won't be able to get that Ring of Peace to deny these setups. Again, Caffeinator so low, 58% HP. Babycakes in that full Axe Toss right there, 30% HP. They're bursting him down. He has no Karma. He is going to use that the Fort Brew, I believe. Yeah, Fort Brew. He's at 20% HP. He has the Earth Shield on him by Caffeinator. He's doing what he can, just casting these healing waves, the most efficient heals he possibly can. That Ascendance is running out. I don't know what else Caffeinator can do to keep his team alive, but he is definitely playing like a legend right now.
Yeah. I still don't know how this game's going on. I thought this game was going to end like 5 minutes ago. Baby Cakes has lived on 0 HP several times, still doesn't have that touch of karma available, needs to be careful, but at the same time they need to get pressure, and Smooth seems to be their target of choice. Rodak taking a bit of damage here, but they definitely want to get the connection over onto Smooth. He's trying to kite away. Caffeinator has to trade out that wall without the Metamorphosis being used by Rodak. This could be a big opportunity for 3 Sweaty Men. All he has to do is get the connection with the Metamorphosis once that wall's expired. If he can get that, they're easily going to be able to win the game. There is the Fell Stun double onto them. Are they going to follow it up with the Metamorphosis? Spell Barrage connects. He's down to 10%. Arcane Torrent. Surely he's going to fall here.
Oh my god, he's still alive. He has the Earthen Shield
well.
Totem. I don't think that, they get the Fell Guard down there, and there's the Meta Sun. Triple VR trying to get pressure on him. They do have the Karma being used on the Smooth. Smooth's at 45% HP. Caffeinator's at 30% HP. He gets some, he tops himself a little bit. Smooth's very low now. I think the pressure is on the 3 Sweaty Men. He's at 70% HP. Smooth's topping himself off. He has enveloping on himself, and Smooth's actually going Umi, gets that cocoon there. Full asphyxiate onto Smooth. They can probably break through this. They do force the trinket and the cocoon there. They have so much pressure onto both teams. I don't know who's going to be able to win at this point. Caffeinator is honestly, he's such a legend. I actually can't believe this guy. He's kept his team up for so long into this game. I actually can't believe this at this point. And Smooth is just almost at this point where he's just completely tapped. And now we have that full fear on a Caffeinator. It looks like they're going instead for the setups onto Pekik. I feel they probably realized they can't go for this much spread pressure, and now we have the double stuns coming out, forcing an IVF by Pekik. He's at 50% HP. Caffeinator has the link. He's trying to come in, maybe get the link out onto Pekik. He's at 1% HP, and no, he doesn't get. I think he was out of mana and couldn't use the Spirit Link. Such a close game.
Wow. Such a sad way for it to end. I really thought they were going to be able to turn that one around after living that.
Caffeinator is actually a legend.
Yeah, that was insane. Actually, in the end, it was kind of funny. After spending the entire game using Metamorphosis after Metamorphosis onto Caffeinator, it was the CC chain onto him which got them the kill, just hitting that DK. And he wasn't the only one that was elusive. Baby Cakes as well lived on sub 10%, I think, at least 5 times in this game without Touch of Karma available.
Yeah, I definitely feel that they probably learned that once the game goes on like long enough, I feel that cleave strategy, I think that Caffeinator did a really good job at just knowing how to rotate everything and keep his team alive, and they were knowing when to kite out. I think eventually just going for that CC and trying to stop going for that cleave strategy ended up being what won the game for them. But still, Caffeinator is a god, dude. Yeah,
that was
that guy pumps.
I don't know. I don't know how.
Do you think that guy drank right before this game?
I have no idea. I can't even say words. Like I don't know. He should have died so many times. It's like Metamorphosis, we've been talking about it all broadcasts, how massive of an offensive cooldown this is. Every single time it gets popped, it's like the scariest thing. You have to trade cooldowns for it. And he was just like living it with Earth Shield, just like tanking it with no mana, not healing himself, just living. It was quite insane. Anyways, he's going to have to come up with something even better than that if they want to turn the series around. Of course, they are 1 game away from elimination from the tournament, 2-0 in favor, and Baby Cakes needs to come up with something. They need to get some damage. I think they are going to swap up their strategy, probably hit the Mistweaver a little bit more from a point where their Shaman isn't this time. So maybe that will be something that can help them out, but we'll have to see. They are 1 game still away from this elimination. And we just having a little look over it right now, we have a few more subscribers that I want to shout out. 2 new subscribers, in fact, during that game. That was quite a long game. So a huge shout out to Crucifix, who has subscribed. Welcome to the team. And also to Tantiffy, who has subscribed 8 minutes ago. Thank you very much for those subscriptions. I hope you can enjoy all our lovely emotes, our hype. Hopefully there should be some fantastic uses for some of those over the next few days. We are waiting to see the map choice right now, guys. Of course, they are 1 game away from elimination in this game, or in this series, should I say. Nars Shredder is going to take their time. Looks like Ashamains is going to be their map choice, though. So something slightly larger. What do you think about that, Dilly?
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that?
Ashamains is the map choice for
the map choice of Ashamains? Yeah, I feel like that's probably going to be another good map for them because they want that small map as that Windwalker DK Resish on. Man, that looks so rough for them. I was actually thinking that maybe the way that matchup went, maybe Rodak probably swapped to the Nemesis Chaos Blades build, try to just get that extra burst onto them, especially if like the Shaman's going and he's getting all these metas off, but it doesn't really do as much burst damage, right? Because he's playing this huge sustain build that maybe if he just plays a burst build, they might have a cleaner win against them. I'm not completely sure because they might not even like force them into that late of damping regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, obviously a lot of things can change. I think, yeah, choosing the bigger map is actually a kind of curious choice. I mean, they could have gone for Ruins, right? But maybe they think they wouldn't be able to kill the Mist Weaver. But anyways,
yeah, I think
think
Ruins, see the Mist Weavers, they have this portal that goes into the room, right? So you go on that outer corner and then you go into the room.
Exactly.
And then with a Ring of Peace and a Filler, like they can kind of just looking for a better word here. They can definitely just block them from getting any kind of setup onto them. So I think that this is probably going to have to be the map that they get that win on, because the available map pool they have left, even if they win here, is going to be very scary for them. They're going to have Tolveron, they're going to have Blade's Edge, and I think Tiger's Peak is up still, but Ruins, and I think just those three maps are going to favor the Mistweaver in general so much that it's going to be really hard, I feel like, for this Windwalker DK to catch up in the series.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think they've got a lot of work ahead of them now, Shredders, if they want to turn this one around. But Caffeinator looked very strong in the last game. If he can pull off a performance like that again, I'm certain they're going to pick up at least one win in this series. We'll have to see if Zippy and co can't deny that from happening. This this Demon Hunter Demonology Warlock has looked so strong already in today's broadcast. I'm sure it's something we're going to see a lot more of over the weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can secure the series 3-0, 3 sweaty men looking for that 3-0 victory.
Yeah, immediately just going with that incap onto Baby Cake, so it looks like maybe they're going to try to pressure him first here. We do have Zippy just trying to sit in the middle, maybe try to get a little bit of cast off, just getting Doom onto everyone he can for the extra raw pressure, and they're immediately opening up onto Smooth, getting him very low, get this Legacy into Fist of Fury, is 40% HP. They don't get the Blood Elf Silence on him out of that, and they do have the Dark Sim onto him, so I think he's looking to try to steal that Cocoon in that opener there. So really strong opener by Nars Shredders. I think they realize that the Mistweaver has to be the best kill target for them. They have to just find these windows where they stun him and burst him down very, very quickly. Now they're setting up onto him again. He is using that Ring of Peace, trying to kite away as much as he can from this Moonwalker DK team. And now we have Petkit getting very low here. We have the meta being used by Rodak, but again, he actually did swap to that burst build of that Nemesis and Chaos Blades, like I said. So now Petkit is just getting forced so low here. He does have the Link being forced out and the Ascendance by Caffeinator, so having a very hard time viewing the game. And now the Touch of Death, Asphyxiate into the Fist of Fury, into the Blood Elf onto Smooth. He doesn't have that Cocoon available. No, he still does. But again, so much damage goes out onto Smooth there. He is trying to keep himself alive, trying to roll across the map. I don't think the Windwalker DK can touch him for a bit, but I think if they just get these setups over and over onto them, they'll be able to get a lot more pressure. And now they're already forcing out Blur and the Rain from above onto Rodak with Smooth still at 60% HP. So I think Nars Shredders really found a much better strat for them, I feel like, and now they have another Fist of Fury going out on his move. He's playing that Work Relentless without that trinket there, though, so all these stuns are going to be kind of short on him. And now we have the double stun coming out by Rodak onto both Baby Kicks and Pet Kick, trying to get out as much pressure as possible as they can. The Caffeinator, I think, doing a little bit better on mana in this game now that they're not playing that AoE build, but again, the Demon Hunter cooldowns are going to be so much stronger with that Nemesis and Metamorphosis plus Chaos Blades coming up in 48 seconds, so they're going to have to be very careful here. Like sweep into Fist of Fury going out onto Smooth. He's trying to run away. He is going to be kind of okay, but if we notice in this game, Smooth is actually behind on mana compared to Caffeinator, which this hasn't happened in any of the other games. He's been pretty much A-okay, and I think they finally found a much stronger strategy against this composition.
Yeah, for sure. And Baby Cake's also, the fact that he's tunneling him the whole game means he's not able to get those drinks off. He gets caught up in the Asphyxiate into the DR stun. Is he going to be able to get away the Ring of Peace? I think it might have actually been stolen. I'm not even sure if that ability costs mana, if you can steal it. Pet Kick.
No,
I guess we'll find out. And then if he stole the Life Cocoon, actually, so even bigger spell from him. That's going to help him out a lot here, surviving the burst. And now the Karma onto Smooth. Is he going to go down the pot on the pot from Baby Cakes? He's trying to solo him. He gets the Arcane Torrent into the full stun. He's going to fall. And huge play from Baby Cakes there, once again lining up those ports, and wow, he's actually putting it back 2-1. And
I respect that strategy.
Tunnel healer, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
I've never seen a
Mistweaver
tunnel strategy that hard. That was. Can you reach a Mistweaver that much as a survival hunter?
Nah, we just we get him in the opener, and then my feral incarnate
got him in the stuns.
Yeah. But I mean,
wow.
when you outrun it, the healer, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly right. They weren't working on the Demon Hunter, wasn't
Yeah,
working on the Demonology Warlock. So what's left?
yeah, you can't kill the DPS. Like I mean, the Mister technically is the squishiest target. He's just the most mobile. But I mean, if you do get that window where you can get sends on him, it probably forces so much more pressure onto him, I feel like. And the other thing is too is when you have the Demonology Warlock with that Fellor down, like he stands still regardless, so it's fine for him. But a Mister generally has to kite, so I feel like him having to kind of run away from the damage makes it so that he can't rely on the Ring of Peace or the Fellor as much to save him, because if he just kind of sits there, he'll probably just end up, still dying in that kind of situation. Like he wants to run across the map. So I feel that
Yeah,
that ends up being the best target for them because of that.
yeah, no, I totally agree.
Me too. And that's my strategy as well. Run the healer. No point going on
Yeah,
a demon hunter or
and
demon
Babycakes did a great job of it as well. Like it's even though he's a Windwalker and has a lot of mobility, it's still not easy to keep up to the Mistweaver, especially
right, because
when he's
Mistwalk.
being in-capped all the time.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he's getting in-capped, and the Mistwalk is more mobility than the Windwalker does have, because they both have the same amount of rolls. They both have that port, and even if he matches that port, you still have the Mistwalk charges to go through. So that's that extra mobility that he has to go through. But using the DK's grips does make it easier for him to connect onto him, right? So when they get those windows where they maybe sap him or Doge Hunter for a little bit, and then they have the DK grip him into a full asphyxiate or into a full leg sweep or fist of fury, any one of those stuns, it's able to get a lot more pressure onto him. And I think this game Smooth is going to go for that trinket here instead of the relentless, realizing that they could probably get an easier kill onto him because of that. But still, I think that he's going to stay that kill target. Torron's that big map, so still a lot of room for him to kite. But again, as long as they get these setups, I think maybe they have a chance of coming back here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is going to be the ultimate test, right? Because this is the biggest map, like you say. That Mistwalk is the extra mobility for Smooth. If he is able to position himself well with his Warlock, they can definitely get a lot of utility out of that. This is the biggest map in the pool. Tolvaron Arena, of course. A very natural choice from 3 Swindling Men, and I think there's a very good chance they'll be able to take it here. But Nars Shredders, they did look very convincing in that last game. Caffeinator had very good mana. Babycakes looked on fire. So we'll have to see if they can pull off the victory on the biggest map of them all. If they can, they're going to be in a very good position for the series.
Yeah, and Murdoch's saying definitely with that burst build, probably the best option for him. I feel like that momentum, like we saw how long that last game went. Imagine if he was that in the last game they just played.
Yeah.
Would not have won the game.
It would not have been that long, right? And they get to the triple stun, the triple Chaos Nova immediately coming out of Rodak, but honestly, not too much damage. There's the Fell Cleave into the DR stun. Does he pop the Metamorphosis?
He does use the meta and the Chaos Blades here. Oh, but now here's the Leg Sweep onto Smooth. He's going 70% HP. He uses the Strike of the Wind Lord into the Fist of Fury, into the Blood Elf. 40% HP on the Smooth. He's going to be okay here. It is very early in the game, so he probably won't have to use that Life Cocoon. And just putting that Ring of Peace around the corner so that he can kind of kite and, just get across the map, but still getting a lot of pressure onto him. And Rodak's also getting kind of low here. He did have to use that Blur and the Rain from above there, and now they use that offensive karma onto Smooth here. They do have the Touch of Death on him as well. I think his full sun's going to come out. They have that asphyxiate. He does have to trinket that. He is going to get it half buffed here, and I believe
I
think he stole the cocoon, and now he's still very low, 20% HP, 80%, and 1% HP, and he goes down. There he goes.
Wow.
Go on the healer, man. That's the when in doubt.
That was incredible damage, and that was the problem as well. The DPS stacked on him way too much. He had nowhere to go with his Mistwalk, and he almost died before the Life Cocoon. That Touch of Death taking it off immediately. Wow, Babycakes is absolutely destroying him now. I don't know what's changed.
Too, is he can't really get that good at Mistwalks, right? Because the Demo Warlock, they are immobile, so like they're not going to really move around. But if a Windwalker is playing with like a Windwalker on his team, right? Like some people play like Mistweaver Windwalker, then he can use that Windwalker's mobility too to use that Mistwalk there. But when you have a Demo Warlock to port to, you can't really get too far with a Mistwalk. And then when you also have the Demon Hunter, like he's going to be generally on a kill target, so he's probably going to be in that same exact place as everyone else because like the Shaman's immobile. So again, they're not able to utilize the Mistwalk as well as they could. And then I feel the Windwalker ends up having that same amount of uptime that he normally would have. Therefore, getting that kill.
For sure. I think it's going to be... Oh, I mean, they've brought this series back so quickly. This might be our first kind of comeback train that I've seen in quite a while in these tournaments, actually. It's been a while since we saw a complete reverse sweep of the 2-0 to the 3-2, but one game away from making that happen. I don't know. I don't know if Babycakes can be stopped at this point.
It's true.
he looks very strong anyways. So, I mean, we're going to have to find out. Blade's Edge is going to be the map choice. So this is another map
Maybe
where the Mistweaver can kite around quite a lot. I think this has got to be an intelligent choice, right?
Yeah, Blade's Edge has to be the better choice, I feel, for them.
He can just set his Warlock on top of the bridge and spam Mistwalk to him, right?
Yeah,
That could
he
be a
can
really
spam
good
Mistwalk
strategy.
to the Warlock from the bottom to the top of the bridge, and then his normal port. So it's going to be a lot harder for them. Plus, the Ring of Pieces can actually knock them off of the bridge here. So that's definitely the better map. I actually think that Tol'Veren might not have been the best pick. I think Ruins would have been better than Tol'Veren as a pick, right? When you're behind there.
Possibly.
So maybe that would have been okay. But also, like, I feel if you're the Demon Hunter Mistweaver team in this situation, like, you have these really long dampening games, right? And you're just winning 2-0. And then you just get kind of just killed very fast 2 games in a row. Like, that's actually like a really tilting situation to be in, right? Like, so
oh yeah, for sure.
Play as well as you get. I mean, I don't know. I play in tournaments. I would be tilted in this situation. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, there's some people that wouldn't be, but that's definitely a really frustrating situation to be in. You're like, okay, we're just winning, and now we're just losing like really fast. Like how do we adapt to this? Because they didn't play this strategy the entire series, and maybe they've just never done it versus them. So,
right, yeah, I totally agree. So we have to see if they can calm down a little bit, because I certainly got that impression as well. Certainly after that last game where you just die through all your cooldowns immediately after having 2 or 3 5-minute plus games.
Yeah,
it's got to be really annoying. And if you're the DPS on that team, you can easily find yourself kind of being like, dude, why did you die? It can definitely hurt a team's mentality.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you've just dampened yourself, and now you're extra tilted. This is what their comp is supposed to do that to you. You're supposed to get dampened by the Demon Hunter Demo, but they have Dark Simmed the dampening and put it back onto the Demon Hunter Demo team. Now they're the ones that are tilted by the long game.
Anyways, Risen Blades Edge is going to be the final game of this series, guys. This is a single elimination, best of 5, so this will decide who wins the series. Can 3 sweaty men wipe the sweat off their palms and come on top, or are Nars Shredders going to shred Smooth to the ground in this final game?
Shred the Nard, bro. Oh, dude, immediately going for that grip. Look at, they grip Zippy. Okay, so they try to stop the gateway, but I believe he still gets it off there. So a little bit unfortunate. That is going to be the extra mobility that Smooth's going to have available to him. But still, I think they're waiting for that window that they can connect onto him. They do have that slow here, and now they are going to use that leg sweep. Trying to get that set up onto Smooth here. Not going to get too much here. He's going to stay fine. I believe they use the darkness in the Fell Lord here, so that's going to keep Smooth pretty much safe in this opener from the Marco DK team. And now we have that Fell Lord here. A lot of pressure going out onto both Caffeinator and Baby Cakes. He's having to use his Karma here, puts the Karma onto Smooth. He does have the Touch of Death available still, so they have a lot of damage. And they still have that Gargoyle, and we do see a Dark Sim the Fear Ziffy on that, so now getting a lot of pressure here. Looking for that window that they can probably connect onto Smooth.
Oh,
so now
they are content.
He's maybe going to die. No, barely lives here. Caffeinator just clutching that one out right there. Has the Spirit Link available still, but there's that full Fear. He does have a strength. I don't know if he can keep his team alive. He uses the Link. They barely get into it. They're okay now. Oh my god, I'm actually so scared for that team. That was so close right there.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. I can't believe Caffeinator, he got locked on like 5% HP, was able to get the Spirit Link off. No touch of Karma on Baby Cakes. He is relentlessly chasing after Smooth, though. This is their game plan. He needs to find a way of kiting away here, caught up in that DR Fist of Fury. Unfortunately, the stun DR. Now, Baby Cakes is the one in trouble, down to 40%. Can they get the CC onto Caffeinator? He's unable to cast right now, uses the Earthbind, just desperately trying to help his guy kite away. There's the Fell Nova, though. Can they get the kill onto Baby Cakes? He's chasing away. He's cutting away from Caffeinator. He can't get any heals right now. The Earthen Shield Totem, but he walks out of it. Down to 5% HP, spamming out the Effusers. Should be able to survive for now, but Pear Kick is also dropping low, getting into the Earthen Shield Totem. They might be able to stabilize her.
Yeah. Definitely, I think they're going to be able to stabilize here, but on this map, Smooth's definitely been able to use that mobility, that Mistwalk so well here, just by being able to have that Mistwalk from the top to the bottom on top of those ports. Nars Shredders really just haven't connected onto them. And also, I think Rodak also went back to that sustained damage build, so putting that extra pressure onto all of Nars Shredders here. But now we have that Fist of Fury connecting onto Smooth. They do use the Strike of the Windlord there, and they don't get too much damage there. I feel like Petkick's not able to connect because these Ring of Pieces are knocking you off the map, right? So not only do they have the Mistwalk from the top to the bottom that they can use, they have the Ring of Peace, they have the the fell lord that they can put in the middle of this bridge here. So this is just such a good map for them, and then they get that full setup onto Caffeinator, and they take the game there. So
yeah, what a shame in the end. Actually, I think the map choice was very good for Three Sweating Men. They are going to be able to secure this series with that, and it's like you say, the Ring of Peace is actually the kind of the overwhelming factor there. He even at the end there when you said it was the artifact coming out of Baby Cakes as well as the Fist of Fury, but he managed to preemptively get the Ring of Peace down and just knock him off the bridge, and it's the exact width of the bridge, which means you literally
you can't do anything about it. And same thing with
there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and same thing with the fell lord. Like that is the perfect composition, or sorry, perfect map for that composition. Like in that matchup play, what is a melee Cleave supposed to do there? Because again, we already know the Demon Hunter doesn't work, the Demon Warlock doesn't work. Mistweaver is the only target that you can actually kill. But you have that Ring of Peace, you have that fell lord, all of which cover the entire length of that bridge. So you're just completely denied on those types of maps. So unfortunately, that is going to put Nars Riders out of the tournament. But I do feel they were having somewhat of a comeback. Maybe if they had that strategy like earlier in that series, they could have been okay, right? Because I feel it came down to that last map being so brutal for them. So maybe in the future,
I agree, and that's the cool thing
matchup
as well, right? Like they were figuring out strategies. This tournament can be seen as a bit of practice. I'm really looking forward to seeing them in future events as well, because they already overcame the odds once and they almost managed to do it twice, and they were quite a low-seeded team in this event, and they definitely made a name for themselves. Baby Cakes and co, I'm sure they're going to be back, and this is the perfect time to be making that name, right? Like you have Caffeine Baby Cakes who are playing so phenomenally in this Pet Kick as well, with some greats in the last series, and it's the perfect time to be on this kind of form, because if they can keep improving, keep building as a team, then the road to BlizzCon is exactly 1 month away, right? So
exactly. Like this is the time.
It's the perfect time.
This is the time teams are going to be trying very hard, but they know it's not BlizzCon yet. But they know that this is where they have to get prepared for the tournament, like the tournament games. Everyone's going to be trying hard because no one's going to be taking it as a joke, because everyone kind of wants that same thing. They're like, okay, well, we have more tournaments. Let's get ready. Like we're going to try to find the teams that we're going to play with, and we're going to practice, play as much as we can. And I mean, that is like how players improve anyways. When you have those good games being played, like in a way, like the talent kind of breeds more talent, right? If you have bad games being played constantly, or people are joking around, and maybe even at higher MMR, like you're not going to keep improving. But if you fight players maybe just playing better than you or better compositions, but in that high stakes environment where everyone's trying very hard, you're just going to improve rapidly, I feel like, if you are a player that's able to do so.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that you summarize it perfectly. But anyways, let's just have a little look over at our brackets. Of course, we did have that incredibly close 3-2 series going in favor of Three Sweaty Men. Very well played in that final game to secure it. Definitely not an easy matchup for them. So good job to them to go through it. And the next series is going to be Time to Chef going up against Fragment Apro. And this is a team that I saw a couple of people, and I actually have a good transition here as we go into Night Ground Arena, because we got a $100 donation from Heroic.
Oh, dude.
That is a massive donation, actually, $100. And his note for the donation was Mez too strong for qualifiers. So that theory is now going to be put to the test, as we do see the team of Mezzadin, Maldiva, and Kohler Hots going up against envious Swagger Cat or Swagger's Cat and Cheerios.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Of course, Fragment Apro are definitely one of the favorites for this qualifier event, I think.
Yeah, Cheerios has been playing Demon Hunter last season too, so I think one of the better Demon Hunters you have in NA before this comp became a thing for everyone streaming this. This guy was still scary.
Yeah, a lot of people are queuing this comp today.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a popular comp in this tournament. I think definitely.
Anyways, we'll see. The game started. They actually locked the gate immediately. That could have quite a bit of impact. Starting it off, Fragment Apro, perhaps not the most ideal start, but what is the damage onto Envious? He's just immediately dropping to about 60% there.
Yeah, so Colat's going for that full bash onto Cheerios. I don't know if he's going to go for that clone there. No, he's not going to go for the clone off the bash, but I think they're just going to go for that steady pressure here. We have that Felguard down, going to use that Metamorphosis by Mezzadin, getting all his AoE pressure. We do have the Bark and the Skin overlap there, and now Cheerios is going to use his Metamorphosis and Nemesis onto Maldiva, trying to get a lot of pressure onto him, getting him at 52% HP, forcing the Iron Bark by Colo Haas onto him. He's getting very low, 50% HP. I think he's going to be able to stabilize here, but really doing a good job just trying to get this counter pressure onto Fragment and Peril here.
Yeah, for sure. And they're actually taking a little bit of damage from this. Kolohotz needs to top off. He's going to use the Thorns there to counteract some of this pressure from Cheerios. And actually, both these Resto Druids aren't necessarily the best healer for dealing with the spread pressure. They certainly struggle with Boomkin, sometimes Mezzadin. Dropping a little bit low, of course, his Metamorphosis has now expired. I don't think it's tracking the cooldown perfectly on the UI, but they actually get the full Cyclone over onto Kolohotz right now. Maldiva taking a lot of damage, does have that Snarling Ward, but he's really struggling, unable to get killed though. There's no follow-up CC onto Kolohotz, and the defensive in-cap coming out of Mezzadin should be enough to keep him alive for now.
Yeah, definitely. And now we have this another full sun going out onto this, and then we see that clone going out onto Cheerios, trying to get this pressure onto him. I believe Mez he's playing that momentum build that we've seen a little bit. Also, I believe he's playing the 4-minute cooldown Metamorphosis because it just proc there. So he's playing kind of a weird build, not playing the Fel Barrage with the momentum build, but he's playing the Chaos Blade, so still has that burst. I guess just he wants to be able to swap targets pretty quickly here, and he's playing that 4-minute cooldown Metamorphosis, which lasts a little bit longer. So I think maybe just going for that extra burst onto them. But now we have that big damage coming out onto Envious here. We have the full fear onto Swaggy. We have that the Blood All Silence going on to Envious, but getting that bear form is going to keep Envious nice and top tier. A lot of pressure going out onto him, and I think he just dispelled his curses just to get off that Doom ticking on him, because that hits pretty hard from the Doom Warlock. So trying to do what he can just to negate that burst setup. But now we have Cheerios, who has his Metamorphosis available to him in about 5 seconds, and Mez actually won't have one for a while. He has this short cooldown meta proccing right here and just getting a little bit of damage. And here we go. Cheerios just trying to burst down I believe Maldiva right here. He does use that Nemesis here. Gonna get that Meta Stun onto Maldiva. Now they're gonna get the Iron Bark from Cole Hutz, and they clone the Iron Bark immediately right there. I feel that's so good for them. He still has the Chaos Blades available, hitting Cole Hutz a little bit, gets him low. The Boomkin's getting that spread damage here, and now we get that full clone onto Cole Hutz. Maldiva still at 50% HP. He's gonna have that Nemesis debuff on him for a minute, and all of Fragment and Peril is rotting here. Cole is still just getting hit by the Starfall. Maldiva's at 40% HP, and they're not getting topped off here, but Envious is also going low. He's at 40% HP, 25% HP, 20% HP. Full Axe Toss goes on his Swaggy Scat. He has to go in bear form immediately. He knows he needs to do this to try to stay safe here. He's trying to use that Curses spell to get off those Dooms, but I believe he took it off his healer. I'm not too sure. Just doing what he can, going that bear form, staying kind of tanky in this, and now we have that full in-cap going out onto Swaggy's Cat, and now Solar Beam's being used on Maldiva to lock him out here. Cole is going for that Cyclone cast, gets interrupted on that. So Time to Chef is just doing a good job interrupting both the casts from Colo and Maldiva, just trying to keep as much momentum as they possibly can here.
Yeah, being very disruptive for sure, and they're definitely benefiting from it as Kolohotz drops to about 40%. The triple Chaos Nova. This could easily be the game immediately. Kolohotz down to 5%. Iron Barks himself needs to kite away. Bark Skin's available in 1 second, uses the Innovate to get some nice efficient heals behind the pillar, and at the same time, Time to Chef taking a lot of damage. They just need to get a bit of CC over onto Swagger's Cat to get the kill. Potentially the Fear, unfortunately, DR isn't going to be enough probably, but Envy is taking a lot of damage down to 20%. Needs to get to that bear farm. 5% isn't going to be enough. The Frenzy regeneration topping him off just a little bit. The stun onto the healer. He's coming out of bear form again. He's still in trouble. Able to get topped off, but Cheerios is taking so much damage as well. I don't know if they can recover from this. Swagger's Cat needs to get some heals out.
Jesus, this game's crazy. You know what? I actually noticed Mez is playing a crazy build. When you IV him, you go into meta for a couple seconds. So he's actually playing the 2-minute meta, but he also has that. So he has a lot of Metamorphosis.
No, I was so confused, like whether it was tracking his cooldown or not, because he just seems to have Metamorphosis proccing off of every ability.
Yeah, so every time you get these I-beams off, you you go into Metamorphosis. So see, he just used it there, and now he has that Metamorphosis up, and now they have that full sun onto Swagger's Cat getting damage onto him. So it's actually a pretty creative build by Mezzadin. So pretty interesting to see that there. And they are trying to just get as much pressure here, but again, the actual Metamorphosis by Cheerios being used, and the Nemesis onto Maldiva. Now that full incop onto Colo Hotz. The wall is being used by Maldiva here, getting a lot of pressure on him. He's at 50% HP. He has that Chaos Blades being used by Cheerios, trying to pressure him as much as we can. And then there's that bash going out onto Colo Hotz. Don't know if they're going to be able to get this clone. He's casting the clone. Gets a full clone onto Colhots, and Maldiva most likely would go down 40% HP. He does get the Iron Mark right before that clone, though, so I think he's going to be able to be okay. And we have that reverse Chaos Nova by Mez onto Envious, and they're going to put down the filler on that. And the half batch goes out onto that. Swaggus Cat is out of mana. Envious is very low. He's in bear form, trying to keep himself safe. But now Swaggus Cat goes for that Meld Drain, but Envious is so low, 10% HP. Swag maybe has to stop this. He doesn't. He gets about 20% mana, gets full incap there, but Envious is going to be okay just using that bear form again and again to stay alive. Cheer is getting rotted here, 50% HP, and now full fear goes down to Swaggus Cat. He's trying to do what he can to finish off Envious, but this bear form by Envious is just so strong. And he gets a Solar Beam lockout onto Colhots. Maldiva is very low, 30% HP. Envious is trying to do what he can to rot them. He's just in bear form with the Starfall going out. Double Stun comes out by Cheerios onto Mezzadin and Colhots, getting a lot of pressure onto their team again. Both teams are rotting. There's the skin overlap onto Envious. He's at 30% HP. He's in that Boomkin form, trying to get as much damage as possible. Full incap, and I believe Envious is going for that Cyclone. Gets locked out. Pre-bear forms the Chaos Nova, and I think he's going to be able to live this setup here.
Yeah, he should be able to, but at the same time, neither team's able to get top. They're still low mana. The full Cyclone, beautiful from Colhots, should easily be the game here. Down to 5%. That bear form, once again, is it going to be enough? The full bash to follow it up. Surely he's going to fall. Envious does, and Fragment Apple are going to secure the game, although there was definitely some scary moments. I feel like Colhots got caught up in stuns with his DPS a couple of times that game, and it was very close to him falling over a long time ago in this game, actually, but they were able to secure it. He did a great job of out-mannering, which is kind of surprising when fighting against the Boomkin composition, but I guess a large part of it is just that they managed to force him in bear form quite a lot in that game.
Yeah, I think also that build that Mez had maybe actually was just doing work. Like, he was constantly in meta, so anytime they had that CC, like, he was getting out like crazy damage onto
yeah, he did out damage the other Demon Hunter according to the board. Obviously you have to take the board with a pinch of salt, because some of the spells, such as a lot of the demonology spells with the pets, may well not affect it. I'm sure Maldiva is doing far more damage than that, but I think Demon Hunter v Demon Hunter, you can see Mez doing about 10-20% more damage. That's pretty reasonable.
About that has a more healing done, I guess, just from the metamorphosis healing too, which maybe helps his healer a bit too. So maybe that's the other thing. Maybe it's not that much more damage, but the healing done just when you're meta maybe helps out your healer a lot. The thing is, Cheerios team is in a lot more CC. Like, Cheerios he's at a minute 24 of CC, and Mez actually sat 9 seconds of CC. So with them doing kind of that close damage, so maybe Mez's build doesn't do as much damage as Cheerios' will, but he has that extra sustain, I guess, just from the meta healing that's constantly there, and that maybe makes it easier for a Colo to heal through. Yeah,
no, I totally agree, and I think I was just gonna say, these games are so interesting. It's like, so seeing Demon Hunters in the arena is just so different to stuff that we've seen before, because they're such a unique class. Like, they're porting around, there's so much going on, all their abilities, there's so many like little cooldowns, things like darkness, that for people who don't know, I mean if you stream so much in Legion, then there's Demon Hunters are probably quite an intimidating thing to watch for you.
I think also
Dark was the ability that saved Colhots at one point. It just of course you stand in the little dark circle and makes a lot of the abilities miss. So it's I don't know, there's so many cool things you can do in Demon Hunter, and like you were saying, like Mez bringing out this awesome build with various ways of proccing his metamorphosis, getting a lot of damage out, a lot of self-healing from that as well with the leech. It's really awesome to see people being creative with this class now that it's kind of been brought back into the meta.
I think one thing too is, maybe that's popular on like Europe, but I feel that because we're like mostly Horde on NA, I feel Blood Elf for a Demon Hunter is so much stronger than being a Night Elf. The Blood Elf really makes it so scary, because it has that minute 3 cooldown, right? But you can line that up with your Metamorphosis, and being able to have that extra Blood Elf silence after that full combo, like even though it's 2 seconds, it really adds up so much, especially for a healer. Like, having to deal through that extra 2 seconds with the amount of damage that a Demon Hunter has, like maybe if you're fighting a Night Elf Demon Hunter without that Blood Elf, like you might win a game just not having to deal with that, right? Like, you might survive, but that Blood Elf on top of it, plus like you have the Orc Demo Warlock, which is even harder for you to get that kill set up on, right? So I feel like this is a dampening comp, so being on NA where it's very Horde favored, like this is where this comp is going to shine even more than it normally would, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And we've seen A lot of racials coming out from a lot of different classes actually, and they seem to be really effective.
Yeah, you have the Legion bosses here. We got 2 Illidan's, 3 Ursocks, and Gul'dan.
Yeah, we've got a Gul'dan. I like that. Oh, yeah, I've slayed Gul'dan. We'll have to see if Envious and Cheerios can achieve that feat. As Cheerios gets caught up into the Cyclone immediately, so a nice cheeky play coming out of Colo Hots right from the start, using that Innovate to get some heals out also.
Might be good though, because he gets on Clone DR, right? But he still has his burst available, so might be what like Cheerios wants, right? Now they're going for that Sun, so Cheerios actually, even though he's getting bursted down here, he actually has this window where I feel he can go offensive without getting peeled too much. So he does use that Chaos Nova on Maldiva, but I feel like Cheerios, being on all the CCDR right now, is going to look for this window where he can burst him down very heavily.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he can get a good connection, because at the same time, Envious once again forced into that bear form. The Fear's coming out onto Swagger's Cat. He needs to connect with the heal. Should be able to do so now. Now Cheerios really needs to get offensive. We can see the Nemesis coming out now. Who's going to be his target of choice? Looks like it's going to be Maldiva. Can he connect with the Metamorphosis? He needs to... Yep, there's the in-cap, and there it is, the full damage. This is the Metamorphosis onto Maldiva. Do they have any follow-up CC, though? The Iron Bat coming out from Cola Huts should easily be enough to counteract this. Maldiva, of course, already passively tanky as that Demonology spec. Gets solar beamed on the cast, not able to get too much. Now the Cyclone onto Colo Hots, but not too much going. And Envious is the one taking the damage. Full fair onto Swagger's Cat. DR stun. The darkness does come out. Should be enough to keep him alive for now. Colo comes down to Swagger's Cat. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get the kill with that, though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're going for as much pressure as they possibly can here. But again, I feel like they got a really clean setup by having that incap. Oh, and now we have the triple CC onto Fragment and Peril. So, you know, Chirio's doing what he can to get this damage, but he's actually just in so much CC. So they're doing a really good job at shutting down Cheerios. They know that he is the scariest member of this team. And, you know, you can actually see that all Fragment and Peril, they're playing relentless and just trying to sit as little CC overall as they can. While, you know, everyone on Time to Chef, they are playing all the trinkets, maybe just to avoid that extra burst damage available. I actually believe Cheerios is playing a Night Elf Demon Hunter, so he actually is missing that Blood Elf silence too. So that's a little, maybe a little bit of disadvantage here. It's still just so much pressure.
Yeah, I think that's something that's worth taking away as well. I think a lot of people have gone for that Relentless, but as we see that, the Fell Cleave with the Mighty Bash into the DR stun, they get the Wombo combo onto Envious, into the full fail on Swagger's Cat. He's going to use his PvP trinket. Actually, all 3 PvP trinkets coming out on the stuns down Time to Chef, needing that to survive. Definitely an opportunity for Fragment April going into the future, though. If they can just stay alive here, Colo Hearts needs to connect with Maldiva, get some heals out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're trying to get Maldiva low, and you know what they did for this is so good. They forced the Iron Bark before they Metamorphosis, and almost every single time last game we saw that when Cheerios did pop his meta, there was that Iron Bark available. But I think Maldiva still has as well. But I mean, at least there's finally this like window when you're playing this burst spec, like you want to be able to force things like Iron Bark before you go for your Metamorphosis burst, right? You want that window where okay, they don't have this, and the game's gone on kind of long enough. Maybe we could get a ton of pressure here. So I feel like he is going to be looking for this window. Cheerios is trying to set this up. They're on the CCDRs. They're trying to get him low. Probably waiting for that next incap to get used onto Kolo. So now they use that incap, and here comes the meta. Nemesis onto him. He gets that full stun on him. Maldiva's at 30% HP. Kolo's trying to trinket out of that. He gets full bash here. Maldiva is going to have to use that wall. He doesn't have that Iron Bark for a couple more seconds. Maldiva's still at 40% HP. Cheerios kind of rotting, still at that same HP. We get the double blood elf both onto Envious and Swagger's Cat from Mezzadin, but now he gets defensively bash here. Cole Hot's going to be able to keep his team alive here, I feel like. Still, this game is just looking very, very scary.
Yeah, for sure. It's like both teams can easily take it, though. I think they're definitely getting the setups onto Envious as well when they do get these double stuns. So we have to see when the next one can connect. As we see the incap over onto Colo Hots, trying to get a bit of damage with that Nemesis on Maldiva. He's actually taking a fair bit here. The double stun once again. It's going to be answered by the Iron Bark scenario in water. Now Envious taking a little bit of the damage here, but there's no CC onto Swagger's Cat. There is the incap though into the Fell Cleave, into the stun. He doesn't get the bear form off at the same time. Colo Hots taking a bit of damage. Should be able to swap into that bear form, but he needs to do it soon. Full fair over onto Swagger's Cat. That bear form should be enough though with the Iron Bark to keep him alive for now.
Yeah, I think one thing too is, you know, both these teams are doing a good job getting stuns. So Mezzadin is generally getting these AoE stuns, but all Fragment Apparel, they're going like, okay, you can't get an AoE stun. Maldiva is like, Axelos this guy, Mez, Chaos Nova is the other guy, and Cola goes for a bash. So they're getting those triple stuns like we saw there. But Cheerios, I feel like, has actually done a really good job getting these Chaos Novas onto both Colo and Maldiva at the same time, and I feel that really opens up a lot of opportunities for them. Even though maybe this is a harder matchup for them. Like I've never seen this matchup completely, but it seems like it would be pretty hard for the Boomkin, I guess, up against that Teemo Warlock just by having the denial from having the Fell Lord and that extra burst in these longer games. But again, still that Boomkin's pretty tanky, so it's hard to say overall. But it looks like Colo just is able to stay relatively safe on mana, compared to Swagiscat just having to constantly try to keep his team alive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, certainly one of the annoying things for Maldiva is that he's playing against this double decast, right? So his Dooms, which are his largest damaging ability in total, are going to be getting decast quite a lot. So that definitely hurts his damage. But at the same time, like you say, the Boomkin really struggles to get the kill over time because of how tanky Fragment Aperol are, and he's the target of these big burst swaps. As we can see right now, he's taking some burst. There's the Metamorphosis. He preemptively bear forms. Is it going to be enough, though? Down to 20%. The DR Fair, the Ironbark, the Trinket coming up from Swagiscat. Once again, complete respect to this Metamorphosis from Mezzadin. And I feel like if he hadn't preemptively got that bear form there, he might have died.
That was a good offensive clone, though. And they did get him in a human here. So now we're seeing that coil being used on the Swagiscat. Trying to just keep up this pressure here. And I mean, Cheerios is getting pressured here too. He's going to get incap low on that blur. Cheerios actually going to trinket that, trying to get this offensive pressure. He does have his Nemesis available. As soon as we see this incap being used on a Colo, I think Cheerios is going to go for this burst setup here. With that full clone on his Swagiscat, Nemesis gets popped, and he actually is going to make that swap onto Colo. He does get the bear form onto it, but they have so much damage here. I don't believe Colo has that Ironbark available, so I think they think that, okay, we're in 10% dampening. Now we get the double skin onto him. They're getting so much pressure, but still, he has that Nemesis debuff on him for a while. So if he does have that Chaos Nova come up, I think Cheerios will still have that extra kill opportunity onto Colo Haas, right? Because he doesn't have both of the skins available. So as long as that Nemesis debuff is still up and he gets that full Chaos Nova onto Colo, I think that Colo will be pressured extremely hard here. And now Maldiva is also taking a lot of pressure because during that whole time with Cheerios soloing Colo with all those cooldowns up, he was just forcing pressure onto Maldiva from the Boomkin, and now Maldiva's at 20% HP. Looks like they're going for the split. They have the bash onto Maldiva. He's at 30% HP, gets full cloned here, but now Colo's at 20% HP. Nemesis debuff still has about 20 seconds still left onto it, but all of Colo's team is rotting. So I think maybe this is the opportunity that Cheerios' team found, that they can maybe swap to the Resto Druid even if he's in bear form, and it'll make it so hard for him to deal with that spread pressure. And now we have that incap on Colo, use on him low. Maldiva has to use his wall here as well. He's at 30% HP, trying to do what he can to stabilize, uses that Spell Reflect, can't get interrupted by anyone on Time to Chef's team, but still, the pressure looks like it's starting to favor Time to Chef more. But Swagiscat also kind of struggling on mana at about 40% mana here with that second Felguard being used. I don't believe the meta is being used yet by Mezzadin, but still a lot of pressure. I feel is going to be towards Maldiva's team now, even though Colo still has that mana advantage.
Yeah, I think Colo's been doing a fantastic job with his mana in both these games, actually, because he's been healing through a lot more damage because of that Boomkin, and he's just been doing it with such ease. And Envious now caught up in the Metamorphosis stun, out of bear form, down to 10%. Surely he's going to go down. He gets a little heal in between. Cheerios as well, dropping so low. The Fear coming out and the Trinket from Swagger's Sword, so he's going to be able to stay alive for now. But still, Maldiva in trouble. Colo still struggling to top off his team. Another Metamorphosis is
surviving. They just incap cloned Cheerios, and he has his Trinket, so now he's just going to use this Nemesis here. He's going to incap Colo Haas and then just go for that burst onto Maldiva. I'm not sure if completely that's what they should have done. Maybe they could have gone for another burst window onto Colo, but still that was a prime setup for Cheerios. Like, he's not going to get peeled too much, and he has his Trinket available, so he's just trying to ride Maldiva as much as he can. Just, has pretty good uptime on him. He's at 40% HP, and this Nemesis debuff is still here without that Ironbark. If they do get CC onto Colo, who's actually now the one who's lower on mana, I believe. He's at 90% mana. Had to use so much to keep Maldiva safe here, and now he's in that full incap once again. Maldiva's trying to resummon his Felguard, is going to get it behind that pillar. Colo's trying to blink behind there, trying to top him off, but I actually think that Time to Chef finally found the better windows of opportunity here. And the double stun with the clone onto Colo Haas. Mez actually might die here. He's at 10% HP. Full bash goes out onto Maldiva, and Mezzadin is going to go down there. Actually, really quick smart. Good job by them. They didn't.
That was very fast.
Yeah, they had I believe a full moon went off onto Mez there, and that double stun also got Maldiva's pet, I believe, so he wasn't able to stop that clone at all. So really good coordinated push by Time to Chef right there. Like, in these long dampening games, that's just that window of opportunity you're looking for. So the Demon Heart teams, they're like dampening comps, but not dampening comps that rot you. They kind of dampen you, maybe rot you a little bit, but it's more so that the game lasts long enough that eventually they just get this burst window that you die. So, I mean, they're both teams I feel are playing around that strength. Like, they definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's going to tie up the series, of course, 1-1 time to chef, bringing it back with that nice combination, the double stun with the CC over onto Colo Hot. So that was, I mean, these games are incredibly close as well. We saw in the first game definitely opportunities for time to chef to win it, and I actually thought a couple of times when the Metamorphosis went out onto the Boomkin out of bear form at like 30%, he was just going to get one shot in the stun. Mez has been doing such good work with his damage, but actually he got out damaged overall by Cheerios in this game. What do you think kind of changed? Do you think maybe it was the map that helped Time to Jeff, or do you think they just had a better strategy in this game?
I think it was the map, but maybe not even just that. The other thing is that even though Cheerios was in CC, I think he really was a lot more patient, and what he did is, because he's playing this burst spec, he's getting all his damage during those windows, but he's being a lot more patient by letting himself get CCDR'd. And then once he's on that CCDR, that's when he's going for first. Because before, I feel he was getting actually peeled on his first. And by getting that team, or getting the enemy team in situations where they just put you on DR for no reason, that's where they can get, you know, that window where the Demon Hunter has so much pressure available to them.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it's going to be what do you think that Mez's team has to do different then going into the next game to counter it?
So maybe the next game they'll think that maybe the matchup will come down to both teams just having to go to this burst build. So maybe that first game they were kind of both routing each other, right? And Cole's team came out on top. But I think that as these games get longer, in a way, you would think that, okay, if I have more sustained damage, it's better for damping and ooming the other healer, right? But I feel the longer these games go on, especially like with this Rusted Druid, you just want to look for a window where you can just give the other team, like, that's just simply like the most guaranteed way you're going to win a game, right? Because it's not guaranteed that you actually get a kill with just like any kind of sustained pressure. So maybe if both teams go for that, and they go for the setups that we saw Joxy's team going for, right? The first Demon Hunter team we saw, they're always going for those meta burst combos. And I feel stacking all those together with the Fell Lord, if they actually can line that up properly, that will get kills. Whereas they're still doing that with their current build, but it's not with the extra damage that you have from Nemesis and Chaos Blades. And I think maybe that little bit would be what kills that Boomkin through bear form when they get those setups, right?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, right, with the bear form that Boomkins get the magic reduction of 20% or something on top of all that armor, on top of the frenzy regeneration. So they're just absolute tank mode when they go into that buff. And I'm wondering, maybe, I mean, we saw Mez die in the stuns there. Do you think there's the opportunity for them to do these kind of stun setups on Cheerios instead? I mean, Demon Hunters definitely do die in stuns if you can connect properly.
Yeah, I think it's all about finding
these as well.
It's all about finding the windows where they're stacked up. So I think one thing that maybe we noticed too from the other thing is the thing with Demon Hunter Demo is they're gonna kind of be stacked up a lot more because they're gonna try to play around the Warlock, right? Whereas with the Boomkin, they're actually a little bit more mobile. So I feel they're kind of able to spread out from each other, right? And I don't think that's the same for the Demon Hunter Demo team. So I think that even though it's good that you can get these kind of stuns where you swap onto them, I feel it relies on you get like an AoE stun with the Demon Hunter using his artifact, the Fury of the Illidari. So I don't know if the same thing will work out for the Demon Hunter Demo team if getting like the kind of burst window that we just saw that Boomkin team get.
Yeah, no, I'm very interested to see how it's going to play out as well. And I think I mean, we're just waiting to get into the games right now, guys. We're about 1 minute out. We have the composition from both teams locked in. We're just waiting on one player to be ready. They are utilizing their wait time. I think both the teams are kind of enjoying the whole dampening each other type thing. We're going to out dampen you. So we're just going to have to kind of endure this a little bit. But the games, when we actually get into them, are quite exciting. It's very, like, personally for me, as someone who hasn't played Demon Hunter since beta, it's very cool to see how the different specs are interacting, how the players are able to kind of play through these mind games. Playing Demon Hunter v Demon Hunter, if you're actually trying to target each other, is probably one of the hardest melee v melee matchups, because you have to be very good at keeping up to the opponent, and like there's so much mobility going on. There's so many skill shots, like things that you actually have to connect properly, that it must be a very interesting dynamic, one that I can't say that I've actually done myself, but I can only imagine that like a lot of this damage breakdown between Mezzadin and Cheerios actually comes down to the success rate of hitting some of those abilities, which is something that typically in WoW there aren't so many of these kind of like aimed abilities, and it's quite interesting, quite an interesting change up to see how these demon hunters are playing. But all right, we are going to be into game 3 here on the new map, Cola Hot, Maldiva, Mezzadin playing against Cheerios, Envious, and Swagaskad. I don't know if I'm getting that name right, am I? Swagaskad, I think. Okay.
Swag as a
I'm going to
cat.
go with that. Swag as a cat.
Yeah, that's
okay. That sounds good. Let's go with that.
Because his other name, he used to play Warriors like Cat Swagator, so I think it's like the river.
That makes sense. He's another warrior that swapped over to the healer.
Exactly. That's a common thing.
It's the common thing, exactly. Yeah. And Maldiva actually used the spell effect to get the gate at the start. He wants absolutely no risk of losing that. He actually can still get solo beamed through it, but I guess he didn't think there was too much chance of that.
But you can't get Demon Hunter.
I think you can.
But that, which is probably
that's pretty important.
Yeah.
They're going for that one shot already. There comes the metamorphosis from Mezzadin, the Fell Cleave you can see coming out as well. They're actually,
not in bear form, so he's going to have to use that double skin there. He's at 70% HP, so I think they're taking more advantage of trying to get pressure onto Cole here. I think that's probably the right idea. Just trying to get swaps onto him might be really good. They did get the double skin onto him. He's playing that Relentless, so he's not going to have that trinket. So if they do get a burst set up onto him eventually later in the game, the Relentless, I feel, actually isn't going to do too much for him if he just is playing with just stacking every cooldown in that metamorphosis instead of maybe splitting them up a little bit. So I think definitely right choice to start pressuring Colo, but again, we have Envious going pretty low. He's at 20% HP to get the double stun. He does not get the bear form here, so they have to use the trinket by Swagaskad here, trying to keep Envious alive. So probably a little bit of a mistake just clumping up there. That's what you have to be very, very careful of in his Demon Hunter v Demon Hunter matchups. And as you can see, Mez is using a lot of his incaps onto Cheerios, whereas if you actually watch this game, like most of the time, the incaps are going out onto Colo, at least in these other matchups, but now it seems that Colo is the person that's being trained. But before that, there's definitely a lot of healing going out onto Cheerios here.
Yeah, it seems like pressure and Colo is working out very well for Time to Chief. Every time they can connect him, not only is he dying, his entire team is running from that boomkin damage. And they're really struggling to get a lot of pressure. Mezzadin actually forced into his immunity as well, so huge cooldowns being forced out for Time to Chef, who are definitely taking the lead in this game.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's pretty good. I wonder how good the immunity is in that matchup, because the one downside is you don't have the stronger blur that can proc and stuns, so it might make it easier for you to die in that stun combo like what happened in the last game. So hard to completely say which one's better, but still, I feel like both teams are getting a lot of pressure here. We do have this bash on the Mezzadin, so he's low, and we get the clone here. Solar Beam on Maldiva gets him locked out here, and I think maybe they're going to look for that window to pressure Maldiva. Instead, it looks like they're going to incap Maldiva and try to hit Colo here, but Colo is just going to sit in bear form. He goes for the Warstorm clone, does get the Warstorm clone on Cheerios, so he's going to be able to get away here. But now Cheerios is on Stun DR and Clone DR, and he actually does have all his clones up. So if he can get this window where he can stun Colo, I think that would be very scary for him. He's sitting in this route here, though, so it's going to be very predictable if he tries to get this meta stun onto him. Cheerios is getting kited very hard, and I think this probably is enough to reset the DRs. Poor sad Demon Hunter. He does get the meta stun on him, though, and Colo doesn't swap into bear form for this, so now he has to double skin once again, putting so much pressure here. Cheerios still has his Chaos Nova available, and he still has his artifact, so he can still get that artifact stun onto Colo. If he gets caught out into human form, he'll actually probably die just by still having that Nemesis debuff onto him without any skins available. So that's going to be very scary. We do have a lot of damage going on to him. Solar Beam does go out, his Maldiva and Colo, and here comes the Chaos Nova. He's going to use that artifact there by Cheerios. It doesn't get him to human form, but Maldiva's getting pressured really hard here, and so is Mezzadin. He's trying to get out damage onto both targets here, but I think that right now Time to Chef definitely found the strategy that helps them win this matchup here. By pressuring Colo, it just lets the Boomkin just do so much more to the other DPS, whereas I feel like the Demon Hunter comp, they can play more around CCing healers. Whereas I feel with this other kind of comp, I feel that Cheerios just has to be running at Colo as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Mezzadin's actually having to run away, but we do see the one-shot combination once again. The Iron Bark comes out for it, and the Darkness as well. So a lot of cooldowns traded out. Cheerios actually taking a fair bit of damage as well, using that blur, a few defensive cooldowns. But it seems like every single time Fragment Apple will go for one of these offensive pushes, there's always an answer on the side of Time to Chef. They don't do it very often. So as long as they keep rotating correctly their defensives, they should be able to survive. And Cola Hots is definitely the person getting the worst out of these exchanges.
Yeah, because Colo and Swagaskad are actually even in these games, and this is something that wasn't happening earlier. The other thing is too is Time to Chef. They're all playing trinkets, which I think maybe is the wiser choice. By all having trinkets, like they can avoid these burst windows, right? But I feel without having that trinket, like eventually there's just a point in the game that maybe you just can't live. I guess that you just get stunned, and even if it's short, you're just gonna die through it regardless.
Yeah, that's one of the things, right? I think Relentless is being chosen by teams now because the game, like the pace of the game, is ever so slightly slower because of some of these more tanky classes in the meta. But that's not necessarily true when you have Demon Hunters galore. You know, they're
Yeah.
doing a lot of burst damage, and trinkets are very useful against that.
Yeah, okay, so here we have another Metamorphosis being used by him, and again, Kolo isn't getting these bear forms here, and he gets a Solar Beam out of that, so that's really good. Delays the double skin on him. So Kolo's just falling so far behind because he's not able to get these pre-bears on Cheerios Metamorphosis. Like, if he does get this off, it stops him completely from getting the double, the double skin. But, it just all depends. If he actually gets caught out here by Cheerios, who's doing a really good job making sure to just always catch him out of form, it puts so much pressure on a Colo Hot. So I think it's a good play by him. And again, now he gets a full stun onto Colo in human form, but I think they're doing a little bit more of the pressure onto some of the other targets here. And I think Time to Chef has to play defensively, even though they have this first window here, because they use the Blood Elf on the Envious. He does have to use that Iron Bark, and he has his skin being used. So Swaggus Cat trying to do what he can to keep his team alive, but he's actually doing a lot better than Colo in mana here. Colo's at 20% mana. Maldiva's still at 60% HP. All Fragmented Peril is kind of rotting. And we're at 5% dampening here. And now Cheerios getting that Blur Force. He's kiting a little bit. Mez has that Metamorphosis up for a little bit longer, so he's getting some pressure onto Cheerios and getting this Incap onto him low. So this makes it really hard for Swaggus Cat to top him. And then now we have these clones. So that Demon Hunter Incap with that Detainment Talent, it acts as like an offensive clone without being on that same DR. So that's a really strong synergy between Demon Hunter and Rest of Druids. And now we have that Bash and Axos coming up with that full fear onto Swaggus Cat. I believe they do force this trinket out there, so a lot of pressure is going on to Cheers. I think they realize that since he's the one that's pressuring Colo so much, they had to start going on to him, but now he gets a double stun onto Mez and Maldiva with Colo in that clone there. And now Colo's at 10% mana, Swag is at 15% mana. Both Druids are pretty much here, but I feel like when it's actually getting to this point in the game, I think Time to Chef is probably in the advantage just by having all this Boomkin AoE. I think that the AoE in this situation, with all them being low and tapped, is where the Boomkin is going to shine over the Demo Warlock.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Colo really struggling, having to basically backskin no damage whilst behind a pillar. It's so unfortunate for him. He really needs to get a drink, but with the Boomkin, it's so difficult. Envious dropping a little bit low. Swaggus Cat's also He actually gets looked down on that heel, but the Nemesis now to Maldiva, the Iron Back to answer it. Is it going to be enough? Both of him and Mezzadin are dropping so low. The Cyclone to follow up onto Colo Hot. Surely Maldiva's going to go down. Healthstone is not going to save him in this situation. Down to 10%. Also, Mezzadin dropping the Cenarian Ward. Maybe he's going to be able to survive here. He does end up falling. And that's going to be 2-1 in favor of Time to Chef, able to take the game to dampening and take it in favor of them on the third map of the series.
I think so. I guess initially I thought maybe the Demon Hunter Demo might have had been an advantage in this matchup, but I feel it's just hard to say who actually has like an advantage because I've never seen this matchup a lot, but I feel like Time to Chef is definitely adapting here. So we're seeing newer matchups that we haven't seen being played in tournaments, and you could only really know how these go if you actually play these on live a lot. And since we don't do that, I mean, I feel like all these teams that we've seen today, regardless of like how the matchups go, they're very continuously adapting, which is a really good sign to see from teams that are wanting to compete in BlizzCon, because you want to be able to win a matchup even if you want to figure out ways to beat something that's beating you, basically, instead of just saying, oh, okay, we can't beat with this con, let's try something else. I feel like that eventually puts you like really behind.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's very cool to see these teams coming up with different stuff, for sure. We've seen also in Europe, I've seen a lot of people like rerolling to old Boomkins. We saw Waz doing it in the last GCD, almost winning them the whole tournament actually with his Waz form, exactly. So it's nice to see other people picking this up. It's definitely, that's the way you need to go, especially with, like you say, the road to BlizzCon coming up very shortly. This is brilliant practice for playing your ults. In fact, I mean, of course, I'm not saying the majority of people are still playing on their main classes when they can, their comfort pick. But
I feel one thing too is like Demon Hunter is kind of like the perfect class to have as an alt, even if you're like not that great at multi-class. Because I mean, like we were saying earlier, it's not really like something that's like too incredibly like it's not like some like fancy rogue mage, whatever, like super high skill cap, but a lot of it is just like kind of game knowledge. So I feel like if you just know the game well, like you can play a demon hunter pretty effectively, and like all you really need to know is just like, okay, well I can just kill this guy here. Like I know they don't have cooldowns here.
You just have to get a bit of practice with your damage, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Because once you have it down, it's not necessarily just a hard class to play. It just decision making in a sense. So I feel like that makes it like a good alt for a lot of people, even if they're not that great at multi-classing, I guess.
Yeah, no, I totally can see that. And it seems like a lot of people have been picking up the Demon Hunter. This is more than I was expecting. I was maybe expecting to get a couple of Demon Hunters, but it's amazing they've all just kind of come out of nowhere. We haven't seen a single one before, and now they're just absolutely everywhere. Anyways, the series is 2-1, of course. Just to reiterate, we said this a couple of times tonight, but this is a single elimination bracket, guys, and we can have a little look over at that bracket right now. We can see that we are into the second round, the round of 8 for the bracket. We've already said goodbye to 9 teams out of a 16-team qualifier, so we're doing very well in that regard, and we are getting very close to concluding this series as well. Time to GF are up 2-1 against Fragment Apro, who are another one of these very strong teams. We've seen a few upsets already today. Well, potentially upsets to someone like me who doesn't necessarily follow the NA scene quite so much. And Fragment Apro are one of those teams as well that from my point of view, I think they've definitely had a lot of tournament experience in the past. Of course, I met Maldiva playing at BlizzCon a few years ago, and Mez, he's been around for a very long time, very respected on the DK, and I've heard great things about his Demon Hunter as well. So we'll have to see how they can do it. I think a large part of what was going wrong in that last game is Kolish Hots had to use a lot of mana because he kept getting caught out of bear form with those metamorphosis stuns, right? Do you think the game would have changed significantly if he got the preemptive bear form a couple of times?
Yeah, absolutely, because getting a pre-bear form, like on him, like you can pretty much just survive with that. You even see with the Boomkin, right? He goes in bear form and he's pretty much fine. Like bear form is just so huge in these matchups that if you don't get the swap onto bear form, because you do have like about a second too, right? Because there's the travel time with him flying up for that like metal leap before he stuns you. So you have like a slight second to react, but I think they might be catching him like out on maybe a cast or maybe out of an ink cap. They're just catching him at really good times. But if he does like realize that that's the thing going on, he might be able to react better and just get the pre-bear form, which I feel completely will change the outcome of that matchup for them.
Yeah, no, I think I totally agree with that. I think I want to say one other thing separate to this, completely separate, and probably such a wild card that it's like not even feasible in this meta. But what do you think of Mez bringing out his DK? Like he's been known for his DK for such a long time. I know that he still plays it a lot. I've seen him playing it on the Enrique stream, the Windwalker DK, etc. What do you think about him bringing out his kind of main class, and how do you think that would play out for him? Because I mean, I personally, as an outside person, would love to see Mez on this DK.
Yeah, I definitely think that him playing the DK would be nice. I think the main thing is maybe just I don't think DK synergizes as well with the Warlock as the Demon Hunter does. So like DKs, they have good comps. I feel like TSG probably good comp for DKs, right? That's popular in the EU. So like that's something he could play, but I feel because they have the Demon Warlock, I don't think Demon Warlock DK is going to be as good as having the Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
So I think it's unlikely, but maybe it'll be like a desperation, move they pull out.
Does this team have a 4th member? Let's have a look. I don't think they do. No, they are just the 3-man roster, so probably not too many options. Black Rookhold is going to be the 4th map of this series, so it's a very small map. We'll have to see if the compositions have changed at all from either of these sides as we do load up into the game. And yep, it does look like there's going to be a change. It's not Mez changing, unfortunately, but it is absolutely everyone else on his team that's going to be swapping classes.
Oh, okay. Wait, so Maldiva on Shadow Priest, or is that?
I assume so.
Oh, okay.
That would make sense, right? Since he's the Warlock, I guess.
Yeah.
So we have to assume, maybe someone can confirm, that Maldiva is playing the Shadow Priest in this matchup, and then Lapk is going to be Kolihots, presumably on the Paladin.
I feel like I disagree with them playing the ad. I mean, maybe the adapt's good, I guess, because you get out of every Chaos Nova, but there's ways to like outplay that. Like maybe they
Yeah,
have way
I
more
mean, just
CC.
solo beaming it, for example, is definitely a powerful tool.
Yeah, because I
Right?
mean they'll sit less CC, but I don't feel like that's like the win condition here. I feel maybe this isn't a bad comp for them to play though. It just
Yeah, it could be.
Trinket could be.
I,
But I don't know.
I'm wondering how, because we've already seen that Demon Hunters are incredibly effective against Paladins because they can just kind of force the bubble, then kill with 2 Metamorphosis.
Yeah,
And
and
wow, what a
so,
start! Oh,
no
what?
dispersion.
Oh dear,
Okay.
that's
Well,
he
and
he came
that'll
out
do
the
it.
gates flying with that triple stun and okay.
Well.
That's unfortunate. That's one of those where you just, I don't know, you slap yourself on the wrist. It's
Swifty took the
not a
wheel
good
right
way to
there.
end the series, but yeah,
Imagine if that was
absolutely
pre-nerf Demon Hunter
incredible
right there
damage.
with the mana break. Could he have died faster?
But yeah, I don't know. But I don't think I've seen a quicker game. That game
Wait, was that
literally
Wiz
lasted
K?
5 seconds. He jumped in, pressed Metamorphosis, or like he got the triple sum for the Chaos Nova, then he just Metamorphosis and instantly one-shot him with the AoE. That was probably not what Fragment Aperol wanted from that game.
I don't know if he got locked out or something. Like, could he have dispersed
Yeah,
there?
possibly. I mean, it did happen very quickly, so there's a good chance he was just on global. Globals aren't the fastest thing ever, right? But
Yeah,
I
the
just
entire chat and my B tagger definitely popping off right now after that game. So I mean, there's that.
Yeah. Well, anyways, okay. So that's gonna summarize that series. I was just having a little look at the conversation that was happening at the same time. So that's going to be a 3-1 going over to the brackets in favor of Time to Chef. So we have 2 of our semi-finalists locked in. We have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to Mez, Maldiva, and Colo Hot in this tournament. But I'm sure we're going to see them again. They're definitely one of these teams that are going to be a big feature in the Road to BlizzCon. So I'm looking forward to seeing them participate in future events. Of course, this is kind of the harsh reality of those single elimination brackets, that you don't get that second opportunity, and perhaps the old composition not working out so well in this last game. But moving forward, we're going to have, this is one of the series I've been looking forward to all night. I have a personal bias, of course, towards the one and only Super T's, having casted alongside him quite a few times. Definitely one of my better acquaintances in the US side of things, and that's going to be on the side of Feels Old Man, and they're going up against another team that we've already seen play today, which is Globo Gym. Yeah, I think they had another name, but they swapped it over to Feels Old Man. Is there a story behind that, or is it just like a couple of
because Mame is like 40 years old or something, and
oh really?
Avenge is like 20, but everyone thinks he's like 40, so like I don't know. I usually call him an old. I call him my dad.
I just assumed it's because they have a fair few like decently seasoned veterans on their team, but I didn't realize it was.
Yeah.
I guess it's like an ongoing meme, a meme.
Yeah, I guess I have that bias for Avengeland since
yeah,
I played with him a little bit, just a bit, but
yeah.
you know, a bit.
Well, anyways, so that's going to be our next series, guys. Super T's, Avengeland, SSDS, and Mame going up against this team we already saw playing once today. And that should be incredibly hyped. I just want to once again shout out our Matcherino page. We have actually reached the $1,000 goal for our first stretch goal, which means we are going to be having our winners interview at the end of the tournament on Sunday. So definitely that's going to be very hype. I think winners interviews are very popular on the broadcast, and players, you can't really predict what they're going to say. Sometimes they're very positive and thanking everyone, and sometimes they just like to use this as an opportunity to trash talk the opponents, as we saw last tournament. But that should be very interesting. So thank you very much for helping us reach that. Of course, all that money, as you can see, will be donated to the prize pool, or is directly into the prize pool. That is exactly our prize bucket. So thank you very much for that. We still have a few more of these codes to give away from Matcherino as well. So definitely, if you can, we'd much appreciate it if you hop over to the Matcherino page, sign in using your Twitch, go over to the donate button and type in the code GCDTV2. that donates $1 from Match Arena, who have been partnering us with this event. And also there's a few other cool rewards on the page as well, which we'd love you to check out. And we're going to be having a giveaway style raffle at the end of the Sunday as well, related to people who have watched the stream and earned points throughout the broadcast. So definitely a few cool things on their website to be checking out going forward. But I think, let's see, I think there was one other subscriber I had to. Yes, we had one more subscriber who has an incredibly long name, so give me a second here. XX Goalkeeper XX has subscribed as well. So thank you very much for that subscription, and welcome to the team. Let's just see how we're doing with this next series. I think we are ready. I think we have the lock-ins. We're just trying to get it locked in. I think we might have had a bug with one of the queues, so just give us a second here, guys. Of course, the first game is Blind Pick on Nagrand Arena. What comps are you expecting in this matchup, Dilly?
I feel like they might open up with Red Hunter probably. I feel like that's like the safest comp to play, right? I feel overall Red Messenger is like top tier. So maybe that's like their safest comp to open up with probably. And then other comps that they could whip out probably are things they could play later.
I see there's a clip in chat. I can only imagine what that clip is. I'm not going to click it right now because I don't trust my internet, but yes, I can only imagine.
Cheerios had his Razor Nago plugged in right there for that kill.
Is this an unofficial official shout out to Razor?
Yeah, my man Swifty. I did RBGs with him the other day.
Oh wow, that's the dream. Someone linked a screenshot on Twitter recently of them being in a party with Swifty, and it was like dream come true. I think.
What?
Oh, was that actually you?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. I saw that. Was that actually the real Swifty? I was very interested.
Yeah.
That's very cool. I didn't realize he's a tanker now. He's slaying on the prop warrior.
Exactly.
There he is.
The people's shield will protect us all.
So we are waiting. It looks like we're ready to get up into this game. I'm very excited to see what the two compositions are going to be and see how Super T's, SSDS, and Evangeline potentially, or even Mame, will play out this one. Do they have any old comps beyond the Warrior, Hunter, and Ret Paladin DPS? Do they like?
I mean, they do, but Evangeline will send me a paragraph if I say the comps that they have available, and he'll be like,
okay. So they have hidden stuff, is what you're trying to tell me. There's secrets waiting to be revealed.
Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, there's some stuff he has. I feel like it's not like that in him, but he definitely would get cheesed at me. So definitely not gonna.
Let's keep it as a surprise then. It's much of a surprise for me as well.
Yeah, I don't want Grandpa Avenge yelling at me. I'd be mad.
Very nice. We have to see. I just want to get into the games, man. I think so sometimes what happens with the queues is if you queue too early, or if someone's not leader, you have to wait for the instance of timeout, so it can be the longest 1 or 2 minutes of your life. But we are now ready. Nagrand Arena has been locked in, of course, as our first map in this best of 5 series, and it's going to be that Red Hunter going into the Demo Frostmage.
Oh, this is all they play. Yeah.
Oh, actually, we haven't seen these guys on stream yet. I did their first game off broadcast, so I saw they looked very strong on this Frostmage Demo.
Yeah, they played a lot on ladder. I definitely think this is the best pick too, because I feel having the Marksman Hunter just against the Frostmage is good in general, but also I don't think it's too bad versus Warlock. I mean, you have a lot of that cleave damage available to you as Marksman, so plus they're both like claw targets, so I feel they'll be able to pump out a lot of damage here. So I think this is definitely good comp choice to open up with. And since they only have that, I feel that I mean, I don't know completely how the matchup goes, but I feel like they probably knew that team was going to play that, so they're probably confident with this pick here.
Yeah, for sure. I think Frostmages are actually really strong against cleavers as well. If he can just purge the freedom from the red, it's going to be really difficult for Evangeline to get any damage out, and they can even just dampen this with the Demo Lock as well.
Oh, he's playing Prot.
He's playing
Prot, so he can just dampen them, and then the Marksman Hunter can just take him out. So, dude, the Prot Valley, I can't.
Wonderful,
dude. I'm gonna go out of mana and need a little bit more water because of these games. Like I'm actually at the end. Oh my god, so much burst onto Super T. So they had the Curse of Fragility onto him. They get that half stun on him out of that, and they had the Fell Guard onto him. And another, oh my god, there's a triple TR Axos onto Super T. So they had so much burst coming out right there. They did have, I don't remember the name of it, but Prots basically, they have like a magic version of Bob, essentially. So
the immunity, right?
Yeah, it's like a magic immunity. So it puts the forbearance on you, but yeah, they have that available to them. So Prot has a lot of stuff. I think there's also like an extra bubble thing that Avenge can play, but I guess the Prot was the best choice because Avenge probably knows he's just going to get kited really hard and not going to be able to touch them. But this lets SSCS just eventually solo the mage the longer the game goes on. And again, you have these like full silences here, so this is pretty much all the hunter here. He's actually playing the Way of the Crane as that Mistweaver. So the Way of the Crane basically makes you immune to stuns and also breaks stuns for you for about 15 seconds. But the disadvantage to it is you don't have that Ancient Mistweaver's art talent, which lets you get out those instant enveloping mists and this a lot of your instant casts when you're channeling your Soothing Mist. So he actually has a hard cast that Enveloping Mist, which is one of your strongest heals as a Mistweaver. So I'm not completely sure how good of a talent that is completely, but it might. I mean, they've played this comp a lot, so maybe it works out really well here. But
I mean, they're probably just counting on the prop hand doing a little less damage, and they feel like they might need a bit more to actually finalize a kill, especially since, as you can see, Eventually has so many cooldowns to keep his team alive. He has sacrifices all the time, this magical bop, as we said, and he's just, he's a kind of like a very strong off healer as well, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Just so much utility.
And the Mistweaver might not need to, oh, see, there's the Way of the Crane, again, out of the sense. So the Mistweaver might not need to break out of CC as much, I guess. Or sorry, he might not need to hard cast heals as much because they don't have that purge for things like Temporal Shield, and then Demon Warlock's naturally tanky, right? So as long as like the Mistweaver can't be touched, since he's not going to really die in that full stun because of the Way of the Crane talent, I feel like maybe this is the best choice for them to make. Just keep him out of CC and just delay the game as much as they possibly can. And now see, we have another full Hodge coming out here onto GZY, and I don't believe they have a trap to follow it up, but they're just using all day scatters onto Lock to Lock and usually using Wyverns onto the Mistweaver here.
Yeah, for sure. And they just kind of get that CC out. I mean, SSDS is definitely the primary damage source, and he's getting a fair bit out right now with those aim shots onto floor mat. Actually going to get the life cocoon with that, so pretty reasonable forcing of a cooldown. Of course, there's still 2 ice blocks on that Frost Mage. It's far, far, far from securing a kill, but it's progress on the side of SSDS. And he really has to be the person that wins the game for Feels Old Man, in my opinion, because Evangeline's going to really struggle. He can keep his team alive, but he's not going to be doing much damage. He contributes that damage buff to SSDS, but aside from that, there's not too much he can achieve. So it's just about him and Super T's kind of playing this protection comp, keeping SSDS alive long enough into dampening that they can actually secure this kill.
Yeah, exactly, because I think that's what's going to happen, because basically the way it is right now is like the first 2 true shots, which is the Marksman and Burst cooldown, the Mistweaver is able to just trade it up with the cocoon, right? But eventually in late dampening, he's just going to instantly break through that cocoon himself, right? Just due to the nature of the damage buff and just how much damage Marksman Hunters do to Frost Mages. And at that point is when it's going to start to be scary, and they'll probably start forcing out ice blocks. Right now, maybe it might be uneventful. Like, we might see a little burst like it's coming out right here. At the same time. HP, but I actually have a lot of confidence that he's going to stay safe. So they get this burst window here, right? And that's like a minute 30 burst. I actually think he's going to be kind of okay. They actually use the Hodge there on a format. Then he uses the scatter onto the Mistweaver. Now they just get the double silence again. Yeah. Like I said, I feel like they have these scary like kind of burst windows, but I don't feel they're ever going to secure that kill just because of the off support and utility from Eventually by having the magic bop. That's what we'll call it, the magic bop.
The magic bop, exactly. Yeah, we'll have to have a little look at that after this. I don't think any of us were really expecting to have to cast a prop paladin today. It's been quite a while since we've seen them in the meta, but they're actually doing really well here. Again, forcing out the human ratio and the life cocoon onto floor mat. So Feels Old Man definitely are showing signs of life offensively as well as defensively in this game. But at the same time, the setup onto Super T's.
Yeah, a lot of burst going out into Super T's. Good job that he was in bear form for that, and then eventually used the sack onto him. So trying to get some damage reduction onto him, and then SSDS also being swapped too. And he does get the pre-bark on that fear swap. So it's a good job by Super T's. They are very cautious of the burst windows here. So I feel it seems like they're prepared for this team. Like they had to have fought this team on ladder and just figured this would be their best comp, and maybe it was hard for them to be as Red Hunter. But I mean,
It's
This game
interesting
is
that
definitely gonna make
Frostmage
me
is
feel
playing Glacial Spike as well. Like that's something that we've seen not so many majors playing recently. They normally just play with the Comet Storm, right? And
yeah,
just play like
right.
a more instant cast, just kind of AoE people down with slow spec. And he's still playing a lot of that, but it's kind of a hybrid in between. And the burst from it's actually helping them quite a lot. Eventually dropping low, they might be able to force the bubble. Of course, you don't have auto bubble as prot, so he has to know to press that ability. He does do a great job of that though, able to trade that out. But that is a massive force, and he's still standing in the fell cleave. Lots of trouble. Feels Old Man definitely falling behind in this one as dampening kicks in at 8% right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the scariest thing is too is even though he has that magic belt, like he's able to keep Super T safe, but then they are able to swap onto eventually and get that extra pressure onto him. So, I mean, maybe this isn't as favored as we might thought it is. So maybe this is the best comp they have available to them, but maybe it's just like a hard matchup in general. Just it does seem like that Frost Mage, he's playing that Glacial Spike, so he has the extra burst of the Glacial Spikes and the Even Bolts, but he's still playing that Frozen Orb for the instant damage. And here's the second bubble that comes out from that little Guardian thing that's flying there. You can CC it to stop it, but I don't know if they even know that or if it doesn't really matter. I feel like he can't even get the cast off on that anyways. But yeah, so it's like a second bubble available to him. It's that Guardian of the Forgotten Queen. If you look at his buffs, it's the one right next to his Rebuke. But yeah, now they get the cocoon here, but SSDS didn't have to use his true shot. So I think this is the point with us being in 15% dampening. The next time that SSDS does pop his true shot, he should be able to force a lot of pressure on the floor mat. And the one thing too that Eventual and Steam started doing is they stopped putting these Hodges onto GCY. They instead are using it onto the Frost Mage just to have as much uptime as possible, right? Because the Mister is playing away the Crane. So instead they wait for the Wyvern Sting, they go for the Wyvern Trap and a bursting shot, right? So they just get a little bit of CC with that, and then they have the full Hodges onto floor mat, and they're able to connect on him there, and that lets it so SSDS can hit him without him lining, and also eventually can kind of connect a little bit here. But he's getting this temp shield, doesn't get too much with that. This silence being used here, and then floor mat's just gonna get topped off. We see a bursting shot trap here, so not too much CC going out. Yeah, we do have that true shot coming up in about 30 seconds. So I think that's going to be the window that you're going to see a lot being forced because GZY won't have that life cocoon available to him.
So what do you think that has to happen in this game for SSDS to actually kill? I mean, they still haven't forced a single ice block. You talk about this true shot barrage. Do you think that's the only kind of win condition for Feels Old Man?
Yeah, it's going to be that CC chain with that true shot barrage because Marksman really doesn't, or with that true shot. So now he's popping it, right? And now we have that Hodge under GZY, and he's going to use that way of the Crane, but now he's going to get 30% HP. He's going to have to use this temporal shield, but he used it so low, and now they overlap that with that life cocoon. So maybe they peeled here. But see, it's getting kind of to the point in dampening where they're getting more and more pressure with those burst windows. So I think that's the way this matchup goes, is that eventually I think they wait to a point that both Temporal Shield and Cocoon are like inefficient, and that they hope that the Prop Pally's extra support will let them live long enough, I guess, for that kill window.
Yeah, I mean, we have to see. I mean, it basically relies on Feels Old Man not making a mistake in this game. If they can keep relentlessly trading out these coins, eventually and helping out, they can easily do it.
So they have the Wyvern probably into a trap. Okay, into the silence there with the scatter on to lock the lock. And now they have that Hodge here, gonna get the human trinket from GCY, and now they force a block, and they didn't use the true shot there. So eventually, this is at the point that the monk can't heal through because he doesn't have that enveloping mist. Like he doesn't actually have this really strong effective healing. And with it being in 27% dampening, this is the point that they start to fall really far behind. But even
yep. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we were saying, right? They had to keep playing the game perfectly out, and at the end of the day, no deter on us getting absolutely obliterated. The Icy Veins, you have to respect them from the Frost Mage if he's playing that, the 3-minute offensive cooldown with that absolute devastating Ebenbolt shadow from the flurry, and he just got completely obliterated, dropped from 80% to 0 in like 1 second there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a risk of their playstyle, right? Because even though they live long enough to where they can maybe kill them just, where the Mistweaver can't heal it, the game still lasts long enough that you open up that window where you can get one shot like that, right? Because that's going to happen at any point in the game. The dampening doesn't actually really matter as far as SSD is dying right there, right? It's just, okay, I'm in a full stun, I'm dead, right? And you stop those setups over and over and over, but eventually you get caught in one of those and your goose is cooked.
Yeah, my goodness, that was It's like they did all the hard work. They lived the 10 minutes. They did survive some quite scary setups from this demo mage, but at the end of the day, they just started reaching that point where you said that it was the crux where the Mistweaver monk was struggling to out heal. He wasn't playing the absolute min max HPS or effective healing spec. He was playing something slightly more offensive for damage, and they got to the point where they were about to win. They just started forcing ice blocks, and then so unfortunate for them there. Their perfect setup coming out from the demo and the frost mage absolutely obliterating SSDS is going to put them 1-0 up in the series now. And I wonder if you're Feels old man, do you have the kind of stamina to go for that again? Do you think these guys are actually going to stomach another pro game, or do you think they're going to swap over?
And he will go for that. He's going to play that strategy again. He'll play it until it works, and if you are not on board, he will yell at you until you are in shape for that. So that's definitely what's going to happen. Because yeah, I've definitely gone through playing this mage match just like in WoD, playing Ret Hunter into like GodComp, and it was okay. Well, turtled forever, and then we eventually lost, which is like, okay, let's do it again and not mess it up, and then eventually you win. Eventually you get to a point where you start winning that way, but it's like at that point, like, your sanity is gone. Like, you're so done mentally. You have to play them. You have to play that matchup and dampen yourself 3,000 times.
At the same time, it's like if you win that game, you absolutely dampen your opponent. Your opponent is so annoyed. He's like, we can't do anything against this. This prop hand just keeps him alive forever. But I feel like if I'm a player and I'm playing against a dampening comp and then I win at the end of it, I'm just so happy. Like, because it's like you've spent 10 minutes working towards this goal and you finally kill them, and you're like, finally it's over. Like, you actually get a lot of momentum off of that. It feels really good as a player, right?
You're screaming some
some words which we will not say on broadcast. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
But you have to. You also like have to have that mental fortitude to be like, okay, well, I can't get completely excited because that's just the first game.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
they do have to respect still the damage. Like, SSDS is forcing cooldowns, so it's not like they can overextend completely. But I just feel like once you know you can win the matchup, it becomes a lot less frustrating for you. But I mean, they still have to be perfect with setting up these goes, because honestly, the way they did win this game was, I mean, you have to put it down to a mistake on the side of Feels old man. They had the defensive cooldowns. They just weren't quite able to get them off in time. Maybe a few old reactions there.
Wow. Okay, that was mean.
Okay. Maybe that was a bit mean.
That was mean, dude. That was toxic behavior.
Wow. Maybe a bit toxic. I'm sorry. But yes. But I think.
They have to explain.
Anyways, we'll have to see what map they're going to choose. We're just waiting 1 second to get into that. I'm just going to use this opportunity once again to shout out our Matcherino. And wow. Okay, it's gone up quite a lot since I last looked at it. Let's just see what happened here. I don't know if we just got an insane number of $1. Maybe everyone just clicked on it. In which case, I really appreciate that, guys. So we actually got a $35 from SaveX. I already shouted that out though, right? Or maybe he donated another $30. I think he's donated 5 before. So anyways, thank you so much, guys. We're up to $1,100 as well. So as you can see, just by going over to the payout section of the website, all of that money gets donated. It's estimated at a $670 prize pool for just first place. So that's a pretty reasonable chunk of money to be earning just for a weekend of playing World of Warcraft, I think. But yes, we are waiting to go into it. Let's have a little look over at the bracket once again whilst we do wait for these teams. Of course, they are naturally using the waiting time they have. They have 3 minutes to make each decision between games, so we have to allow them that. They want to make sure that they do have the maximum chance of going through to the main brackets. This is what everyone here is playing for, of course, getting into tomorrow's main bracket. We have a little look right now. We are 2 series away from securing our semi-finalists, and then after that they will get through to the grand finals, where they do have that good chance of getting into tomorrow's bracket. And just having a little look over at tomorrow's bracket, we can see some fantastic team names there with lots of sponsors and lots of fantastic players. And we haven't really talked about this since the very start of the broadcast. Who do you think are the names that really stand out to you in the main bracket tomorrow, Dilly? Or do we have a Dilly? Oh no, I've set myself up for doom. But yes, we are. So anyways, I personally, me, as a person who's looking at this, I'm certainly going to be looking at Method as the team that I know the most. Of course, they did come second, almost first in the whole of BlizzCon last year, and that 4-man roster is exactly the same. Incredibly hyped to see Sidu, Smexon, of course, the screamer of kill, 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 and Snuts and Beamslayer, of course, playing in that roster. I didn't quite realize you left me for a second. I really I really made a fool of myself. Unfortunately, I was very sad. You're not the first. Super Tease has left me a few times as well on stream.
I thought you saw the party chat. No, I could add on to that is if Torrent's gonna beat Paladins, Method would have won BlizzCon because the 5% HP from Torrent and Botar lived at 50% HP. So that I swear that Rachel actually won.
Yeah, it's actually huge, right? Yeah,
because
like that 2% exactly. Yeah, it's counteracted entirely.
Yeah. Like maybe Sue's just gonna be a vegetarian from now on, or maybe he's just gonna eat cows because he's just
every single time something happens on CD's stream, I see it's like, oh, if this had happened, I might have won BlizzCon. I might win BlizzCon. It's nice. It's very nice. It's a good meme. I very much approve.
That's so tilting to think about. Like that's the kind of thing. Like you just need a.
Right.
Like, you just need a good blow to the head, so you just forget about it. Like
you have to have the exact temperament to be able to deal with that. I think a lot of people would just get incredibly either salty or just really sad about it for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, he does deal with it very, very well, and I think I'm really excited to see how those guys compete. I mean, I'm really happy to see them competing here. But anyways, we are into the game. And Super Tease is the target of choice. Actually going to be that magical wall coming out. You can see it. The fiery thing, and now the bubble forced onto Eventually as well. So much damage. They really have to respect the Icy Veins from Floormat. Every single time that 3-minute cooldown is used, he's just achieving so much. Maybe they need to try put a bit more CC onto it from the Hunter, silences from the prop Paladin, but right now they're really struggling every time he pops that cooldown. They have to trade out so much.
Yeah, they definitely need to be a lot more careful of the Icy Veins. I think that's definitely the very scary points. The other thing too is that I feel that Global Gym's team, they're basically very, very aware that they can just split that pressure. So they get the magical block going out of Super Tease, and they immediately take that opportunity to just force the pressure on it eventually, which is what they have to do. They can spread that burst damage onto 2 targets, especially with that Fell Lord down, because that's just going to be getting a lot of cleave damage onto both of them. So the mage, he sees the magical block being used, he's like, okay, fine, I'll cast onto this guy. So because of that, they can't really just rely on reacting by using those cooldowns. They have to play proactively and see, okay, well, here's Icy Veins. We need to just get out. We're not going to be able to live through this AR. Going to swap onto someone if we use a defensive on them, and that's going to be the way that they end up figuring out how to beat this matchup, I feel like. So again, they have to dampen this team, but I think they just can't make mistakes that like happened last game.
They have to do it very carefully. They definitely have to respect that burst.
Right. I mean, it is possible though, because Icy Veins has that 3-minute cooldown, and I mean things like deterrence, it has about a 2.4 minute cooldown, so he can't trinket deter every setup that happens onto him, right? So there's always that way that he can live, and it's just all about being patient or making sure that the smaller burst windows are not what kills you. And now here we have the orb coming out, so the triple stun goes out onto Super Tease into the Fell Lord, so he takes a lot of damage here. The magical boss being used, Evangel is very low, he's at 40% HP, and Super Tease has to use that Iron Bark on him. Evangel has that wings up, so that's going to get a lot of healing here, and now we get that full Hodge onto Floormat. So I think they're doing a lot better knowing to use that onto him from the get-go, which they didn't do from the first game. So using it onto Floormat lets them get a lot of offensive pressure onto him, and now we already got that cocoon forced out here, so I mean, it does look like Feels Old Man is doing a lot better offensively. They just have to, I think, play it a little better as far as reacting to the offensive setups from Global Gym. If they fix that, I think that the game will go a lot better for them.
Yeah, I completely agree. They just have to make sure that they're completely on top of these cooldowns. Actually, it's kind of odd because I watch Super Teaser's stream quite a lot, and he's very good at calling out when the opponent is using these major offensive cooldowns. So maybe it's just kind of like a one-off mistake. I don't imagine they're going to make it twice. They did respect to the last time. We can see a fair bit of damage coming out now from Floormat with the stun, of course, from Geysi, and aren't able to force too much with it. It wasn't the Icy Veins. You can see that Icy Veins is coming up in about 10 seconds for him. So next time they get this leg sweep orb Icy Veins combo, there's definitely going to have to be a lot of respect from Feels Old Man. Eventually will not have the bubble available for 2 minutes. So definitely they need to be careful, but as you can see, they do have 3 trinkets available to deter Ironbark, a lot of cooldowns that can answer that, so they definitely do have the options. They just have to be a little bit careful with it. And actually, if you look at the mana, Super Tease is a little bit behind Geyser right now, which is kind of, I guess it's just because there's a bit more damage, but with the additional off healing, I think if this game is going to go to dampening, they do need to be a little bit careful with mana.
Yeah, they do. And there's another cocoon being forced out here. So I think it's just that swapping around and them both getting bursted down is forcing him to just do so much burst healing, and that's causing him to fall behind on mana, right? Because it's just so much going out right here. So SSCS looks like he's being swapped to. They have the magical bop onto him. He's going to be like kind of okay. He's at 60% HP, and they catch Super T's in that full sheep here. So that is a lot of trouble, but I feel like SSDS is kind of avoiding damage because, see, floor mat's just on the other side of the map with SSDS here. So he's really far from the mage and not being hit by him. So, I mean, even though they had all that CC on Super T's, he was effectively lining all the mage's damage, even if the Warlock was there. But really, it's a mage who's going to be setting up the kills here.
Yeah. And Floormat could have used his Icy Veins on that setup on SSDS if he wanted to, but I think he recognized they didn't have the stun. It wasn't the perfect kind of Fell Lord setup that they were looking for. So he decides to hold on to that cooldown. Maybe he still wants to use it on eventually. They actually get the trinket from Super Tease there. I'm not entirely sure what he trinketed out of, though. This could be a little bit dangerous for him. He actually trades out the Bark skin as well on that stun. So Super Tease could definitely be an opening for them. That Icy Veins is available. No trinket, no Bark skin on him. Eventually will need to save him.
Yeah, they forced Trinket Debt, so they used the Fell Lord to try to force that, right? So they force the Trinket Debt, but this opens up this window where Floormat can burst him really hard. So he's being really patient here. He knows that. And there's a double Sound Scope coming out by Evangelion, hitting both Floormat and Lock Block. It's going to stop any kills and any cutting here, and that's going to force that block right there. They don't have the Cocoon from TZY. Then he doesn't have that much healing output. So a lot of it is just Globo Gym, both Floormat and Lock Block just kind of wanting to just avoid damage because TZY is not healing through it that much. But eventually you get into these situations where he just can't heal through it too much, even when he's not in CC. So,
yeah, I mean, there's definitely an opportunity on the side of Global Gym right now, though. If they can get the CC, there's the in-cap onto Super Tease. Are they going to get the follow-up stun? This is the Icy Veins. This is all damage cores onto SSDS. There's no deter available. He does get that magical bop, though, from Evangeline. He's able to save the day, save his partner. And at the same time, now that they do survive that Icy Veins, they force the life cocoon onto Floormat. That is huge for Feels Old Man, surviving that offensive cooldown. The even bolt's still there. This is still Icy Veins. He needs to be careful. SSDS with the huge heal. The Iron Bat comes out. Perfect response from Feels Old Man, and that should be enough to survive this onslaught and perhaps put them ahead in this game.
Yeah, so they're doing better, not getting get by it. What do I want to call it? I mean, they're getting to the point that they're forcing ice blocks. They're getting a lot of damage out here. They don't have the cocoon available from Floormat, and now we have that Wyvern full Hodge here, so that's going to get a lot of pressure on a Floormat, forcing him to use that human trinket, I believe. Yeah, they just have to keep doing what they can to get as much pressure onto Floormat as possible. Also, should we call it the magic mop?
The mop. He's mopping up the damage. I suppose we can't until we...
Oh, okay, so here's the crows and the scatter. So that's like the biggest damage he's going to do outside of that true shot burst here. So this might be able to force another block here. So when he has the crows up and his black arrow, like that's going to be some instant damage from the marksman hunter that's not just coming out from that true shot, which gives you a bunch of haste and 50% crit. So like those are generally the scary windows, but also those windows. So those are the times that they might be able to force out cooldowns in a non-scripted manner, I guess. So that's what it feels Old Man's going to have to keep looking for. But now Super Tease is getting pressured here. He does get sacked. He's popping his Troll Racial Ray and he has the Bark skin up. He does have an Iron Bark available for a swap onto someone, but eventually has his swings up, so should be able to keep his team alive just by having that off healing right now. GZY is doing better on mana, but I mean, it's also just because with that way the Korean, like you just don't really have much mana because you're not able to use Impulping Mist. Like you're not really using that much healing. I guess it's just kind of Soothing Mist, and that's really it.
Yeah, but at the same time, that means that he does struggle with this output. Actually, they're choosing to Hodge a few times. I've seen this from Evangeline now. I guess it's kind of difficult for him to reach the Mistweaver sometimes. He's also maybe slightly scared of the spinning crane kick from immunity.
So he just started using the Maul Mage because thing is, if he uses it on the mage, it can avoid the mage using Temporal Shield and him kiting away in the CC. So I think that's the right strategy. You just put the Hodge on the mage, and then you get the CC on the Mistweaver, because otherwise, like, it's just such a waste for you to use it on him. Like, he has so many ways out of it that by using the Hodges on the mage, like, you have that window that you can connect. And him not getting those Temporal Shields that are really strong will stop them from getting the game. And I mean, they just broke through that cocoon. He has the Temporal Shield. He's going to have to use it here. He's going to plop it right now. And that was the true shot from SSDS. So forced a lot here, but I don't believe they forced the last block right now. And here's the evil big damage coming out right now, going to hit Supatees, I believe. No, they swap it onto Eventualin because Supatees does get that mop right there. And now Eventualin trying to keep SSD up, trying to get these off heals here. Supatees at 40% HP. They do have that full Hodge onto GZY. It looks like they're hitting him right now, and they get the blood off out of that Hodge here. He's at 50% HP, gets a half prot silence out of that, hits him with the shield. And now we have everyone on Feels Old Man kind of at 60% HP. Supatees is having a hard time keeping his team up here. Now we have the Frost Bolts coming out from Floormat, looking to get this big Glacial Spike. He has 3 Icicles, I believe, so when he gets 2 more Frost Bolts off, should have that big Glacial ready for him. No, he has it ready, so probably going to look to get one of these setups here. He gets double Blood Elf right now, and they have SSDS popping that curse right there. He gets the Temporal Shield off, but the Temporal Shield
the Icy
doesn't
Veins.
really do too much. Yep, here's the Icy Veins. So much damage coming out to Supatees. He does need that magical bot from Eventually. He uses the Iron Bark on himself. He's at 8% coverage, 4% HP, 3%. He's in bear form, trying to keep himself alive. Eventually is getting those off heals onto him. He's going to keep him alive with the last seconds of his wings right there. That the prot wings, the off healing, kept him alive. That was a Roar Sacrifice, double skin, everything right there. And now big fat coming out right now, and he's going to connect it. And SSDS pre-detrays it. That's exactly what he needs to do. Now Format's actually going for that invisibility.
That could have.
Yep.
Wow.
And now we have that Hodge going on into GZY. We have a scatter being used on Lock the Lock here. I actually don't know if he is still. Does he have both blocks available? It's hard to tell with the GZY. But now there's a Frost Silence here. There's the Bash going on to GZY. Format's getting very low. He doesn't have a Cocoon available, so now it's at the point that Feels Old Man is playing. They're the aggressors basically at this point, because that was that last burst window that Globo Gym had that they are going to really, really, really scare Feels Old Man. But SSDS realizing he just needs to pre-deter and avoid that last even bolt setup is good. Now this is a full Hodge. They have the crows on him in this Hodge. He doesn't get the temporal shoot or anything like that. He can't blink away because he is in that red or prot silence, and that's going to force the ice block. So this is what they want. They want to just get these Hodge silences onto the mage. He can't blink away. He can't do anything to avoid it. And now we have another full trap onto GZY, and they're just chasing after the mage. They have SSDS with the black arrows onto him. He has the Iron Bark on himself, but right now he should be safe. They only have the orb available from Floormat, but it's not going to do too much.
Yeah, I mean, Floormat definitely needs to tunnel until that next Icy Veins. I feel like it's just every single time he presses that ability, they can't purge it, of course, because they don't have a purge in their composition. They just don't seem to have a good answer. And right now, he's caught up into the Hodge. Does he have another ice block available? Yes, he does. Yep. They're going to trade that out. Now he definitely has nothing left. We see 40% dampening, and it's going to get really rough for Globo Gym. They really need to live like another minute here, and then maybe they get one more chance at winning this game. But I think it's going to be really rough for them to achieve that. Yeah,
that was the last true shot by SSCS, and they don't have like Cocoon anymore. I mean, this is Temporal Shield by Floormat, but he just isn't going to get that much healing out with him. GZY can't keep him up here. Like, this is the downside of just this way of the Crane build. Like, he just doesn't have this healing outfit here. Here's a double prot silence, and I think a Hodge is going to come out with a scatter on GZY, and you get the half trap here. There's a Hodge. He has to trinket it. He has the crows on him from SSCS. This is a lot of damage on him. He's at 20% HP, and there's no way he's going to heal through this. He's going to go down.
All right, so the strategy does work from Feels Old Man in game 2. Yep. A very, very close call, though, with Supatees dropping to 1% at one point during this game. Phenomenal damage coming out from Floormat multiple times, and you can see his damage on the board as well. It's absolutely insane, but it doesn't match SSDS's, who, of course, he's basically able to roam free through this game. He's basically got 2 healers on his team, one of which also kind of buffs his damage at the same time. So this kind of Evangeline really is playing the hybrid role of very much support for his team, not so much damage, but still a fair bit. And he really enables SSDS to be that carry in the team regarding the damage output. So it's going to have to be, we'll have to see. I guess this strategy is going to be one that both teams, I mean, these games are so close and so they could easily go either way, that I don't think either team's going to deviate from the strategy, especially if they went into it in game 1 thinking it was their best. What do you think can change then do you think, because they are getting the pressure onto, like when they do set up perfectly, they do get cooldowns from Feels Old Man actually pretty reliably. Even
Yeah.
outside the Icy Veins, the Demon Hunter was able to force deter a couple of times. I mean, sorry, the Demo Lock.
Demon Lock, yeah.
Do you think
when
they can set it up a little bit better?
Yeah, I'm sure they can get cleaner setups. I mean, a lot of it is just catching them off guard, right? So I mean, it kind of comes down to the mind game, I guess, with the Go, because it's like, okay, I know he's setting up on me. I mean, they could be cheeky and be like, have the hunter targeted and be casting like a focus even bolt on someone else, right? And just get the kill with that. So like, hunter's like, okay, I'm gonna deter, and then he uses the even bolt on someone else and gets. I mean, I feel like that would actually throw him off guard. Like that's something that people don't really think of, but I actually feel like something like that could work out just because of how much burst their comp has. And also, I honestly think it's worth it for the monk to not just take away the crane, because I mean the mage is gonna live regardless, and it just helps them more in that later game. Like they're using the Hodges on him anyways, and it's probably more effective in the long run than just because it gives them time to connect onto him. Because if they are using the Hodges on the Mistweaver, like it doesn't really matter because with the crane he's not doing much healing in the first place, right? So if they're using Hodges on the Mistweaver, we could already see that the mage is able to kite and live and blink away and use temporal shields, do a lot of things to survive. So I think that's probably what has to change. Like just go to the normal towns.
Yep.
Way the crane is.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the Frost Mage already has the advantage that he's so good at kiting. Like just adding a little bit of HPS could help them get one more Icy Veins go in that game. And when you actually reach that level of dampening, you can kill through Magical Bop. I mean, you have a lot of AoE damage on this side. And actually, Magical Bop, I did the research, and it is actually called, drumroll please, Blessing of Spell Warding, which I remember from a long time ago. Well, that's the talent.
You can't even boat.
It's 10 seconds immunity to magic. That's what the spell's called. I honestly couldn't remember. It was really annoying me, so I looked it up.
I mean, I guess the nice thing with the Demon Lock is the fell. I think the fell guard damage and the fell cleave too. They probably go through that because I think it's like physical damage. So
yeah.
Because there's times where you see them still going low in that, and you're like, wait, why is he going low? But it's the fell guard.
I think that, and also, but the thing is with the veins, and the fact that the mage is running even bot and glacial spike means there's a lot of burst opportunities. So even if you like glacials, I think this happened once as well. SSDS deterred and super trinketed on heavy damage from the Demo Lock and just a glacial spike, and it means there's an opportunity later in the game with the Icy Veins and the Eben Bolt. Like they've got several different ways of bursting you down as this Demo Mage. So they just need to find ways of playing around the cooldowns from Feels Old Man. I mean, of course, it's still quite difficult since there's so many of them. But
yeah, they almost had that kill on the Super Ts. I mean, a crit RNG wasn't gonna win it because I believe he got Roar sacrificed, and like they used every defensive on him when he got to like 1% HP. But like maybe they mess up like the global damage in the go. Like you never know. Like sometimes that could happen. Like you slightly mess up your setup, so it could have been possible that was the setup that they had, and they need a win at that point, and they mess it up. Because you can't really know exactly unless you truly play that comp or like you're actually like watching them, right? Because we like in their Skype they might just be like, oh yeah, I slightly messed up that go or something like that. Just messing up a little bit of damage could have thrown away the game, because then eventually it makes the game go on long enough that SSDS's team is able to win at that point.
Yeah, I mean, so just to keep everyone up to date, of course, we are just getting the compositions from the teams. They like to take their time over making these decisions, especially I think they want a break between the games as well, since I wonder, probably a few people have noticed that these games do go on for quite a long time, and it's not just the fact that the games go on for a long time, but especially from the side of Feels Old Man, they have to actually be paying attention for the entire 10 minutes. Like they can die. We saw that they can die in literally 2 seconds if they lose focus. So they definitely don't want to they definitely are making the most of getting the breaks in between the games. Get a glass of water, whatever you need to refocus, because it is very important. Tolveron Arena, of course, is going to be the map choice from this mage demo. They're going to get that extra kiting space to move away from SSDS and Evangeline, and we'll have to see if Feels Old Man can play this perfect game once again, because I would you agree with me that I feel like if they do play the perfect game, they should be able to kind of theoretically dampen you reliably.
Yeah, I mean that's always what I'm pretty confident in. With Avenger, like he picks these matchups to where he knows that if they do play perfectly, they are gonna win. So it really just comes down to not getting tilted, basically. Like they just have to be concentrated. So
Yeah,
I
it's one of
I
these
definitely
games where they have to play good for 10 minutes to win. It's actually, it reminds me kind of very old RMD versus like LSD type matchups, or God Comp versus
yeah.
LSD, where it's like the God Comp can win at any point for 10 minutes. But if they don't, then they will lose, right? It's basically that
Right.
kind of old-fashioned dampening style. And it seems
I
this
need
is
my
just
boy
another example of
Caffeinator
that.
to give me some caffeine right now. Because I'm
You need caffeinator. Do you
yeah,
think caffeinator is a caffeine disposal, or do you think he's just the caffeine?
I don't know. I've heard their team play on stream, and that guy, it's actually
Oh,
so funny. He
really?
actually like screams. It's actually
Oh,
hilarious.
huh. I would
Like,
love to actually know their streams so that I could see that. Do they Are they always playing that comp, or do they play
yeah,
multiple
yeah,
things?
those guys pretty much always play. I'll look for it in a bit. I mean, there's
Right,
definitely
anyways, we have to
appropriate
see.
things.
I want to see Flomat just get as many icy veins
Ooh.
off as possible. I just want to see him pressing the ability on cooldown. They get their first fell swipe. This is actually the glacial spike, but it's going to be interrupted. The fear on Super T's not achieving too much. I feel like he should just be pressing veins on cooldown so you can get as many opportunities to one shot as possible in the game. But I think
Yeah,
maybe he
I
also
think so
wants to
too.
kind of bait a little bit with that fell lord as well.
Yeah, I think that just because of the nature of the game, like you want to be using it. It's the same thing like the demon hunters, right? Like the demon hunter, like you want to just be using like your meta burst as much as possible, because if you just try to keep waiting for that perfect burst opportunity, like it's where it sucks. But if you just keep going for it, like even if they stop you, like eventually, like they're just not gonna stop you on it. So they're gonna make that mistake if you just keep using it more often. So like just using it off cooldown, even if you're gonna get peeled on it, I feel is just the best thing you could possibly do, because he's held it at this point for like about a minute and a half into the game, and they've already like forced trinkets and things like that. So they just put up another window where the hunter has his true shot sooner before they have the burst, so they just don't want that position. I mean, they did force Eventualin's bubble here, and they are forcing cooldowns, so it's not like they're doing horribly, but I feel they are waiting so long just to get this perfect burst window. We are seeing these hodges still being used on the format here, so doing what he can to keep his team alive. And yeah, obviously he's still playing that way with the crane, because you can just see him hard casting these enveloping mist, which normally are casted during your soothing mist channel when you take the ancient mist reaver arts. So definitely kind of rough for them, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going for this all-in strategy, right? They want as much damage as possible. It's kind of like the melee wings paladin. It just adds a little bit. Nice cross DC coming out of Phil's old man. SSDS on top of that. They get the hodge onto Flomat. They should be able to beat a spell, though. Guys, he unable to get that right now. The temporal shield means that he will be completely fine. And he doesn't use the icy veins. There it is from Flomat. They're trying to get the swap over onto Super T's. The full polymorph onto Evangeline. Diaz done 5%. He does fall. Beautiful setup from Floormat. They do get the perfect setup in the end. No bubble, no trinket on Evangeline. And of course, Tuberty's playing that relentless. So this is what we talked about. If they can get the cross CC onto Evangeline, prevent that magical bubble. I'm actually not sure when Evangeline did bubble in this game. I don't know that he.
They forced it on him during a Felguard moment. So I
Okay.
actually do think that setup was really clean, because they got it right before.
Yeah, that was
the
perfect.
Trinket,
His
right
trinket
before
came
the
up
trinket.
as
Yeah.
they died, right? So
Yeah, and that's the that's the best time to catch someone, like right before your trinket's up, because you get that false sense of security. It's like, yeah, my trinket's going to be up in 8, so you might be like mispositioned slightly because of that. You're like, okay, we should be okay. Like we have our cooldown in the second, but if you actually set up on people like right then, it works very often that you'll just catch someone off guard. These
yeah.
are like little.
I mean, that wasn't even that though. That was just like you say, there wasn't really much they could do. As soon as that polymorph landed with the stun on.
Yeah, they got the triple
really
stun.
Much left. Exactly. So it was just a very clean setup, and that was actually the opposite of what we were saying, because we were saying we wanted to see the Frost Mage pop his veins kind of like with every setup, and that's what kind of worked for them in their first win. But here, they actually waited for that perfect setup. They baited out the cooldowns with the Fell Lord, the bubble, and the trinket from Evangeline. I feel like he's going to play even more safe now. He's only going to use those cooldowns when he absolutely needs to. But
yeah, I mean, they definitely proved me wrong there, or proved us both wrong, I guess, because I mean, I definitely was thinking that using them off cooldown would be better. I mean, maybe it's just, it kind of depends, because it's like sometimes you could use it off cooldown and then they prepare for it, but then what if you never pop it? Then it's like they're like, okay, did this guy like not pop it? So I mean, maybe with that self comp, it's just trying to find that one window where in a sense you're mind gaming them because you have all this damage to one shot them, and it's just like I can one shot you, like, and then they make them kind of panic anytime you have a setup.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, the series is now 2-1, guys. It's been quite a long one, but there are definitely some very high-level concepts going on in this game. Lots of mind games, and both these teams are having had to play it out perfectly. And this is the cool thing about being able to play around those different trinket choices as well. Because if Super Tease plays the trinket there, then that's like kind of an extra cooldown for him to stay alive. But at the same time, the Relentless earlier in the game, or even going back to the other game where he lived on, it's beneficial in those situations. So you have to always kind of be able to perfectly estimate what situations are going to come out of it. And the other team did a fantastic job of kind of estimating what they needed to do, who they needed to CC to set up that kill there. So it looks like Dalaran Sewers is going to be the map choice coming out of Feels Old Man. What do you think about this choice? Do you think it just makes sense to have the smaller map?
Oh yeah, Dalaran Sewers just makes a lot of sense because I mean, this is generally in a matchup where you have someone that can set up on you, just like the Windwalker DK, we talked about it earlier, right? When you play on Dalaran Sewers, you have this position where you kind of force them to play your own game. You go behind the pillar, and then they have to kind of run into you if they want to set up. So by being there, it just lets you get free damage onto them. So when you're playing against a team that has to set up on you and you have either a melee involved or you're just kind of a Klee style composition, it's always such a good pick into pretty much any mage team because it prevents them from being able to kite since they had to push in to get CC on your team or push in to get damage. And that just puts them in melee range or in an easy position to get stopped.
Yeah, I completely agree. Anyways, I see a couple of requests for brackets in the chat, so let's just head over and those whilst we wait for these teams to get ready. Of course, this is one game away from being potentially the last game of Feels Old Man in this tournament, so definitely we'll have to see if they can shape it up going into game 4, which we have said is going to be on Dalaran Sewers. We'll have one more series in our round of 8 afterwards, which is Union or Onion with Team Kappa, etc. If we remember that, going up against the Bucktooth Clams, who we haven't actually seen yet. I'm not entirely sure what composition they're running. We'll have to look into that a little bit once the series ends. But once we have these 2 series over, we will be into our semi-finals. And just to explain the format a little bit to you guys, of course, every team is single elimination basically until the grand final. But once you get to the grand final, of course, the goal is to win, because if you win, you get access to the main tournament, to this $1,100+ prize pool. But even if you come second, you do have that chance of getting in as the 7th place seed, but you have to go up against the might of Jamili and Gareth Peekaboo. And I think they also have Holy Paladin on the team as well. So it's going to be, that's quite an uphill battle. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be playing that particular series today now or tomorrow, because of course we have still got quite a few games ahead of us, so we'll have to see whether Jamili's team, hopefully we'll be able to get that one in at the end of this broadcast. I think that is what we're all anticipating, but definitely still some incredibly hype series to go. And then going into tomorrow's bracket, I'm going to ask you the question which I wasn't able to ask you before, Dilly. What are there any like kind of teams tomorrow that you're really looking forward to seeing?
I mean, I'm friends with so many people on every team. I guess people I talk to the most of any team that's there, besides like, you know, people like Joxy or Evangeline, maybe it would be Versace's team. Yeah, Versace's my boy. Shout out to him. Versace should be.
Versace, they're the #1 seed actually, right?
Or yeah, I think so. So Versace, Nesper, Majidin, and Wealthy Man. So
yeah.
Oh, dude, he went BM. He popped the.
Oh, he did. Yeah, they've swapped out the prop paladin. Oh, I'm so sad. But okay, so looks like main is going to come in.
Yep. Maybe this is a good pick on this map though, because they could probably rush down this mage really hard. I mean, I don't think KFC is that bad of a composition, especially in this matchup. They do have a lot of instant damage, so it's a lot harder to kind of line of sight that. And you know, getting this Dire Beast Hogs, it's actually a ton of AoE damage. So either the Demon Black or most likely the Frost Mage will be the target of choice. They just have to be very careful to react properly to the defensive cooldowns here. I mean, I think now that they have the proc games to train themselves, they're ready to play KFC, the comp that will be a little bit squishier versus this, right? They know the first windows.
The Warrior's going to have a rough time, because Warriors playing against Frost Mages in general is pretty rough, right? Just because
Right.
Frost Mages can play that talent, which increases all their slows by 15%, meaning spells like Cone of Cold are an 85% slow, which
Full
is very
Bearded Wyvern here,
frustrating when you aren't that move mode.
Yeah, but yeah, so the Warrior has a hard time, but having the smaller map, he can't get kited as much, right? So that's probably why they picked the KFC on this map in particular. So now they're just trying to pop their burst here. They get the full storm roll on DG2Y. They already used their Fear and the Wyvern there, but now floor mat's getting very low. He doesn't have this temporal shield available, and they do have the reflect on that sheep by main. So good job trying to prevent those peels onto him. And now they have the sheep on a main with a full Axos onto Supatis. I don't know if they're going to go for burst here. They do have the Icy Veins available still. They have that incap onto Supatis in bear form. Double X3 comes out. He's going to use that frozen orb, trying to force damage with that Fell Lord as well. SSC is going very low, and that's going to force his Trinket Turtle, but they still have that Icy Veins available. And again, without that prop palette, they're actually a lot, they're in a lot riskier position because Supatis is playing Relentless. He doesn't have that Trinket. So if they just get that Monk in cap and they get another setup where maybe the Monk leg sweeps SSDS, he can just die 100% if Warriors cross CC right there, right? Because he also has Relentless. So they need to be very, very careful here. And another reflected cheat by Mame. So he actually is playing very well, making sure to get as much uptime as possible on the floor mat here. He's at 40% HP right now, getting a lot of damage. He has to gateway across the map here, trying to do what he can, staying behind that pillar with his Mistweaver Monk. His Mistweaver Monk is also still playing that Wave of the Crane, so I guess that helps him avoid some Storm Bolts or any kind of stun, but he doesn't exactly have that healing output, which I feel it's going to be a huge risk here. And Supatis does have that trick up for the Icy Veins. Big setup onto SSCS, 50% HP. He does get the Lord Sacrifice, free Iron Bark right there, and also they have the Axos into Supatis, so he should be able to live just with that Ross and the Iron Bark here. But again, the longer this game goes on, it's going to be a lot scarier. Now they have Darby's Hawk down, Murder of Crows onto floor mat. He doesn't have Temporal Shield available. He does use it right here, and they overlap with the Cocoon. So much damage coming out onto floor mat here, but he's going to get a huge Temporal Shield, going to go back to full HP, but already dipping down once again. So much burst damage there. Unfortunately, that Temporal Shield did negate a ton of that damage, but I mean, you can see how much damage they did through that Cocoon. Now they're swapping damage onto GCY. He's at 58%. He's going to have a hard time healing them. He has to go behind this pillar, try to hard cast this enveloping mist, but SSDS actually traps him up on that. Now we have that offensive silence from the Spider Sting onto floor mat here. Direbeast Hawk's being used. That's a 30-second cooldown. Does a ton of damage. Full storm roll onto floor mat. He does have to trinket here, and he does use his Ice Block at the same time, so that ends up being a waste here, and that could actually force him to use another Ice Block later, right? Because they'll get caught in a full stun, and he won't be able to blink away. And now the intimidating shout coming out by main. Floor mat's in a lot of trouble here. He has that temporal shield coming out, so the next CC that happens, he's gonna have to try to pre-temp it. I mean, there's always the potential that they blood off him or silence him. They might cover it. Now they're actually using the duel from name right here on this burst setup that comes out with this orb, so that's gonna stop a lot of floor mat's damage. They do have the temporal shield here. It's gonna get him right back up to full HP, but now the Dire Beast Hawks is here, and floor mat is just going to be stuck in that. He actually vortexes Blink by Supatis, so great play by him. Floor mat is taking damage, so much damage, 20% HP, has Murder of Crows by SSCS, he has the Bestial Wrath up, and that's going to be the last block here. They have no Cocoon, they have no blocks. This is the winning position for this KFC. This is the map they want. I think that they're in such a favorable position right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's basically nothing left on the side of Global Gym, and they don't really have offensives either to secure this one right now. Floormat definitely needs to produce something, but there's the full trap, like you say. They're getting such good connection to him. Every Stormbolt's on him. He is caught up in the Nova right now. There is the Life Cocoon. That's the final defensive cooldown for Floormat, really. They get the stun on Supatis, though. There's no back skin for 5 seconds. Can they get the stun? This could easily be it. This is the Axe Toss. This is everything. The Fell Cleave coming out. He is able to get the Rallying Cry, the Bark Skin late, everything used by Supatis to stay alive here. And now this is the time where Feels Old Man need to close out this game. They need to kill Floormat, because as you can see, the Icy Veins is coming up before Bark Skin. There is going to be that kill window, but we can see the Vortex coming out from Supatis. They're doing everything they can to try to stop him. Stormbolt, he's able to trinket out of this one, and the human racial coming back up. He's just trying to kite away. He needs to survive to that Icy Veins to have a good win condition in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the other thing is, too, is in that last set, SSCS did have to use that Blood Elf sounds here, so getting that Blood Elf, triple Blood Elf on the entire team was able to stop a little bit of that damage. I mean, right here, we have this full setup coming right now. We have the Dire Beast Hawks right behind the pillar, so Floormat has to run away. He is going to use that Temporal Shield at relatively high HP, but Mame is still going to end up connecting back to him. He's going to do so much damage here. We get the Spider Sting on him right as he pops the Icy Veins. That's going to stop so much damage, and now we have that Fear on that way. The Crane, full Storm Roll onto Floormat. This is going to be his trinket right here. He has no blocks available. Full Trap goes out onto GCY. He's going to have to get out of that. I don't know what broke it, but he is going to have so much pressure onto him if Mame finally connects to him. He did use his Battle Cry right there, and SSCS did use all his domestic ones, so they should be okay here. But I mean, with this composition of BM Hunter and Arms Warrior, they have such short cooldowns on their bursts. It's not like the, with that Marksmanship Hunter, you have that True Shot that's on maybe a 3-minute cooldown, but maybe about 30 seconds you can have a Bestial Wrath up, just depending on your proc. So look, he has it back up again. And then you also have the Dire Beast Hawks, which is that big AoE that does a ton of damage. We have a full clone coming out onto GCY. He does get that temporal shield off, but they already go through it, and now they have a full trap onto GCY. He blinks back, tries to cut away, tries to get that invisibility off. He isn't invis, but he's going to get executed by Mame right before it goes off, and that's going to be the game.
Yep. So well executed game coming out of Feels Old Man. I really like that comp swap. I think it was very intelligent on the smaller map to swap over to that. And they just did such a good job. Even Flomat at the end, he had to use his Icy Veins defensively to peel. And once it got to that point, we've seen that quite clearly their win condition is trying to get that big damage off with the 3-minute offensive cooldown against the non-purge team. And if they weren't able to do that here, then I wonder. The question is now, so Feels Old Man, they had a close game there. It wasn't completely one-sided. They did look in control the majority of it, but it was on a map which very much favored them, we agree, right? A very small map where they can actually connect to the Frost Mage. And there are some still reasonably big maps in the pool, like Tiger's Peak available. Asher Main's Pool would be the other one that are certainly a lot bigger than Dalaran. Do you think KFC is still the best choice for Feels Old Man, or do you expect them to head over to that prop?
I feel on the bigger maps, it's not going to be as good because they can kite more. And I'm still very confident that this monk needs to stop playing away the crane, right? Because the thing is too, because he has to hardcast these enveloping mist, this big heal, it's so easy for SSDS to just get these traps onto the Mistweaver. So not only does he have like, less healing output in general by not having that, which makes it so much harder for his mage to stay alive even when he's kiting well, but on top of that, he's not actually as mobile because he does have to sit still every once in a while in enveloping mist, and just doing that when you're behind a pillar, it's not going to be enough. Eventually, that KFC has so much damage, and I really feel he has to make this talent swap.
Yeah,
I mean, I could definitely see like how it favors the playstyle here, but especially when it goes down to them playing KFC, like I really think that has to be the best thing he can play, because Mage is doing such a good job of kiting, and he really isn't doing much effective healing without that. So just playing Ancient Mistweaver Arts, having that bonus healing, having the instant enveloping mist, and just being able to be more mobile will help out tremendously, I feel like.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'd just like to give a shout out to Bajir in the chat as well. I think he's the person I've seen playing KFC the most on NA servers. He always used to play it. And actually, it's kind of funny because I remember when I first used to watch Bajir's stream, it was with SSDS that he was always playing to high ratings as that KFC. So it's kind of nice to see how SSDS is, it's kind of like he's been playing for such a long time, this composition, and now he's playing it in these tournaments and is succeeding with it. So it's great to see. I always like seeing these kind of stories being made for an individual. So very much glad to see Bajir in the chat watching his partner succeed in this last game. We'll have to hope that hit them with the flex for this next victory, maybe giving Mame a little bit of his warrior energy going forward into what could potentially be what will be the final game of the series. Out of the way, we are tied at 2-2 in this best of 5 now, guys. It's been quite a long series, of course. She's being adopted by Feels Old Man, playing for that dampening comp. It's not the easiest one to perfect, of course, since they then have to live 10 minutes without making any mistakes against a very volatile composition in that Frostmage Demonology Warlock, but it's one that's been working for them. We are now ready to load up into game 5 of the series. Asher Main's Full is the map choice. What's going to be the composition? It is going to be KFC once again. What do you think about this decision?
I mean, Asher Main's Fall, it is that, like, it's still small enough that I feel like they'll have good uptime. It probably is the better choice. Like, you have such a faster game. Again, you have these short burst cooldowns. So the best you rad normal cooldown, I think it's 1 minute by default, or is it minute 15? But every time you proc Dire Beast, which is basically BM has a chance to summon other pets, you like reduce the cooldown by 15 seconds. So you can pretty much have short cooldown on that burst damage, and then you have the Hawks there that's like a 30-second cooldown. So I mean, it lines up that the Frost Mage can't really just survive with just the temporal shields or just using cocoons like it was when they were playing the prop marksmen. But like, they have so much more consistent pressure, and Mame obviously has that consistent damage too. Every 30 seconds, that sharpened blade, and then every minute he has Battle Cry, which gets a lot of damage, plus the 2-minute cooldown burst from Avatar, which also will break his roots. So they just have a lot more offensive kill opportunities, I feel like. But again, you are gonna see the way of the crane by my boy GCY.
We're not necessarily the biggest fan of that ability.
Yeah,
I guess they really like it for their one shots, but
I mean, it must just be like what he likes. Like every time I see this guy, he plays it. So I mean, I'm sure it's his playstyle. I just
Yeah, I mean,
I only
it's,
just
I can
didn't
certainly
like
see
mine.
it being a ton of fun. Like, it is a lot of fun to go over and start whacking people as a healer and slaying them. We'll have
Yeah,
to see
and
how
he's
it
having a
plays
sim
out though,
break too,
because
I guess.
KFC is a very, very high damage composition, and he can't be immune much to the CC, right? Like, if he gets trapped on it, then it's pretty inconvenient for him. He gets caught up in the
Yeah,
Wyvern
yeah,
now,
he just gets
and
fiber.
they're immediately going hard with this, but they're able to get the gateway away. Floormat using the temporal shield and the PvP trinket there to kite away. Mame is relentless though. He's tunneling him down. There's the sharpened blade,
Oh,
reducing
so
that
much first damage
incoming
coming out right now,
healing.
though. They are going to go for Super Tease. They do have the Curse of Fragility onto him, but he does top himself off and gets into bear form right here. So he's going to be okay. But again, the Curse of Fragility, that's where it's going to be very scary because it reduces that maximum HP that you have. So those are the windows that it's just going to be so scary for you. And every time you see that, that's definitely when they're going to get bursted down.
Yeah, for sure. And also, Super Tease has actually swapped over to playing the Renewal talent as well, which I think is very intelligent because he doesn't
Yeah.
really need the Displacer Beast against this double caster, but the Renewal is an immediate 30% healing, so it's definitely something that's very good. We can see, once again, that sharpened blade coming out from Mame, getting a lot of damage onto Floormat, the Temporal Shield to answer it. Should be enough for now. The BM, or the damage coming out. Is he actually playing Beast Mastery? I didn't realize he was
Yeah,
Beast Mastery this
that's what we've
game.
been saying. He swapped to Beast Mastery as soon as they started playing
Ah,
KC
okay.
because
I
they have the
didn't
instant damage. Sorry for
I
the
didn't
void, but
see
there's the
that
Curse of
last game.
Fragility. There's going to be the Trinket Deter from SSDS, and now we have that full fear onto Super T. So if they can keep chaining the CC onto Super T's, he could still be in trouble here. Now he is going to get out of that CC, so I believe Mame was able to stop some of that. So looks like it's going to be kind of okay for Field's Old Man, but it is so scary when they do get these setups off. I mean, they didn't even use the orb there, but they were able to force a lot of pressure just with that Curse of Fragility from the Demon Warlock. So now we have that Crows back up onto Floormat. That is going to start to chunk him eventually, but I believe he's just going to pull back into the safe position, not being hit too much by these pads. SSDS does have the best Ratha, but without CC onto GZY, he should be okay. But now we have that full trap onto GZY. SSDS and Mame are going to try to get as much pressure as possible. Mame was just in that cheap for a second. Now we have this offensive bash onto Floormat, but he did get that pre-temporal shield here, but he does sharpen the temporal shield, reducing the healing it does. And now with that offensive silence from the Spider Sting onto Floormat, he's at 30% HP, getting chunked hard, forcing that first cocoon into the game here. And now I think that it's starting to get into this point where KFC has so much momentum, it's really hard to recover from. But now the double leg sweep comes out. Super Tease is going to be the kill target here. They don't have the Curse of Fragility onto him. Triple DR Axos comes out onto him with a Fell Cleave. He is going to go to 30% HP. Has to use the Iron Bark and the Tree Form on himself. They do have the Icy Veins available still, so it's not going to be, or sorry, in 50 seconds, so it's not going to be lined up completely for that Burst window. But again, Burst is going out onto Floormat, and he's forced to block. Now in that Ice Block, GZY is in that full trap, so he's not going to be able to top Floormat. I don't know if they have any follow-up CC. They're getting fear spams onto Mame, and now they're rotating onto SSDS. So, I mean, Lock the Lock is doing a great job just spam healing for his mage as much as he can. Like, you just see fears on everyone. He's just going around, giving them the channel special, and I just feel like eventually he won't be able to keep his team up with these peels. I think this game will be decided very, very soon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one way or another for sure. Super T's had to trade out quite a lot of cooldowns in that last go. There's the Axe Toss into the DR Fear, unfortunately, so not too much going to come of this. There's the leg sweep, and he actually gets absolutely obliterated there. Floormat dying before his second Ice Block in this final game of the series. Very unfortunate. That was a lot of burst coming out of Field's Old Man to secure this one, and they do manage to come back from 2-1 deficit. Mame bringing out the Warrior. And Mame's actually unbeaten there. He just brought out the Warrior and won 2 games reasonably quickly, so very well done from him. I think the KFC definitely seemed to be a pretty reasonable choice for this team.
Yeah, definitely is. You know, he actually pre-temporal shield that entire setup, but he didn't get the temp back in time. I think that's why he didn't block. He's like, oh, I have temp, I should be okay. And then you get to execute range and you get chunked. I mean, having the arms, it actually probably helps out just as much as the prop paladin in that matchup, just because of that duel. So, you know, you have that 50% damage reduction effectively, and putting that on the Frostmate can really stop so many of those burst attempts. So I think maybe that's another reason too that you see him trying to hold this burst in that matchup, because he wants to maybe have his Warlock try to force something without them using duel, and then, you know, even though that's a 30-second cooldown, you just want to find that one window where they slightly mess it up, and then you can get a huge chunk of burst out.
Yep. All right. So that is going to secure that series. Let's have a little look over on the implications for our brackets. Of course, we do have another team locked into that semi-final now. One more team remains. This is going to be the Bucktooth Clams, who I'm not sure we're entirely sure what composition. We haven't seen them yet. That's going to be the team of On Your Feet, Previ, and LeBron James, I believe.
Okay, so they play Boomkin Shadow. Get ready
Oh,
for that
okay. So it's
one,
gonna.
boys.
We haven't seen that yet. If that's actually played, I'm really interested to see how Boomkin Shadow Priest plays. I mean, myself as a Shadow Priest,
Oh.
I would really like to see that. And then they're going to be going up against the team of. Let me just quickly remember. Of course, it is the team Union.
Oh, okay,
Not
never mind.
Union,
That'll make it
and
faster.
that's going to be. Let's just make sure I get this right. Of course, I remember Kappa on the Paladin. For some reason,
Yeah.
I remember his name better than other people's. I'm not entirely sure why that is.
Yeah, they're the first Demon Hunter team we saw today. But,
yes, I remember. So they were playing the Demonology Demon Hunter, correct?
yeah. So this is
Okay,
probably
awesome.
a matchup that does not favor the Shadow Priest Boomkin team. So
Hmm.
I mean, I really feel like Demon Hunter Demo Rock does so well versus other dampening comps too. Like we've gone over this so many times since we earlier in this year, or sorry, earlier in the broadcast, we went over so many matchups like this. But yeah, that's
Okay.
definitely a matchup that I would feel is favored into Joxy's team, especially because they just feel very confident with their gameplay. Yeah, into some matchups, probably would regret wanting to see that.
Yes,
It's a
I don't know. I just really want to see Boomkin Shadow Priest played. I haven't. I know the comp's super popular or has been in the past super strong on the North American ladder, and I haven't. Like I've never seen it in a tournament, right? So I'm really excited to see
Upsurge
how
and
it performs.
Upsurge,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, they play it. Yeah, I think they're in it tomorrow as well, so they're going to be playing it for sure, which is cool. And okay, guys, I made a mistake. It's late. Okay, it's 4 a.m. my time. I called
Onion, dude.
the team Union,
just embrace
the team
it.
Onion one time. Actually no, it's like 5 times, but like 5 times. We can't start an onion crying meme based on. Oh my goodness!
You're
Chat
not gonna live it down.
experience,
Like
dude.
at this point, the only way to let it to kill it is you just have to embrace it.
Do I have to actually support the team that's going against Team Onion so that I don't have to live down my mistake? Is that what has to happen?
They'll bring it up. They'll put in the chat Bible thumbs for Team Onion. Like I'm telling you, the only way that they're gonna stop.
I don't want to. It's Team Union though. I don't want to hurt the Onion.
It's okay. Just Team Onion.
Well, anyways, so I think this is a perfect opportunity as we did finish our series to have a little look over at our match arena one more time, guys. Of course, I appreciate that a lot of you have probably heard this if you've been on the stream for quite a while, but it's been a good hour or so since we did, so we just shout it out one more time. It is, of course, our platform for crowdfunding during this tournament. And if you just head over to there with your login with your Twitch, type in the code GCDTV2 to the donation section, you will be able to donate $1 courtesy of Matcherino to the tournament prize pool. So it's completely free for you. I would very much appreciate everyone who goes over and does that. Of course, all that money goes directly to the players, but we are now loaded up into Nagrand Arena for our final round of 8 series. It is Team Union with Kappa, and they're playing against the Bucktooth Clam, which is going to be that Shadow Priest Boomkin we talked about, Previ, On Your Feet, and LeBron James. So very excited to see how this is going to play out. Like I say, I haven't seen Shadow Priests playing in these tournaments for quite a while. I don't think there was a single Shadow Priest actually in the last European tournament. They're not that popular right now, right?
Yeah, this is just something that's like recently become popular and
yeah.
I don't know if it's like I don't really think it's like one of the best comps. So I mean, this is just a meta that it seems like gaming comps can kind of do well versus a lot of things. So it works out well, I guess. But I like the Windwalker Demon Hunter pick over playing the Demon Hunter demo. I feel like it's probably better in this matchup now.
Yeah. We'll have to see how it plays out. This is going to be kind of a cleavy composition coming out of Union. Actually, the bash immediately onto Kappa. He's getting caught up behind the pillar, gets cycloned on that wall. Brilliant play from Previ. They already have so much pressure here. The Mind Bomb, the cyclone now on the Metamorphosis of Radabada. They need to be a little bit careful, of course. This is the offensive cooldowns coming out of Union. LeBron James taking a fair bit of damage here, locked out on the hill from On Your Feet, but he is able to cast now. Actually playing that Draenei Shaman there. Very much approve of that. See how the Draenei ratio plays out. There's the Hodge. He's actually going to get mass dispelled on that. So very well played by LeBron James. And honestly, the Bucktooth Clam looking very strong coming out of the gates here.
Yeah, I mean, they did a good job getting a lot of peels onto Joxy. Like as soon as he had that meta, he actually had the Mind Bomb go off the second his meta landed. So in that Mind Bomb there, let him to get full cloned, and just peeling that first Metamorphosis is going to put them behind. Because, I mean, you have those Holy Paladins, so you're at that risk. So you don't want the game to go on too long when you have that Holy Pally on your team. You know, you don't want them to eventually not be able to heal through the damage. They are going to keep their teams top it off every time they have melee wings, but eventually there's going to be a window that I don't think they'll be able to deal with the damage of the Moonkin Shadow Priest. They are getting this full moon here. They actually line sight at the very end of that, so good job just making sure to avoid those big casts that are going to hit very, very hard. But now we have another triple Mind Bomb here. So all these Mind Bombs going out are just getting so much pressure onto Team Onion, and it looks like they have this incap on the Prevy. I don't know if they're going to try to get a setup on your feet. It looks like they are. They're both hitting him. Strike of the Windlord comes out. He's in that full Hodge, and that's going to be the life swap here. And Fist of Fury goes on to On Your Feet. So now immediately, Joxy just wants to swap onto LeBron James. He sees him using that life swap. He knows the ESLO. He wants to keep the pressure on him, and he incaps On Your Feet. So this is a really good position to be in. He doesn't have this Earth Shield when they do have that CC there. So it gets a little bit of that extra pressure because the 15% damage reduction from Earth Shield ends up making such a huge difference, especially versus these melee cleave compositions. So anytime that you find a window that you can hit anyone on the Shaman team without an Earth Shield, it is going to scare them very heavily. And now, since we just did get that life swap, he's not going to have it again for another 5 minutes. So that's 2 Metamorphosis that he'll basically be able to go through without having that swap. And he has this Metamorphosis coming up right now. So Joxy has a lot of burst available. They just have to make sure they get this clean setup. They have the incap on Your Feet, which means he's not going to have that Metamorphosis for it. Or sorry, he's not going to have the Earth Shield for it. So it immediately forces his Trinket. He does have to use that Earthen Shield. He puts the Earth Shield back on himself, but still so much pressure coming out here. And now we have another Mind Bomb on the cap. He's at 40% HP. He's starting to rot here. He has his melee wings available. Joxy's just coming back to line with his team, but again, the Starfall goes through all these pillars here, gets a lot of damage onto their team, and Kappa is going to pop that melee wing, so they're going to start going offensive onto LeBron James. This is the window that he'll be able to top him, but they did a great job getting that Cyclone onto Kappa here, and now they're getting these MCs onto Radababa, knowing that they just have to peel all his melee wings as much as they can, but now they have that full stun here, touch of death, onto On Your Feet. He did not have Trinket available. He had no Earth Shield on himself, and that's just pretty much all the kill windows you're going to find them going for. They're going to try to burst down the Shaman anytime they can force Earth Shield on the Shadow Priest, incap him, swap him out of that, and just win the game. So I think they did play very well.
Exactly.
As far as like getting
that was a very clean game actually coming out of them.
Yeah, exactly. All their games that we've seen so far, like they just had really, really smooth, really clean setups. Like that's exactly how the game should go for them. They might live a little bit longer because their opening and first setup was a little bit sloppy. Like they got broken up, I think, because of Mind Bomb the second the Metamorphosis went off. Right after that point, they got like 3 clean setups in a row. They got one right before he had to pop his Metamorphosis, or right before his Nemesis Metamorphosis came back up, and they forced a swap there, and then they forced the last bit of cooldowns there, and the Trinket, I believe, from the Shaman. So then, right when the Monk has his Touch of Death, Strike of the Windlord, and I believe he had a Zoom there too, they're just able to finish off the Shaman.
Yeah. And I mean, like at the start of this game, it looked like Team Union definitely had the advantage. They did a fantastic job of getting pressure with the bash into the Cyclone and the Paladin, and then they were able to deny the Metamorphosis, like you were saying as well, with some fantastic peels with that Mind Bomb. And actually, LeBron James did a fantastic job with his Mind Bombs throughout the game, consistently landing those onto 2 or 3 members of the enemy cleave composition. But at the end of the day, they weren't able to finalize the kill. It's very difficult when you play against a Paladin with melee wings. I don't think the Paladin was even playing Cleanse the Weak, but that's the talent where he can dispel anyone, like dispel multiple people with one dispel. I think that's very powerful. Probably against Shadow Priest as well. Wings, right? Exactly. So I think that's a talent he could definitely consider. I think instead he was running the one that increases the range of his aura, so he has he's making sure he's healing everyone with his melee wings every time.
Should I ask him?
I mean, I think either is a perfectly reasonable choice, and clearly it worked. So, and at the end of the day, like you say, if they can just keep doing these swaps to the Shaman, if they keep incapping him with Joxy, then getting the stun off it, so there's no Earth Shield, they can eventually land the kill just by doing these hard swaps.
Right.
It looks like... continue.
Oh, what I was going to say is, like, it's so scary for the Shaman. He can't just, like, have Earth Shield on himself, right? Because if he just keeps Earth Shield on himself the entire game, I mean, they still have the potential to, okay, fine, you're just going to keep Earth Shield on yourself. We'll just kill the Shadow Priest. Like, they can just burst him instead. So,
for sure,
a lot of it is just, they just need to get a swap onto someone that has no Earth Shield. So they're just going to incap the Shaman, and if he has Earth Shield, don't go him. Kill the other, try to burst down the other guy. If he doesn't have Earth Shield, then you swap in the Shaman, and you just force him in these bad positions. And that's like the best thing that any Demon Hunter team can really do against the rest of the Shamans. Like not trying to play this bursty builds like we saw the sustained build coming out. I think by that one Demon Hunter Demon, I think they did better when they went. Yeah. But I feel definitely the best thing is just getting those swaps onto the Shaman without an Earth Shield, and you just force so much pressure and force almost every cooldown that way.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I have to see if they can change anything up in the second map. It's going to be Blades Edge Arena. The Bucktooth clan need to come back. We haven't seen them so far today. Of course, both these teams have been waiting a little while to play their series. This is the final game of the round of 8, single elimination best of 5 series. So the winner of the series will advance to our semi-finals. And honestly, even though the game looked really good from the Bucktooth clan, I think the conclusion was that Union, as long as they stick to their game plan, they just look so strong and so unkillable in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they made that they had that bad opener, right? And because of the nature of the company, because they pop all those Splinter, if they don't get that early momentum, it does put them also in this position that they're behind. So it's hard to like completely say, you know, how it's gonna go, I guess. So him just falling behind a little bit could maybe have changed the outcome. Like maybe they get a really strong opener here and they'll just be dominant the entire time. So I really do want to see how it's going to work out. So now they have that incap on Shaman here. So they're just going to go on the Shadow Priest instead. Like I said, so they just incap Shaman. He doesn't have Earth Shield. They won't go him. And now that they've used that Earthen Shield Totem, they do get the Massive Spell on that Hodge. So that, I mean, there's the potential that they might have wanted to swap onto him. But they did force this Earthen Shield Totem just with the Windwalker popping some of his burst. Didn't use the Touch of Death, but I believe he used the Strike of the Windlord onto the Shadow Priest. But Joxy still has his Metamorphosis and Nemesis. So if they do get the setup here, so now they have an incap on your feet, right? So they're just trying to burst him, and the Shaman is trying to hold that Earth Shield onto himself as much as possible. Like I was saying, is the bad situation he could have. But yeah, I mean, they're starting to raw team Union here. They did have Joxy pop his meta, but he hasn't used his Nemesis yet. So yeah, I think he's holding on to it for a little bit, trying to maybe force him to use extra cooldowns. I'm not really too sure. He's getting CC'd a lot here, though, on this Metamorphosis, and not really getting that burst with the Nemesis as much as he'd probably want to.
Ooh, but at the same time, he might be able to get the dispersion here. He does force that cooldown. So LeBron James forced into that at the very end of the Metamorphosis. Radabladder taking a fair bit of damage. It actually looks like the main reason they chose Blade's Edge. Of course, it is a little bit awkward to LOS, that's one thing. But
yeah,
on top of that, they were using the mind control when they did do the Shaman swaps. There's a very effective peel on this map against the two melees. So they're going to have to try cross CC when they do go for these swaps. They're really struggling to top off 10 seconds on that. Can they dispel the Mind Bomb? The triple Mind Bomb. That's a huge mistake from Kappa. He should have dispelled that. He had plenty of time. That's going to force out the Touch of Karma. Melee Wings will be available in 3 seconds. They need to get offensive with that and start forcing cooldowns on the side of the Team Onion.
Oh my God, he mind controlled the leg sweep from Seth Curry. So Joxy actually got hit by the leg sweep. Yeah, that was actually clutch. And now they have the double Chaos Nova Stun hitting Previ and on your feet, and they are using the Touch of Death by Seth Curry. So it looks like they're going to try to pressure him instead of the Shadow Priest. I think that might be the better kill target, but Kappa's going to also be forced so low here. He's going to have to bubble with that very end of his melee wings. He does have a stack available. I don't believe he's using it yet. Yeah, he's going to hold on to that stack, but now he's caught in that full silence. Has no trinket for this. Radababa at 30% HP. He does get Mind Bomb. Kappa is going to get out of that silence at the very end. The Joxy's so low. He's at 15% HP. They don't really have anything to keep themselves alive. Full clone here, and he's going to go down. So I think, like you said, this map would probably favor the Bucktooth clan a lot, just because they're so far out in the open that they get peeled so much on these burst setups. And then they're just out in the open taking free damage from both these wizards. Because of that, Pally can't really heal through this. He also gets kited, dragged away, can't get as much healing from his melee wings. I think it was a smart map choice, but every time you see a series that just works out like this where, oh, I went on this map, like whoever wins the first game is definitely going to be the one that has such a huge advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is a unique case where I actually don't think a bigger map helps the Boomkin Shadow that much, does it? Because it's not like they're highly mobile, like a Mage Druid, for example. It's just Blaze Edge Arena is really, it's just such a unique map in that it's a huge open space. There's nowhere really to line aside, and then they even have the mind controls to knock people off the 2-tier map. The only map that is similar-ish that we haven't actually seen teams liking at all today. I don't think we've seen a single Ruins of Lordron yet, have we? Teams just seem to be completely moving away from it, but I think it could be quite good for Boomkin SP.
People really favor some of the newer maps, I guess, like Ashmane's Fall. I remember.
Yeah, Ashmane's Fall seems very popular. I think we've seen it every series actually.
Yeah, I used to hate.
We don't see Blackrook very often. I think we've seen one Blackrook, I think, this tournament.
Yeah, we saw Blackrook, and that maybe we saw two. But I remember,
Maybe.
okay, the most recent one I can remember was that last game where it was like 5 seconds on Black Hurt Gold.
Yes. Okay, so we didn't see much of it during that game, but the team did pick it there, yes.
Yeah, but Dalaran, Blade's Edge, and I feel Ashmains are generally like the more popular ones. Ashmains is more of like a neutral map pick when you just don't want some like extreme map advantage like you would have on, say, Blade's Edge Arena, for example. Or, you know, those maps like that where it's just definitely favors a certain type of composition, right? But you have Ashmains and Nagran, those are generally the more balanced maps. I guess Tiger's Peak can fall into that category as well as another more balanced map. And then you have maps like Dalaran, Ruins, and Blade's Edge, and those generally favor certain types of composition. So you'll see a wizard comp like that, when they lose their first game, their choice is probably going to be Blade's Edge. But when you have these melee cleaves losing their first game, generally they're picking something like Dalaran Sewers, right? Because that gets in that smaller map. It makes the team that has to set up onto them push into them, play their own game, and get a lot more setups onto them.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's completely right. So that's where this map choice comes in. And like you say, one of the key things of these tournament metas where it is a huge kind of discrepancy between the comps. You have your melee cleave on one side and your casters on the other, is that winning that game on Nagrand Arena means you always have an extra map choice going into the rest of the series. So definitely that's going to be a huge leg up for Team Union. We'll have to see if they can make the most of it, though. And I think, I mean, we're pretty sure what map we're going to see coming out of them, right? We're probably expecting a map like Dalaran now.
Yeah, I definitely think Dalaran is going to be the map choice. Ashmains might be the other one. So one of those two.
Right. It does look like Dalaran is going to be the lock-in.
Wait,
I'm guessing probably same compositions. I didn't see it in chat, no, but
yeah, like... no, you definitely cheated. You definitely cheated.
I think I've seen enough of these games to predict the map choice.
Whatever. Nah.
Maybe not. But anyway, so Dalaran, regardless, is going to be our map choice. Not too surprisingly, series tied 1-1. This is chosen by Team Union. Yeah, Union. Union, yes. And I'm liking the mounts coming out of Team Bucktooth clan, by the way. This is one of those mounts that I've always wanted to have. I always wanted this Magic Rooster. I need to get it one day. They have some really cool mounts on this team.
Magic Rooster. And then I just got the one that Radababa Joxy has. It's like the 15.
What does he have?
It's like the HOTS mount that they just
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't got that one yet. I kind of want to though, but I don't have friends, so... Feels bad, man.
Yeah, it feels bad, man. I'm gonna cut a union for you.
Okay, God, please no. Anyway, so the game is going to start off, and we are going to stop making puns now, as Radablada is opening up onto LeBron James. They actually get the in cap instantly. They're going to swap over with the cooldowns, instantly triggered by On Your Feet. An excellent swap from Union, and that's going to be traded out perfectly fine by On Your Feet.
Yeah, so they do get the MC. I think he's just going to let himself sit it. Joxy doesn't want to have to trinket that. I think that's probably a smart choice. He still has the Chaos Nova available to himself, and I'm not sure. No, he did use his artifact there, but still, they did get a lot of damage in that setup. So I feel like that's such a good position for them to be in, getting pretty much every peel from that Bucktooth clan. Because remember, we already know that those first few setups are not going to be the scariest ones here. But now we have that leg sweep here, Strike of the Windlords coming out into the half Chaos Nova here, maybe triple DR Fist of Furies coming out. Yep, and it comes out. It's going to force the Shaman to use his wall. He doesn't have his Earthen Shield Totem. He does have to try to cheat both of these kicks from Seth Curry and Radababa. And he's going to get himself topped off here. So now he's at 92% HP. Going to be nice and pretty here. And we have the Starfalls going behind these pillars. So I think they're going to try to drag back like they're doing. And this forces both these wizards into melee range too. Ooh, triple Mind Bomb comes out. But getting all the wizards into melee range is really nice for Kappa too. Just because by having that, it makes him be able to get better usage of his melee wings. On Blade's Edge, like he had such a hard time getting any healing out with his melee wings, so I feel such a good advantage for them.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. He doesn't have his melee wings for 10 seconds and his team is rotting. He needs to be careful. There's the Hex Tome as well. They're just doing anything they can to put him further behind. Bash now. He might even have to trade out the bubble. Melee wings available in 3 seconds, but Radabada is down to 20%. Are they going to be able to get it off? He's actually being very risky with it. Now he does get that. He should be at the top of his team, and they need to get an offensive push. You can see Earthshield is still on your feet, so they can't really just swap to the Shaman, but they could get pressure onto LeBron James here. Mind Bomb connects onto Kappa. They're still trying to force that bubble. Silence isn't going to do too much through the melee wings. He can still Crusader Strike. Actually kind of wasted there, in my opinion. Not going to force anything with that silence. And now they get the in-cap over onto the Shaman. No Earth Shield available. No Trinket for 6 seconds. They have a very small window to get the kill here. They land the DR stun. He's down to 50%. He's getting spam healed by LeBron James. Cyclones coming out of Previ, able to keep them alive. And now Team Onion are the team in trouble.
He's popping the Chaos Blaze. He's popping the meta. He doesn't have the stun for him, but he's just going to try to do raw damage. He's at 20% HP. Has the Karma on him. He has all the damage that he can possibly do here, but there's a full clone onto Joxy, and he has no Trinket. They're trying to peel. Joxy's going to get recloned here, so they did a great job peeling the setup. I think that was actually a smart opportunity. The Shaman was on full stun ER, but they kind of knew that they had so much damage at that point that he couldn't really top himself. So I think going offensive there was really good. But also, they will have that Touch of Death for the next setup from Seth Curry. So one more clean setup on the Shaman. It's probably going to have to force out the last bit of their cooldowns, maybe Trinket Link. So ideally, they can't get another clean setup on your feet. They have the in-cap here, so this is probably where they're going to go in for that. They have the full Hodge being used. Instead, I think that they're trying to hit someone else. I'm not too sure. They're kind of pulling back. They're hitting LeBron James. Okay, they do force the Earth Shield onto him, though. So this is good. And they get the Earthen Shield to hit him down. So they can get this in-cap swap onto on your feet. It will be an advantage for them. Just have to keep waiting, I think.
Yeah, it feels like that's their strategy, right? They want to keep swapping the Surf Shield because every single time they get the Earth Shield onto the Shadow Priest on your feet, it's looking to swap it back to him again. And because it has a short CD, it has that 6-second cooldown, they can exploit that if they're fast. And LeBron James taking a little bit of damage, Sky Fury, but it's a double stun onto him. He's taking a fair bit, but at the same time, Kappa, he doesn't have his melee wings for 10 seconds. He's still casting. Very brave, forced into that bubble now. And the melee wings will be available in 5, but down there goes the full moon onto Scurry. He doesn't have the touch of cover for 1 second. Is he going to get it off? He does not. Barely able to die before that touch of karma. I think it came up the exact second he died, actually. So very unfortunate for Team Union. And Scurry falling in game 3 is going to put the Bucktooth Clam 2-1 up in the series.
Yeah, I think this probably has to be the point that they swap up to Demon Hunter Demo Lock, I think. Just because it seems that they're kind of double melee so much, but maybe having the Demo Warlock in there. I mean, I don't completely know how the matchup will go, but I feel like it's something worthwhile to bring out, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
you think they should swap, or
I'm not sure because they're probably gonna know better. Like, but yeah, I would assume that they might swap to that. Just having the melee caster also lets the Demon Hunter get like a little bit more pressure. Plus, they have that extra CC available to them. Because it is melee cleave, I feel like they're just getting so much pressure onto Joxy's team. So I think they have to change something up here.
I wonder, because also we know that Joxy is a very well seasoned healer. Maybe now that they are 2-1 down, do you think there's any chance he would actually swap over to a healer of his own? Because certainly, if they had a Mistweaver on their team, I feel like that would be incredibly strong against Boomkin Shadow Priest. And I know Joxy plays the Mistweaver very well. So
wait, does he play Mistweaver?
He played it at the regionals, I think.
I
think I've certainly seen videos of him playing Mistweaver. Maybe he doesn't play it so often.
Under Mistweaver, Disc Priest, Rester Shaman.
Oh, even Disc Priest could be quite reasonable against the AoE damage, to be honest.
I don't know if... Okay, so...
I don't know what comp they would play, though.
Disc Priest is on Alliance.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what comp they would play anyways. It would have to be something cleavy, I think. But
I think...
I don't know, I'm just thinking, like, they need to change something drastic, maybe, because... I mean, they won 1 game with this kind of one-shot strategy, but I feel like the rest of Shaman is now far more aware of that, and he's literally... even letting his Shadow Priest in one, like not this game, but the game before, he even let him disperse because he didn't want to swap the Earth Shield. So he's more than happy to trade disperse for Metamorphosis if it means him not being the target of that Metamorphosis, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, and it's working for them, right? Like they've won 2 games in a row doing that now. So that's why the onus is definitely on the other team to make the swap.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking in this situation is where you maybe whip out the Demo Warlock, because their options are probably playing Demo Warlock, Windwalker, or Demon Hunter, right? So they pull out that. At least in that situation where the Shaman doesn't want to swap his Earth Shield over, you could have a lot of the CC from the Warlock, right? Because you could get Axe Toss into Fear Spam. So just having that extra CC from that specific comp in general probably helps out in that
Right.
situation instead of making them feel like they're putting all their eggs into one basket.
Yeah, I completely agree. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do make that swap now that they are down in the series. Of course, Team Union are facing elimination from the entire competition. We've seen them. They've been on this kind of journey with us. It's so sad to let a team go after we've grown such an attachment to them. And we're not there yet. They still have a chance to prove themselves in this best of 5 series. But this is a single elimination bracket, guys. This is the final game of the round of 8. Winner of the series will advance to the semifinals, at which point, if they can win that series as well, they have a very high chance of getting through to our main bracket, which will start tomorrow. And we can draw up those brackets right now, perhaps. And let's have a little look over at that main bracket, because we haven't talked about it too much, but I feel like we're underhyping that bracket right now because it has some phenomenal teams, not only sponsored team names, but just looking at the players in this bracket already. You've got the likes of, like you say, Absturge, WizK, and Absper playing this exact composition. I think many people attribute them as the kind of people who brought it. I certainly know that on Europe, people weren't playing this composition at all until they saw it succeeding in North America. And then you have other people like Cedu and Method, and there's just so many fantastic teams in that bracket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely, like WizK and Absturge, like they're definitely like. I mean, I fought all the Boomkin Godfrey's teams. It's like they still feel like they're like a step ahead of every other one, I guess. So like, if this one's like scary, like I have a lot of confidence that their team will play just as.
Well, what do you think that you have to do like to get on that kind of level? Because it's not just true for that comp. There's always like this one individual on a class who sometimes he just seems like he's on another level, and it's like it's really difficult to pin why. I think Zipai's a good example in Europe. Like he's considered by many to be this elemental, just completely on another level to others. And
yeah, because that's basically like how Asper is. Like Asper is basically like the EU Zipai, except he plays a Boomkin, right? But like Asper is like the Boomkin. Like you fight another Boomkin and you're like, wow, this class isn't too bad. And then you fight Asper, you're like, wow, this is miserable. like that's how it was with Boomkin Mage. Like I know like I had like some partners that might have played like on EU and they've come on NA and they're like, how is Boomkin Mage like winning games? And they play against Asper and you're like, what is this?
Yes.
Like, I mean, I think the way you get to that level is generally just being really stubborn with playing your class. Like a lot of people get discouraged, I feel like, with playing their class and trying to perfect it, that they might just like blame other things. But those are the players that if they lose the game, they're like, I should have played it better. I should have won that matchup. But even if it's hard, it's like, okay, well, what could I have done better? And I think that like mentality that no matter like what happens, like you're always like super critical of your gameplay and always trying to play as best as you can. Like that is how you get very good. And on top of that, I think it just comes down to playing a lot. Because as for Joxy, like those people, you always see them playing the game, and they're not only just playing the game a lot, but again, they have that same mentality that no matter what happens, like I want to get better. I should be winning this matchup. Like I don't care if it's hard. Like how will I win?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's actually one thing that we've seen. That's what kind of carves the very best of some of their classes. I think Joe is a good example of that in Europe again. Like Joe Fernandez was playing Warrior throughout the whole of last season when it was considered pretty weak by a lot of people, and a lot, especially as a melee. It's very easy to just reroll to another melee class, and he didn't. He was basically the only Warrior in Europe, at least, who just stayed with it. And then he spent all this time and he found the prot spec, which was really annoying. And then he found the Fury spec, and then people just kind of follow suit. But it's really awesome to see people who stick this. And then when you think about the road to BlizzCon, of course, these metas are shifting from time to time with these hotfixes, with these changes. That's when you start to hide some of these strategies you find, right? You don't just show them to the world for a bit of money on stream. You start hiding them, and then you earn quite a bit of money if you find the right one for BlizzCon itself. So it's really nice to see these teams that really are the adapters. There's definitely people who lead these metas and people who follow. But anyways, we are ready for Game 4 of the series. Black Rook Hold is going to be the map choice. And we were saying that we haven't seen so much of this map. So what do you think of the choice coming out of you?
Oh, Joxy shot. We should look at that.
Oh yeah, it happened. Hooray. That's what we were hoping for. Oh, so they actually... I didn't realize the Windwalker and the Demo Lock are actually a different person. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, they're a different person. So Demo Lock only plays Demo Lock. Windwalker only plays Windwalker. Kappa only plays Holy Paladin. Joxy plays all 10 classes.
Joxy plays everything under the sun. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. So we've got a Windwalker. What spec is the lock? He's actually Destro, so that's interesting as well, right?
I mean, that could be really strong, I guess, to maybe shut down some of the self-healing too from the Shadow Priest, or just also having the Fell Fisher. I mean, that's very strong in dampening style games. So maybe a smart tactic to have, I think. I mean, this is a comp that kind of played on NA a little bit, especially by Chun-Li and Novos. They usually play that, but they also have they play the Demon Hunter Windwalker comps as well. Yeah, so this is kind of seen a little bit.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this is going to play out, because they're playing with the Rescue Chain, which isn't necessarily the best at healing spread pressure. Pretty good for sure, but we have to see if they can have the pressure of the Windwalker to take down the pressure of the enemy team, because that's how Windwalkers always play, right? They have very high control melee, lots of stuns, lots of incaps,
right?
And they're going to have to deny a lot of this incoming damage.
Yeah, Windwalkers I actually feel are similar to Demon Hunters in a way of just being like this kind of like bursty melee, but they have less like one-shot burst, but like more utility and maybe more like effective mobility. So kind of like, I guess, the difference between a Shadow Priest and a Warlock in a way. Shadow Priest maybe have more utility, Warlocks have more of that like pure DPS kind of feel. If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yes, I'm picking it up for sure.
All right, fantastic. Well,
let's see if Joxy can pick up his team, because they are dropping quite a bit right now.
Dude, I was right about to make that pun. That's not even.
Oh, damn.
You stole my thunder. Okay. Well, we do have the Solar Beam coming out, hitting both Zev and Joxy. I believe Joxy's going to be able to walk out of that. They are actually putting so many interrupts onto Zev right there. He has not been able to cast a lot. I know they need to shut down all these Chaos Bolts, because the more they can shut down, there's a Mind Bomb going out on him. But they want to shut down as many Chaos Bolts as possible, because you don't want those Fell Fissures being everywhere on the ground. That's going to be what gets the most pressure out from this Destro Warlock. So you're going to make sure to shut him down as much as they can, and probably play this game where, okay, we'll let Joxy free cast, but eventually he'll if he has to spam heal through our damage. And I think that's the right strategy to have versus the style of composition.
Yeah, I think so too, but I'm kind of scared about the fact that they're stacking so much on this pillar. It's a little bit difficult to see how that can be the best with the Starfalls. I guess they are able to LOS a lot of the dots coming out from the Shadow Priest though, so it kind of works in that regard. But Joxy is taking a lot of pressure just from being so close to his team, even though he's out of LOS a lot, just because of these Starfalls. He's able to get the spells there, and he's doing a really good job on mana, to be honest. He's keeping up with On Your Feet, who's definitely having to heal with a lot less. And if Joxy can keep this up, I do get the feeling though that if this game goes to dampening, the Bucktooth Clams should have the edge. Perhaps.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's probably how it's going to go down. Like, as the game goes on longer, it's more burst windows for Onion to get a kill on the Bucktooth clan. But again, you still have the game going on a bit longer, and that with that risk you have of you just going out of mana, you can't heal through the damage anymore, because Starfalls goes through line of sight, goes through if you're still in CC, and the Boomkin's in bear form, you're still getting Starfall. Like, you can't avoid the Starfall. So a little bit of
especially on such a small map.
Triple Mind Bomb.
And yeah, that Mind Bomb was huge. A triple Mind Bomb coming out. We've seen this time and time again from LeBron James. Excellent timing on those Mind Bombs. It's still really difficult for him to get the pressure he needs until dampening stacks. Of course, Joxy's doing such a great job. He is spending a fair bit of mana, though. Those dispels are not free, so every time he does it is very effective, but it's also pretty expensive. And of course, we're still out of dampening, but when we get into dampening, he's going to end up spending lots more of that mana. Nice silence Mind Bomb. Actually, Sakari taking a fair bit of damage into the castle on Joxy. They're getting a lot of pressure here. He should be able to top himself off, though. He should be okay.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to get a setup onto On Your Feet. They did have a full Fear onto him, and now they're going to get the double Fist of Fury onto both Preppy and On Your Feet. They had a lot of CC going out here, and now we have the Blood Elf out of that, so good job getting the double Blood Elf, double Fist of Fury, all that CC going out on there. That, I think Preppy's probably the best kill target for them, right? If they catch him into human, or into owl form, it's probably the window that they're going to be able to burst him down in. If they do get that CC where they get a Fear and do an incap on the Shaman, set up a little bit as far as their damage goes, and then go for that double stun kind of setup. Now, they're only going to need single Mind Bombs on Seth Curry, so as they play offensive, it's really good because they're not as stacked up. I feel like because they have to try to pull back and run away, they are just going to end up getting triple Mind Bombed by these comps, so it is the right play style to have. Again,
Yeah.
They are starting to rot here. They have the double cap totems coming down, and this is the unfortunate side effect of them having to pull back behind the LOS. They're able to just keep getting AoE stuns, but now they have the in cap onto On Your Feet with the leg sweep onto Previ. He's not in bear form, so he's going to take a lot of damage. He's going at half HP. So eventually, these setups are starting to be a lot more effective on a Previ. He's getting lower and lower each time they get a clean one on. But again, this isn't even dampening yet, and Jux is at about 60% mana. His team is going lower and lower. So I feel like if this game goes on too long, you're going to be in this position where Onion can't really recover.
Yeah, for sure. The Onion is definitely getting peeled a little bit right now. We have to see if Juxie can kind of sew it back up in this situation. He is getting some good heals behind the pillar with his Ascendance, but he's still struggling to top his team right now. A few healing waves should fix that. They need to see if they can get swaps onto On Your Feet, I think. The Earth Shield's never on him. And it's a strategy which they adopted in the past, but it's just so difficult because, of course, the Windwalker stuns did get nerfed recently. The Fist of Fury isn't as long, so I don't think they're ever going to realistically actually kill him in the stuns. And a nice capacitor stun into the full Cyclone on Joxy. Shadow Crash connects. Fair bit of damage coming out. Of course, Destruction Warlocks are not half as tanky as Demo, so he can definitely die. The DR Mind Bomb onto Joxy now should be able to get some heals off, though. That Solar Beam onto the Warlock means he is free casting and should be able to stabilize his team again.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing a good job on mana. I think he's just, in a way, like as a shaman, you usually see this when they fight rot cell comps. Sometimes they'll also let their team just dip down a little bit just to be, more mana efficient, knowing that, okay, I can top you off, but there's always that extra risk, of just keeping everyone low that eventually they just get so low that you can't top them off because it's higher dampening. Like, we're already at 7% at this point, and we do have Seth Curry trying to go for the setup, gets Mind Bombed on his Fist of Fury, stops him there. He has to use his Karma onto LeBron James, so it looks like they're going to pressure him here. They have the double coil going out. I don't think they can get any CC on Your Feet because he does have that grounding down, but now they're going to get that leg sweep on him. This is going to set up some CC. They are trying to get at Fear, but he does not get that cast off. On Your Feet, unfortunately, is not going to get CC. He does get the full Fear finally, gets a resummon on the Fell Hunter there, so probably going to try to get his guess on before casting. Oh, yep, there it goes.
It just seems so difficult for Team Union to get any real pressure in the game. I mean, Boomkins are very tanky, Shadow Priests have a short CD dispersion as well as a lot of self-healing, and On Your Feet, he's just gonna, every time they go in, they're just gonna get peeled with the Mind Bomb, the Cyclones, and a lot of off-healing. So, I mean, they're gonna have to get to a lot of dampening, and I just wonder how much they can get to, really, with a Boomkin and a Shadow Priest constantly keeping dots up on the entire team of Union.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly like what makes this kind of comp so strong. Just they're able to be so tanky, and a lot of comps just can't deal with it. Eventually, they just win these games. So, we have 14% dampening here. Previ is getting lower and lower in these setups, and On Your Feet is trying to do what he can to top his team out. But look, there's so much pressure going on into Zez. He's going below 20 to 30% HP constantly. Joxy's trying to keep him topped off, but Seth Curry's also running. And Joxy does get locked out here, and he gets Mind Bomb full at 7%, 1% HP, and there's the kill. They just eventually get these setups where it's so late in dampening, he can't keep himself topped off, and these short little interrupts or any micro CC really just shuts them down.
Yep, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles, or the onion crumbles in this case, I suppose.
Yeah.
With Team Union, unfortunately, being eliminated from this competition. They gave it a good shot. We saw a little bit of comp variety out of them, which is awesome to see. And I just feel like that matchup is quite difficult for them. I can't really see how they would land a kill before heavy dampening, and at the same time, I think heavy dampening is quite difficult for them. So
exactly. So like they need the late dampening, but then they need to not be in late dampening. It's unfortunate. Trying to cut up some unions for that game.
Cutting out some unions, yes. Yeah. I'm very sorry, everyone. I know there are a lot of Team Union fans in the chat. We can see a lot of Bible fans, so I am truly sorry. But let's have a little look at the brackets then. We do now have all of our semi-finalists. We started with 16 teams. We're down to 4. The next series is going to be 3 sweaty men playing against Time to Chef, and then we also, of course, had Phil's Old Man, which was Super Teaser's team that we saw just now, and the Bucktooth Clams. So 4 very strong teams in this bracket. There are 2 potential spots coming out of the qualifier event, remember, guys? Of course, we are still in that single elimination stage with the semi-final, so this next best of 5 is still going to be make it or break it for all of these teams. Once they reach that grand final, though, there is that kind of second chance, 7th versus 2nd battle and that's going to be against Jamili's team for whoever does come second in our qualifier bracket today. So definitely not an easy challenge, but a second chance is still better than being eliminated, right? So
Yeah.
with that many peels, the onion just disappears.
I've been giggling about this one for good minute.
This is all my fault. This is all my fault. Anyways, so we have our brackets. We are going into the semi-finals, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. Of course, I understand we have a long broadcast today. The qualifier event is always it's always full of a bag of surprises. I like to think of it. Sometimes you just have, I think last European one we had a few series and it was very, very short, perhaps a little shorter than we would have liked. And then with today's, you see such comp variety. I think in the main tournament, people often have a more established meta, especially if a patch is reasonably established. But in the qualifier event, it's always fantastic to see people bringing out different stuff, new faces. And I think it is really fun, especially since we're an organization that is supported so much by the community to give as many people as possible the opportunity to actually compete in these events. So definitely dedicating a day to giving people the opportunity to progress to that major bracket, as well as play on that broadcast and have fun with it all is really awesome. And the games are actually the games today have been incredibly competitive as well. Often we see some quite one-sided games with some like massive team just going in and stomping everything. But today it's been pretty much every series has been really close. So I'm really excited about that. I think, do you have like a, so we have 4 teams in our bracket right now. We've seen them all play now. Dilly,
Right.
who do you think is the favorite to make it out of the bracket of the remaining? I know I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here. What is your prediction?
Okay, so we have, I believe Ziffy had the Demon Hunter Demo Mistweaver come out on top. So I think it's going to come down to that up against the Shadow Priest Boomkin and the rest of it. So whatever is able to win in that matchup is probably the team that's going to advance. I feel like the other 2 teams probably won't have as much of a chance, I think. Well, I'm not counting anyone out. I'm just saying, generally.
Okay. I respect that opinion. I think that's pretty reasonable. We'll have to see. We are heading into our first game of the semi-final, our first semi-final, best of 5 single elimination on Nagrand Arena. And yes, like we said, it is going to be. Oh, is he? He's entered as a Windwalker. I think that's a mistake, presumably. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So they're going to leave. But we have now seen the composition, so it's going to be that Moonkin Resto Druid Demon Hunter, which we already saw against the Demon Hunter. What was that? It was meant to be Demon Hunter Mistweaver Demonology Warlock, right? So
we saw the same matchup earlier, but they had a Resto Druid instead, and they actually were able to win. So I mean, maybe this team will win because of that. There's probably the chance that Mistweavers can't deal with that spread pressure as well.
Yeah. There's a chance, but counter art magic is still quite strong, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to see how that matchup plays out. There's going to be a lot of spread pressure, so I think it's going to be quite a fast-paced game. We will get this game re-queued up for you guys momentarily. Of course, someone enters the wrong spec, which, of course, since they left before the gates, that's not a problem at all. We will be getting into this game momentarily, and I really do appreciate everyone tuning in today. We have had a fantastic broadcast overall. I think the games have been awesome. We still have our semi-finals and our grand finals to come, as well as potentially our 7th place game. Not so sure on that one right now, but we will see. And now, hooray! We have the correct specs.
Okay, perfect.
In this next game.
These have been damping games. We will get hyped for them somehow. Definitely. Yeah, I mean,
I think this game could be quite volatile as well. I mean,
yeah,
there is a lot of damage on both teams, and Resto Druids and Mistweavers aren't exactly the most like. They're definitely healers that can allow their teams to die, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely really mobile healers, but I think if they do get caught out, they can die. I mean, I even had a little spoiler. I was putting on B tag. We have a Mistweaver lose, so maybe he thinks that this will be a frustrating matchup for them. I'm not completely sure, but yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to have that little insight into the players, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game will probably be a little bit faster paced, I'd assume. I'm not completely sure. I mean, we know both Demon Hunters are going for those bursty specs instead of playing the sustained damage builds. So in the last matchup where we saw a Demon Hunter Demo versus this, they were instead playing. Mez is playing that interesting build, the IB meta or whatever. I thought that was something, but yeah. Now it's pretty standard builds from both Tyrios and Rodak here. Definitely both pretty good Demon Hunters here, and now we just have the meta immediately coming out right here onto MVS. They do have the Axos coming out onto him out of that. I don't believe they used the Fell Lord yet, so they are just getting a ton of damage onto him. And now the reverse, oh my god, the reverse meta comes out onto Smooth. Smooth is solo here. He gets Vortex onto one of his rolls, and he's gonna go down. Jesus, he actually has so much. Okay, so getting that Vortex there. The Vortex on I believe it's either the port or the roll just put him so far behind when he has that Metamorphosis up that he just goes down. That's crazy. And yeah, you also have to remember that it's not even a Blood Elf from Rodak, or sorry, from Cheerios. So imagine him having the Blood Elf there. There's absolutely zero way he could have lived, even if there was a way. But yeah, definitely, this is probably going to be a lot more fast paced. So
yeah, I think so. I mean, that was like, I thought the burst was over because he got almost one shot down. He had to trade out the revival, and then he got sucked straight back into the mess of it and just died instantly pre-cocoon.
Yeah,
so
he just gave him the suck and it was over. Like,
I don't know. I wasn't expecting that at all. That was a beautiful play coming out. They just ran in, popped their cooldowns, a beautiful vortex. I don't think he anticipated that at all. It's one of those things where sometimes, like, there's so many abilities in the game that like you can forget about one, and one little outplay like that or little thing like that you don't account for can really mess you up. I mean, he obviously had the cooldowns to survive there if he wanted to, but he probably didn't quite account for that. He thought he was just going to safely be able to get out of there. And that's just one of those games that you want to shrug off. You can see that they're instantly queuing back up. Tolvaron Arena is going to be the map choice. They just want to get that one out of their heads as quickly as possible, I think.
Dude, Cheerios, I swear. I've seen him get people like more than anyone else. Like I remember when Demon Hunters were broken, and there were so many VODs of just like him just giving someone, and even now, like after like
even in the tournaments,
even now he's just still getting like these gifts on people, and it's so funny because like you just have like these super long games in some of the Demon Hunter matchups, and then you just randomly have the ones that he just like wins in like 10 seconds, and you're like, okay, well, there's that.
It's nice to have those classes where it's just like you have maybe a 1 in 10 chance to just win instantly. I remember I used to get it in Hearthstone as well. It's like,
I mean, I feel
it was so fun if you get the red RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that is the strength of just both Demon Hunter Boomkit and Demon Hunter Teemo in general, because you have these tanky comps that have a lot of CC available to them, and they have high mobility, so they're able to survive well. They have really good sustained pressure, but also they have the super high burst damage. It's like kind of everything you would want in a composition. So I think that's what makes it so strong in the meta. I think these are the stronger comps that we're going to see here. And now we're immediately seeing Tyrios running out there, trying to get some pressure. First global, they use a Solar Beam onto Siffy. I believe try to lock him out on the gateway. Now that we used to see the double stun Chaos Nova, Nemesis being popped, half meta stun right here. Smooth has to cocoon right there. But they do have the they don't have the Fell Lord down from Envious, that's by Ziffy, but they still have so much pressure on Smooth. I mean, they instantly broke through that cocoon. So who's to say later in the game, another one of those meta setups, and it's going to get a ton of pressure there. Now Rodak is trying to get as much damage as he can onto, I believe, Envious, but also Cheers is kind of dipping low. He still has that Nemesis on Envious, and they do have that Curse of Tongues on him, but still looks like Cheers is kind of getting pressure here. It does pop that blur, tries to stay kind of offensive, and now we see that Chaos Nova stun going out on Envious with the full incap on this Scat. So that is going to be some CC here. Envious isn't going to have to go into bear form yet, though. They have a ton of pressure. Cheerios just running at Smooth, getting him very low, 50% HP. They get the Solar Beam on him. I don't know if they lock him out with that, but Smooth is in so much trouble here. He's trying to run away, get as far away as he can from Cheerios, but there's so much pressure available to him. I mean, he has his cooldowns coming up in about, I'd say, 5 seconds. He has his Chaos Nova and his Artifact Stun, but it looks like he can get bursted down here. He's in the Blood Elf Silence. He's at 12% HP. Barely gets topped off by Swagger's Cat. I don't believe he still has that Iron Bark available still, but Rodak also got incap very low into that Chaos Nova stun by Cheerios. Gonna pop that artifact here, and now in 45 seconds we're gonna have the big scary burst of by pretty much both Demon Hunters. So this game might slow down for a little bit, but I think this is the window that we know that we have to watch out for. Oh, and we see a life sweep here with the incap on the Swagger's Cat. It looks like they're actually going for a minor setup here from Ziffy, trying to get some CC on the Swagger's Cat. He is not able to follow it up. Goes for the recoil onto Envious with the Felguard Stun onto Cheerios, and we see a full fear on Swag's Cat. Not going to be able to get too much damage, though, with all that CC just by him sitting in that bear form. So I think we're just going to wait for this 18 seconds. We do see the Fell Lord being used. Unfortunately, that Fell Lord is not being used with that Metamorphosis, so that could end up making things very scary. But they did force the Iron Bark from Swag's Cat with that Fell Lord, so now he's going to have his Metamorphosis up from Rodak, and Swag's Cat won't have an Iron Bark to save his teammate. We do have a Fear low onto Envious. He's just getting spam feared here. And now that Incap goes out, we're definitely going to see the meta coming out onto Envious. I feel like is at 50% HP. Tries to go in bear form here. He gets the full fear, and Envious tops himself off with a renewal, but they did not use the burst. Cheers is running its move. He knows that he can stop the string here, and he is going to be in that pair, but he does have his burst available. So now he's gotten this full XP. Immediately trinkets. I believe he's trying to connect to Smooth here. Unfortunately, he just gets peeled completely on that burst window. So there's a chance that he might pop this meta and just doesn't get anything done here. So great kiting by Smooth, putting himself in a really good position. Now he's caught in that full Chaos Nova. There's the Nemesis meta, popping that artifact, and he's going to go for the half meta stun onto him. He actually is not going to pop the meta there. So maybe just able to force out some minor cooldowns there. He did still pop the Chaos Blades and got some pressure here. And now we see the meta stun coming out onto him. Smooth is on pretty low mana right now, though. He's at 30% mana. A lot of pressure coming out here. Rodak's also starting to dip because every time he runs it Smooth's having to run away, try to kite, and then this just lets Envious try to solo Rodak as much as possible. And that's such a huge strength of the Boomkin Demon Hunter. I feel they do a better job at running at a healer. And now we see the, unfortunately, the Nemesis and Metamorphosis from Rodak is going to just get Iron Bark by Swag's Cat because they didn't get that clean CC on Swag's Cat for that. Now we see that Solar Beam going on to Zippy. He's getting low here. He is also going to get Bash on his Aura Mastery there, so that's going to still keep Zippy so far behind, but Smooth is at 12% mana. He's going to have to look for this drink here. But I feel like the longer this game goes on, he's just going to keep falling more and more behind.
Yep, for sure. And I think that's the big advantage in this matchup, right? The Restoration Druid does have a very much, or does do a much better job of keeping his mana up in this game. And Smooth, generally the way the Mistweaver Monk would counter that is just with his sheer mobility. He's just able to cross this massive map, get the drinks. You can see he's trying it right now. But the problem is Boomkins have such insane range on their Starfall, and Demon Hunters are just so mobile. Cheerios is always going to chase him, always going to stop that drink. He's down to 2% mana. He's desperately trying to kite away, but Ziffy's dropping low. Life Cocoon also coming out onto Rodak. He really needs to get that drink, but the Boomkins just going to keep dropping those Starfalls. All they have to do is stay alive, and they will win this game simply by attrition. Full Cyclone now over onto Swagger's Cat. Cheerios is taking a bit of damage, as is Envious, but it's not too much. Should be able to handle it. Ziffy now dropping down to 30%. There's no mana on Smooth. He needs to get the heals out. No Life Cocoon available. He's going to get some heals with that Enveloping Mist. Able to top off Ziffy, and he's actually sitting down for a drink right now, but it's only going to be one tick. Once again, the instant stop coming out from Time to Chaff.
He's not going to have his Cocoon, though, for this meta, so I think this is just going to be game over. He has his Trinket up. He's going to obviously go for the Chaos Nova, and then he just pops his Nemesis with his Chaos Blades, and here we go. We see the setup coming out. Oh, instead it's going to be used onto Zivy. Zivy's at 40% HP, 50% HP. They don't have any heals from Smooth. He doesn't have his wall available. They have the full incap onto Smooth. This could be it for Zippy. He does get stopped on that cast there. He has, or no, sorry. He does have the Spell Reflect up, so that prevents him from being Demon Hunter kicked as well. So that they have that window where they can peel Cheerios a little bit, but again, he still has that Nemesis debuff on him. So for that whole minute, he's going to take 25% more damage and Smooth's at 4% mana. This is probably going to be it for 3 sweaty men. I mean, they're so far behind at this point. I don't know if there's any way they can recover. Having a Demon Hunter and a Boomkin, even though Mistweavers are generally very mobile and able to get drinks, both these classes can keep up with that and stop them from getting any drinks. And Ziffy's at just 3% HP. Rodak is going for his meta and Nemesis onto Cheerios. He's at 50% HP, forcing that blur there, but he's in so much trouble right now. And Zippy's at 20% HP. Smooth has no mana left. He is going to use that Fellward. Gets topped off a little bit, goes back to 60% HP. He is finally topped off. No Nemesis available to him, but can we even see this game going on much longer? I feel like they're just so far behind at this point.
Yeah, I actually don't even know what top Zippy off there. He was like 8% HP. I think he got a health stone, but it doesn't do that much as Demo, and then some other massive heal coming out. So well done to keep him alive. We can see Smooth is just crossing the map over and over and over, but the Starfall is sitting him up. He's not getting a single tick. It looks like he's getting a drink from Spam sitting down like that, but it doesn't actually work. It's not actually giving him anything since it's not mage food. Envious is taking a bit of damage.
The Shiloh buffs. Gift or Shenloons,
whatever
it is.
Yeah, I didn't say I think it, but it's possible.
Yeah. I think he missed it. Okay, so now they force the wall, and Zippy still isn't getting bursted down. So 19 seconds. That's the Metamorphosis. He has no wall. I think Smooth will have the Cocoon, but it's 10% dampening here. That Cocoon is going to instantly die, but now Cheerios is getting pressured very hard. They are forcing his Blur and the Iron Bark here right before Rodak has his mana, but Rodak's actually behind in Metamorphosis. He hasn't been using them off cooldown, so Cheerios is actually in this position that he's kind of ahead in this meta game. And now we have that Chaos Nova going out onto Smooth, and he is going to pop that Nemesis very late into that stun, gets the half Metamorphosis stun out of the Chaos Blades right there, and now we have so much damage going out into Smooth. Do you see the defensive? Yep, okay, he's dead. Saw the defensive Chaos Nova by Brodak trying to peel Cheerios, but there's no way he's going to live at that point.
Yeah,
We
I mean,
14%
it was just a matter of time, right?
Yeah.
It was never, yeah, I don't think it was never the case that they were close enough to getting the kill that it justified them hanging the monkey. And I think really, if actually Smooth has the option to swap over to perhaps a Paladin or a Restoration Druid, or even I could say Restoration Shaman, because I think they'll get dampened in the same way. But I think maybe even swapping just over to that Druid could be really good for them. I don't think, I mean, Demo Warlocks do struggle against multiple decurses, which Time to Jeff definitely have. But
yeah, I mean the biggest thing is like when you have a Demon Hunter, swapping on a Restoration is very hard. They're one of the targets that if you're just in bear form, like you're not really gonna die. So you generally have to be making mistakes, and I think that they're aware of that because you do play with Demon Hunters, you kind of know exactly what they do, and that's the only way you're ever gonna really get pressure onto them. I mean, pretty much every Demon Hunter I've talked to generally agrees that like if you're in bear form, you're not going to do anything. So that's the advantage that Rodak's pretty much always able to burst off cooldown, whereas, or sorry, Cheerios is always able to burst off cooldown, right? You can just use his meta whenever, use it as whoever you can, and eventually the Missile is going to go But with the Resto Druid, like, you have to be a lot more methodical with when you use your metas. You can't really use them off cooldown, otherwise it becomes too predictable, and they're just going to get wasted. You have to look for a lot cleaner setups onto them.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think that's something they're going to have to work on. Either that or they have to change up the composition. It just looked like the map choice is going to be Blades Edge Arena. Do you think that indicates they would want to make a swap up here in what could potentially be the final game of this series?
Yeah, I feel like Blades Edge, I don't know, it's kind of good for both teams. Like, he has the ports, like we saw them pick out last time versus the Windwalker DK, right? They barely won the series up against, sorry, what was their names again? It was Caffeinator, Pet Cake, and Baby Cakes. But yeah, they had the last map was on Blades Edge, and it seemed to favor them pretty well just by having the mist walks and these. But I don't think it's just going to work out.
That was actually a convincing game in the series, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that it's going to work out that way when you have that melee caster healer, especially when it's the Demon Hunter. Like the Demon Hunter, you have a lot of mobility, but the other thing is too is you don't need to have full uptime, right? You just need to touch them when you're bursting them, especially when they're playing this Nemesis build. So even if you kite them, all you really is worrying about is like, okay, well, do I get my Chaos Nova Sun with my artifact and pop all my burst there? Okay, I got that off, like, fine. And if he gets kited after that point, it doesn't really matter. And then he also has a Boomkin there who's constantly rotting him. So it probably is a better map for them, but I don't think it's going to be as big of a difference as anything else. But I still could be wrong. I don't know.
I mean that's the thing, right? Like a lot of this is not really defined. It's like we're seeing this for the first time, just like everyone who's watching. And I'm sure the players are playing some of these matchups for the first time. I doubt that Double Druid Demon Hunter meets Demon Hunter Warlock too much. I mean, they probably have played it once or twice, but
yeah, I actually don't see him queuing this comp much on Ladder. I think.
Okay,
well, I don't know.
So I mean, there's a decent chance, but still, it's like it's far from an established meta, right? Like these comps are still reasonably new. Demon Hunters have been increasing in popularity recently, and people are definitely still figuring stuff out. And we've seen that during the tournament. It's awesome to see how like the very high-rated players do, like how their thought process works when it comes to figuring out strategies for these series.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because like the Demon Hunter demo, that one's been popular for a little while, but I haven't really seen too much Demon Hunter doing it. I actually think this is the best variant for this comp, just having the double Druid for it. Yeah. Definitely Demon Hunter plus Resto Druid is probably the best combination next to the Mistweaver. But now we do see the double stun coming out from Rodak here. He's going to be playing the Momentum build this game, trying to get more sustained pressure onto them. And so we see this Incap going into a Exhaust on Swag's Cat, getting a little bit of spread pressure onto Cheerios, I believe. So trying to get him low. They have the leg sweep being used on him. So maybe they had a better strategy for this map, just trying to get more sustained pressure. And I think Cheerios is just going to look for this window where he can just get nice connection onto Smooth and burst him down very hard.
Yeah, We'll have to see if that's how it plays.
there's
They
the
actually
setup
get
right
the stun
here, and-
instantly. Nemesis Metamorphosis coming out. That's going to be the trinket. Are they going to get the life cocoon as well? He actually used the revival. He's really trying to hold on to that cooldown, but Cheerios is constantly connecting. The peels coming out now with that stun, and another stun coming out of that, but they get the solar beam onto his cast. Can they reconnect him? He's actually been cycling low. Is he off the stun there? I'm not sure if he is immediately, if they will be able to follow that up anyways. Looks like he's going to be able to kite out of there for now. He actually holds onto the life cocoon, but 3 trinkets used once again on the side of 3 sweaty men.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was still a really good setup for them to have. I mean, I'm just imagining him having that blood elf, like, out of that double stun. Like, you have that blood elf, and I actually think the Mister would just die right there. So,
Yeah,
but still, they have so much pressure there too. And now we do see the setup going on to Swaggus Cat, getting the blood elf onto him. So, I do like that Rodak in this matchup is playing that more sustained pressure build instead of just going for the all-in. I think it favors him more than Cheerios in this sense to play that kind of matchup. And it seems like Rodak's been a lot more comfortable playing like the more momentum Phil Barrage builds, whereas Cheerios has generally been very comfortable just having really strong burst setups.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's just how they have to play. It feels like they just don't have the option to try out PvE, out cleave the damage coming out of Envious, especially since he's on that Boomkin. And Smooth,
exactly.
again, he's doing a better job with his mana, but just look at the mana of the rest
that
of it.
incap
He's
blow.
at 90%.
You're getting that incap blow on the armbreaker actually puts down Swaggus Cat a little bit behind. So I think maybe they have a lot better strategy here. And it is looking like Smooth isn't getting pressured as much. So I think maybe 3 sweaty men is finding out a strategy that is starting to work versus them. But the thing is, they have to make sure that whatever they have is going to be consistent throughout the entire series, you know?
Yeah, it's such a difficult deficit to come back from when you're 2-0 down. And I mean, honestly, even though they have a lot of pressure this game, it comes down to whether they can actually convert it into a kill. It does look quite good for them right now, but the mana is still in favor of Swaggus Cat. And Smooth actually sitting down for a drink right now under the bridge, but he's going to get stopped quite quickly. They're getting a fair bit of damage out, but it just seems like the rest of Druid's pretty comfortable healing through this. He's going to have his trinket up in 20 seconds. There is the Metamorphosis. They're trying to get some work done here. But the peel comes out. He's going to trinket out. I wonder if they can get another one. Swaggus Cat actually dropping so low, 10% HP. Uses the renewal. He's still dying through that. Ironbark as well. Shadow Melt. So many.
But Zippy's so low. He's at 20% HP. He has no wall. I don't think they have cocoon. No, they do use the cocoon. Oh god. Both Demon Hunters are actually just going back and forth.
They're just obliterating each other's teams.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. But Swaggus said, importantly, both teams do recover there.
Yeah, I think both teams are going to recover. I mean, this is what we see versus Demon Hunters. They have every 2 minutes, very scary. Every minute, somewhat scary when they have, the Chaos Nova artifact. So I'm thinking the way this last trade went, Swaggus Cat lived at like 10% HP. Zippy lived at 10% HP. Next meta that they have is probably going to decide the game completely here. And they still have so much damage going out to Zippy. The Nemesis debuff just fell off. Smooth is doing actually pretty well on mana considering that he's up against a Rested Druid, and Mistweavers have more mana problems than a Rested Druid. So I do like the strategy that 3 sweaty men whipped out here. Swaggus Cat's still getting pressured more and more here. And now we have Zippy at 30% HP. Still very low, getting lots of CC on Smooth. Looks like they went for a minor setup onto Smooth, and they got him at 50%. So now they're starting to cleave them all. And this is the point that when they have that meta in about 30 seconds, it's going to be extremely scary and probably just be the game over right there.
Yeah, I mean, a big Saloon Skiff there from Smooth is actually going to top him off. And his team's pretty stable. His mana is actually reasonably good as well. So Blade's Edge is kind of surprising, actually. I would have thought Blade's Edge is very good for this Moonkin, but Envy is struggling to get out the pressure perhaps he wants. Ziffy doing a very good job. He's able to stack up those pets for those big Thalkiel's consumptions, and sometimes that burst has been quite devastating in this game. He used it quite recently and got Envious quite low. We can see him down to about 40%. There's the incap onto the rest of Druid. He's not going into bear form right now. He seems quite confident. The stun to follow it up, but the rest of Druid is in bear form, so he's going to be able to sit through that one just fine. The peel's coming out with the incap onto Zip.
Here's the Nemesis. Here's the meta. There's the big burst onto Smooth. He's at 40% HP, 30% HP. He doesn't have the Chaos Nova to follow him up because he used it a little bit before that, so not going to completely finish him up. But as soon as he does have that second Chaos Nova up, he's still going to have that Nemesis debuff on his move, and I think that is where he's going to win the game. So generally, when you're able to split up your cooldowns like that, you might force something here, and then second stun you have, that guy should generally die. So now the pressure looks like it's going on to Cheerios. Rodak, I believe, just used his meta as well, and it ended. And now he has a lot of pressure on Cheerios getting that Blur Force. They are going to put the Thorns on him too. And now Rodak's actually getting so much damage onto him just from that Thorns from Swaggy's Cat, so hitting into that definitely put him really far behind. Cheerios trying to connect onto Smooth, and Smooth is doing a good job kiting him, putting him in that full leg sweep here. Rodek wants to connect. He wants to get this full Chaos Nova onto Smooth, but it's just not happening. He's doing a good job peeling away from that. And now they are setting up onto Swaggy's Cat. They have the Chaos Nova. They have the Fell Lord down. They are trying to burst him down. He's only going to be at 60% HP. And Smooth is going for another drink. He's trying to stay as efficient as possible on mana. And as soon as he comes in to stop that, Smooth is just doing a good job in-capping him, going to the bottom of the map, and then porting up to the top. So it's just putting Cheerios in this position where he's just running around on kind of a wild goose chase on this map. So I think it was a really good choice. And now we could just see Envious is just rotting through bear form at this point. And now we have that full full axe toss onto Swaggy's Cat. Envious is very low. They do have to use the Iron Bark on him. He's at 40% HP. Rodax is getting so much pressure onto both of them. Smooth is at about 40% mana here. And I mean, considering we're in 10% damping, this is such a good point such a good place for him to be in, especially compared to last game. I mean, he's getting constant drinks off. I think they're doing a really good job.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job, like you say, of abusing the map, both in terms of drinks, but they can't really hit him. And now we can see the consumption comes out from Ziffy. He's hungry. He's going to eat up Cheerios with that Thau-Keel's beautiful setup for that. Of course, Demonology Warlocks, it's not the most simple to set up that burst. You have to get a lot of your pets out so that they can kind of be absorbed in that consumption for the maximum burst damage. And that's the thing. It's kind of difficult when you're a player who's not so familiar with Demolocks to tell how hard you're going to get bursted. That ability, Thau-Keel's, is the one to be scared of, but you have to be really aware of how many pets they have up as well. Yeah. And in that situation, Cheerios got absolutely deleted from about 50% left. So
I think a lot of people get caught off guard too by like, you want to watch all the imps out, right? But a lot of people play with those pet nameplates turned off because it's such a cluster. So you actually, like, that's the double-edged sword of it. Like, you actually lose track of how many pets they have out. And I think that really, like you said, that's definitely a big reason why they catch people off guard. Like, if they did play with nameplates, they'd just be like, oh my god, there's so many pets here. Like, it's ruining like my
You just have to kind of hope that you see the imps like shooting their little fell bolts. But yeah, I mean, I mean, Demonology is a very interesting spec. Like, if you look at the damage breakdown from it, it's about normally about 25% of their total damage is Doom, so the dot they apply to everyone, and then like the rest of it, other than maybe Thau-Keel's, is pet damage. So it's like whether they have their imps, whether they have their observer, all the other various pets, the melee hits from the pet that also provides a 10% MS. It's a really interesting class design, and I think the way that it bursts also is quite cool. And I remember at BlizzCon when people were still trying to figure it out, there was actually quite a big discrepancy between different Demo Warlocks and how they did their DPS, because it's like there's a lot of classes where the DPS is quite simple, but I don't think Demo is really one of them.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely like, I mean, people complain. I still think that there's some specs that are like, interesting. Like there's I think the biggest problem people have sometimes when they like complain is that specs that have been like the favorite for a long time maybe aren't as interesting anymore. Because like I'm sure like an Affliction Warlock is like, wow, god, Affliction is so boring to play. Or like Hunter would be like, BM so boring to play. Or, I mean, there's tons of situations like that, but sometimes the other spec that like is not really played much is just happens to be actually a lot more fun. I feel like being a Demon Warlock would be so much more fun than being an Affliction Warlock. Is like, I guess for me, I don't enjoy watching it as much, except for those times where they set up like bursts, because it seems like more tankier games. But I definitely can respect that there is like a lot more going on, especially that you can get setups like that. Like Zippy's always been someone though that has played Demon Warlock no matter how good or bad it is. So yeah,
I think it's just that's the cool thing about playing Warlock and Mage as well, right? If you're one of these guys who just wants to stick to a class, then those are generally the ones that you want to be sticking to, because you can pretty much guarantee in any meta there's going to be one Warlock or one Mage spec that's viable. And I think there's been very few situations, especially now in Legion, where Blizzard have really pushed towards making every single spec, even tank specs, semi-viable. If you have 3 DPS specs, you're always going to have something. We are now loading up into Dalaran Arena. We are in Game 4 of this best of 5 series. 2-1 in favor of Time to Chef, and we're going to see the same compositions once again. So I think the question on this map is going to be, can Smooth survive on the smaller map?
I honestly feel that this is going to be, I feel this is in Time to Chef's favor because he doesn't have those really good ports that you can get on the other maps. Like this is the Mistweaver hunting grounds. Like anyone that ever kills a Mistweaver, they know they see Dalaran Arena and they know that they're gonna eat that little green guy alive.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's not really much else to it, right?
Yeah,
Whether they can keep him alive, whether they can keep Smooth alive, is basically the question that will decide this game.
I think the best thing they can do is actually try to set up right when they're setting up on his move. So like, wait for triggers and meta first, and then meta like Brodak metas onto him, so that he can kind of be peeling him with that setup, and like kind of just go for that super class envy. And I feel like that might be the way that he's able to peel him, especially because he is playing that sustained damage effect. He can kind of play more of, okay, well, I can just use my meta to peel or use my sense to peel, do everything I can to not let Cheerios get this first setup on Smooth, because if he does get it, he's going to be in so much trouble. Like we already know, we see him die extremely quickly.
Right, so we're going to see the opener. There's actually immediately, as we see for most Moonkins, they are going to pop that Celestial alignment and get as much as possible. Really trying
and
to
there's the meta immediately going out
to
onto Ziggy. They have the full in-cap on his move. He's getting so low here. That's going to be the wall being forced. 30% HP. Gets hopped off a little bit right here, putting down that Fell Lord, and now they're going to try to set up onto Cheerios here, and that's going to try to force a little bit of pressure. Rodak is going for that meta onto him. They use all their CC onto Cheerios, but he has that Iron Bark, so he's going to be able to stay alive here. He goes for the double stun from Cheerios onto both Zippy and Rodak, hitting them both hard, trying to get as much pressure in both teams onto each other. I mean, they're cleaning each other hardcore, and then we get a full moon off here, getting a lot of damage onto Zippy. He's at 30% HP. And now we have full in-cap on this move. If they can get any follow-up CC out of this, actually, I don't think they're going to be able to. They lock out both Envious and then Blood Elf Swagascat. So, I mean, good job breaking up that CC, but still forcing that Cocoon out from Smooth onto Zippy. So this is going to be, again, another one of those games where I think maybe instead of going on Smooth, they're just going to stay on to Zippy, but go for this consistent strat of just riding him as much as they can, and eventually getting that win. I mean, there's also the potential that they just swap it up too, say like next meta, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go Smooth, and they'll get caught off guard. And I mean, they're doing a good job too, watching these full moons. He just double stunned that one, and now they get a full fear on his Swagscat, so getting a lot of pressure here from both Brodak and Zippy. I think they're gonna be trying to kill Cheerios primarily, so I think that he's a really, really good kill target. We do have that full in-cap on Smooth, so it looks like another set's gonna come out from their team. I mean, MBS is still at 50% HP, but I feel like he's gonna be fine. If he goes into bear form, he'll be okay. Artifact being used out there by Rodak, but nothing much is happening. But Zippy is very low, and in 30 seconds we have Nemesis. We have meta coming up. We have the Chaos plays. Every cooldown is going to be available, so either Zippy or Smooth is going to be in a lot of trouble. I know he won't have that wall, though, for this next meta, and he won't have Life Cocoon, so I think maybe this is the scenario that you just stay on to Zippy, and you just want to pressure him as much as you can. Now we have the in-cap coming out, trying to just get a little bit of damage there. Maybe would have wanted to wait there. I'm not sure. On holding that in-cap, so he just has it right when that Nemesis comes up. But instead, I think the setup is just going to be on to Smooth here. So yeah, Rodak's doing a good job. They try to go for that Chaos, or sorry, they go for the AoE Stun onto Cheerios when he puts his onto Smooth, and then immediately follows it up with a Leg Sweep. So they're just going to have to kill Smooth as much as possible. Now we see that full clone onto Smooth when he's at half HP, and Cheerios does have that meta. He has a Nemesis. He's going to pop every cooldown, I feel, as soon as he connects to Zippy. Or he's just going to look at Smooth right here. I mean, he's trying to hit him, trying to force him to go behind line of sight. I think it's really hard to tell who he's going to set up on at this point. I mean, he's definitely scaring their entire team just by holding on to this at this point. But now he does use the meta, does use the Nemesis onto Smooth, and I think Smooth is going to go down here. He's at 11% HP, does not have that Life Cocoon available. He's connecting onto him. 5% HP, 1% HP, and there goes Smooth, and that's the series. Time to Chef. They're cooking up.
Chef, indeed. Yes,
they're cooking up.
One Smooth.
They're cooking up.
They picked up 3 sweaty men. Oh, okay. I think mine. Yeah, I mean, that was a long time coming, right? We were waiting for that metamorphosis.
I actually did not notice it the entire time until now. It just came to me.
Hmm?
No, it actually just came to me. I wasn't thinking of the Time to Chef until I said their team name, and then yeah, got that going on. Why would a chef?
Okay.
That's why.
Sorry, continue. Why would a chef want? When I saw that team name, when I saw Time to Chef, I just thought of the little panda in Dalaran who burns everything. That annoying guy when you're trying to do your cooking.
Yeah, I hear everyone complaining about that guy, but I don't do any cooking at all.
You have to cook, man. You have to get your maximum level.
And I queue arena, and then I mean that's pretty much it. I PvP. Oh, you know what? Actually, I did Dalaran sewers for like a week. Got my little rat mount. That's the best mount in the game, the Rad Stallion. That's my
Yeah.
equivalent of doing.
Oh yeah, that rat mount is really cool.
Yeah.
I haven't done it myself, but I've got some friends with it. Anyways,
Right.
let's keep on track because we've still got a couple of
Series ahead of us.
series to do. We'll just have a quick look over the brackets once again. Of course, we do say goodbye to yet another team here. With that qualifier, this is going to be our final semi-final, guys, and then we will be heading into the grand finals. You can see that the team we just saw has secured their spot in the finals, and that means they are guaranteed at least the chance to fight off against Jamili for that 7th place spot. So they're in a very, very good position right now, I believe. I think if you're there, you've come quite far through this bracket. You've come from 16 teams, you're into the final 2. You're looking very happy, and now you get to watch the second semi-final, which is going to be between Feels Old Man and the Bucktooth Clams, to see who their opponent is going to be. So Times is Chef are going to have some time to wait whilst they wait for that series to be decided.
We're actually both so bad at puns. Just
we are. I know. It's late. We're getting on 5 a.m. now, so I appreciate it's late for a lot of people. So I do appreciate everyone who has been sticking with us through this, all 3,000 of you. So thank you very, very much for that. We actually got a massive donation as well. Whoa, that is absolutely insane. $150 from FRS Gaming. 150. That is an absolutely insane number. Is there a 100 emoji?
Yeah, I mean there is on the phone. Wait, 100. Dude, does it not show up on? Oh wait, hold up.
Yeah, if there's an emoji for that, then please do spam it. Thank you so much, FRS Gaming. That is an absolutely insane amount of money, of course. We've made a lot of money tonight too, and of course all of this money will be going directly towards, if it's in the match arena, it goes to this event, but if you donate via the Twitch page, then that will go towards our next event, which we will be announcing on the Sunday. So of course all donations, since the community brings them to us, we distribute them straight back to the community through those prize pools. So thank you so much for that $150 donation. That's going to be a massive donation towards that next event. And he also says, love what you're doing for the competitive WoW scene. Much love, guys. So thank you very much for that note as well. It's really nice to see. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like there's always going to be challenges, and we face a lot of challenges doing these broadcasts, and there's a lot of people that can be reasonably negative as well. Like people always find ways to complain, but having those who really enjoy it and really stick around for it does make it 110% worthwhile. So thank you so much for that support, guys. But anyways, we're into our final semi-final game. We've got Feels Old Man and Time to Chef back on it. Oh, they're not Time to Chef, actually. That's going to be a different team name. Let me just quickly drag that one up for you guys. So the Bucktooth Clan versus Feels Old Man in this Nagrand game, and they have opted for the KFC in this game.
I was thinking BM might be better in this. I mean, I don't know. I only play Survival, so completely no here. But
what do you think about Survival in this matchup?
Survival? Oh, it's so bad into this. It's actually really bad. But I know for most comps, BM does better. Okay.
But that was a really good start for Mame. Immediately, the Celestial alignment was popped by Previ, and he got the full fair, followed by Super Teaser's Mighty Bash. So he actually got nothing done with that. And then they got the Cyclones on your feet. What an opener for Feels Old Man, showing these guys they still got it with LeBron James dropping solo. Has he used the dispersion yet? I don't think he has.
He didn't really yet, but they still got
I can't believe he held the disperse there. That was incredibly high damage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the longer the game goes on, they'll probably be able to do well. I think the advantage too of having a marksman or a BM hunter in this matchup is you have that range hunter, so you're not going to be caught in that starfall. Whereas when you have the double melee, just being stuck in that starfall really sucks. And he has definitely enough mobility to avoid that. But now we have a full trap on your feet. I think we get a late mass dispel onto him. LeBron James is getting slightly pressured, but I feel this is going to be definitely in Feels Old Man's favor. They're doing everything they can to kill SSDS's pet though. They even use a solar beam onto him to stop it. So. Yeah, just minor CCs going out onto Subatis right now, though. They are kind of rotting. He is having a little bit of difficulty keeping them all up, but I think this should still be somewhat okay. I mean, we have Avatar coming back up for Mame in about 20 seconds, so I think he should have his fear around that same time. So they'll be able to get a good setup, have that fear, get a lot of pressure onto LeBron James, who's probably going to be their primary kill target here. They do have that Crows going out onto him, and they are trying to go offensive here. We have that Ironbark onto main, but it does get cloned by Preppy. He's doing a good job at getting clones at very good times. They have the full trap here onto On Your Feet. Wyvern goes out onto Preppy. They have this cross CC, but they have the Earthling Shield Totem down for this entire setup, and that's going to make things very, very difficult, I feel, for Feels Old Man to get the skill here. They are using that Avatar of a main node. They have a lot of damage going out, but I feel like not too much is going to happen at this point.
Yeah, it just seemed quite difficult. But actually, if you look at the mana, Super T's is falling behind at this point, and SSDS is actually having to pull back. I mean, it's not too much of a problem since he's MM. He has a lot of range damage, of course. We can see the Shadow Crash. He really needs to get that pet back up. Of course, he does lose the survival, and he could just fall down here. The rallying cry coming out. He's down to 10%. He does have... He's just going to fall over, actually. Wow. I thought he was going to be fine since he managed to get behind the pillar there, but just too much damage from from LeBron James and Previ, and honestly, Previ just blinked in behind there and finished him off. I'm really surprised by that. I thought he was going to survive there for sure.
I mean, he had no deterrence, right? And he had no acceleration. I don't know if he had to use his deterrent to keep his fed up. I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, but he definitely didn't have it at the end of the game.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe they'll swap to BM instead of that matchup. Just having that instant damage, and you have the more consistent pressure that we saw that last time, right? Because you have the Dire Beast Hawks, and also Dire Beast Hawks is actually very strong against Thruster Totems in general because they're all stacked up in that Earthen Shield Totem, right? And putting that down, it almost instantly kills it. So I feel that is what they're going to swap to, maybe, instead of just sticking to marksmanship, because I feel it's a lot easier for them to avoid marksman damage in that kind of matchup. I feel just the times where marksman damage can maybe get kited, or you have to be the sole damage dealer. It's just probably better to play BM if you're going to be ranged, just to have that instant damage.
Right. Yeah. No, I think it's maybe playing the MM and just lining a little bit more, like you say, is going to be the right choice for him. I definitely think that wasn't a representative game. They came out the gates flying, this KFC. They looked so strong at the start, but I can't believe LeBron James held the dispersion. If I was the Shadow Priest in that situation, I don't care what my Shaman said. I would have just instantly pressed it. He was about 2% above execute range that entire time. And he was very brave, and it definitely paid off for him, because when he doesn't use Disperse there, it means he knows he's going to be safe for a long time, and that's what makes them able to play so offensively, right? And able to push in and get that kill so quick. I mean, that was a clinical finish from the Boomkin Shadow Priest. I don't think the game should be that fast, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Warrior Hunter doesn't provide the support that the rest of the needs against the Boomkin.
I feel like they can fall kind of behind versus that. I'm trying to think of what else happened. I mean, I wasn't.
Do you think they should swap the comp? Do you think maybe? I actually know that Fury Warrior has a lot of self healing. Maybe swapping.
I'm thinking
Fury
maybe they'll just swap specs over comp. So maybe they just go Fury and they go BM instead, and then they'll probably be better, more consistent pressure.
Yeah, I think so too.
More defensives, and they'll probably work out for them. They won't have the duel, right? They won't have the sharpened blade.
Yeah,
but I don't think they'll completely.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be a free win, but I certainly think Fury is quite good against these rock pressure comps. Anyways, we're going to see what they've chosen. Dalaran Suez is, of course, the map choice from this cleave, and actually they do swap up the comp. And,
this is the one I don't want to spoil.
This is one of your surprise comps that you were warning us about, right, Dilly?
Yeah.
So talk us through this. Who is actually on that Demon Hunter, firstly?
It's not that big of a surprise. Like I said, Demon Hunter is really reliable to just pick up.
Yeah, of course.
Whenever it's good, everyone's
playing it. Is it SSDS or is it?
No, it's Evangeline.
Okay, that's good to know. So we have Evangeline swapping over to his Demon Hunter. So what do you think the strategy is?
You're just hopping back and forth in the gates, and then on Skype.
Is he the only one who does that?
Yeah, and then
he's got to get his APM up before the game starts.
Yeah, exactly. In Skype, you just hear. Well, just moving side to side.
What do you think the strategy should be for the Demon Hunter Warrior in this matchup?
I think it's just going to go one of the DPS, and kind of like we saw with the Windwalker or Demon Hunter playing, but I actually think they can play that strategy that the Windwalker Demon Hunter had a lot more reliably. So that's probably the best thing to go on. So immediately they're going on to LeBron James, but I think they're going to look for setups onto either On Your Feet or pretty much anyone that doesn't have Earth Shield. So now we have that incap going out. I think they're going to try to set up onto him out of that. Yep, he does pop that Nemesis, pops his Metamorphosis, instantly Blood Off Assist Trinket. They have that Mind Bomb reflected by Evangeline onto On Your Feet. He reflected it with, I don't even remember the name of it, the Reverse Magic. So getting that good Really clutch play by Eventually there, and just getting so much early pressure onto them. I feel like this was such a good comp choice for them. They are running a little bit, but I think they're going to be relatively okay. Eventually also putting down that darkness there just to keep his team kind of safe and let them sit in some boomkin damage for a little bit. So now they're rotting a little bit. Like they're going at 20% HP. Subatees is actually going to have a really hard time keeping them topped off. Mame already having to parry. They do have the blur available for Eventually still, and we do have the link force out also on your fate. So I mean, both teams have had to use so much, but again, if they live till that second metamorphosis, the amount of pressure they got in this one opener, forcing both Trinket, Spirit Link, forcing Ascendance, that's everything that they would ever want to get from them. As long as Subatees can find this window where he can top him up, but he's in this full bash, and Main's still at 20% HP. He has nothing left. I don't believe he has a Rallying Cry. Full silence goes out onto Subatees. Main is going to pop. Oh, sorry, he does have the Rallying Cry. He's going to put Spell Reflect up, but Eventualin is very low too. He does have that blur available still. Hasn't procced yet, but now they get a triple Mind Bomb. Eventualin's going very low, 10% HP. There's a full clone out of Subatees. It looks like Eventualin is going to go down, and that's going to be the game there. I mean, it felt like they were so ahead at one point, and then ended up just falling very, very far behind.
This is the thing, though. I think this was just intelligent play by On Your Feet. He recognized the situation where he had to use a lot of cooldowns on that first metamorphosis, and you could see actually he was playing the spec whereby he purges and does damage. I can't remember exactly what the talent's called. Is it
Electrocute? I don't know.
Electrocute, yeah, exactly. So he was playing the Electrocute talent and also the Cleansing Waters talent, I believe. So it means, or Purifying Water, sorry, which means every time he's purging, he's also healing himself a little bit, and he's doing a lot of damage. And it's so hard when you're a Restoration Druid, especially since Subatees wasn't playing Overgrowth in this matchup. He was instead playing the Instant Wargrowth for more AoE healing. And it means he doesn't really have the trash debuffs he needs. So every global he presses, it applies 1 hot, and every global the Shaman presses removes 1 hot. So you do the math on that, and there's not many hots at the end of the day. So as long as the Shaman recognizes the situations where he can afford to go for those offensive purges, the game can snowball out of control really quickly, I think, for the Cleaver of Arrested Druid.
So what do you think he does? Do you think he should just go tree form instead? Because when you're tree form, then you're not as scared of purges, I believe, right? Because I mean, generally, that's what I see happen when I'm playing with a. Playing jungle.
I think
for the priest,
I think they just have to. They have to like decide what they want to do with their game plan. I think it's pretty reasonable if you're the Cleave to actually just go in, force Trinket Link like they did, and then literally just run behind the pillar. I think that would actually be a pretty reasonable strategy from them.
Because if you run behind the pillar, I think that's the thing. Versus Boomkin, you can't run behind the pillar because you're getting rotted by Starfall. You need to actually just start doing laps. Like just run around the map. If you can even mount up, just go around for like a couple minutes.
Maybe that, yeah. That might even be better, yeah. They're very mobile compared, like a Boomkin with what's the talent called? The one where he heals himself, the Revival, and also a Shadow Priest. Like they're not that mobile compared to certainly a Demon Hunter and a Druid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and if they end up whipping out Fury, they seriously can just they whip out the laps, man. They have the 3 leaps or whatever. Just keep everyone running around the map.
I think if they choose a bigger map as well, it could be really good for them to do that. But,
I mean, I'm guessing that's just the best thing to do. Like you said, run in, pop everything, and not even run behind the pillar. Like just start running in circles. Like you're just wasting your life. Just you're just trying to stay behind the pillar. It does nothing. Like you can't line of sight Starfall. He goes in bear form. You're not stopping the Starfall. You see me. You're just not stopping. It's just there. So might as well just run around and avoid it.
Bajira wants the Fury KFC. This is what I want to. I actually think they were on the right tracks with the KFC. The game looked good. I just think if the Warrior was Fury, the off healing would be a bit better.
I think Fury BM would be the dude.
Oh wow, that's This is one of those comps that's either going to go very well or very badly. I've seen Rep Paladins go both ways. Again, spoiling a little bit by saying that, but we'll have to see how this one plays out. This is going to be a lot of damage in their composition for sure, so they definitely have the potential to win it, right? But they can also fall behind quite quickly. So we'll have to see. This is potentially the final game of the final semi-final, guys. We have come a long way today. Thank you so much for bearing with us. This broadcast has been 5.5 hours long, so I don't know, maybe we should ask, has anyone in the chat actually been here for the entire 5.5 hours? Kudos to you if you have. That is amazing, and I do appreciate Listening to certainly my voice for 5.5 hours, that's commitment to WoW esports. So definitely give yourself a pat on the back if anyone has been there for that. But yep, we are now going to see the comp. If we can head in 2-0 to the Bucktooth Clam against Feels Old Man. This is Dilly's prophecy. You counted them out. You said whoever wins against the you called the actually no, because the other team did win in the other game, right? The Boomkin team won, and then but you did call this series the Boomkin Shadow Priest winning. So unless Evangeline can be the hero on the Ret Paladin.
Yeah, I mean it's possible because I haven't seen this matchup too much. I just only was watching WizK stream one day, and they were getting farmed by Evangeline and Super Tees. But I think WizK's part, like they hadn't played in a while because it was like Casca's like first day playing back or something. So I think like it's hard to say if like that's how it will always go, or if they were just rusty basically. But basically, they just
they're actually going on to the Resto Shaman immediately with those wings. That's an interesting strategy. He's actually not even trading out the wall right now. On your feet is just he's got some quick feet there with the leap. He uses the Ascendance. Just gonna be able to top himself off. He actually didn't use too much there, but he gets trapped. Great trap on the Earth Shield, and I think the Master Spell was maybe able to come out there. Not entirely sure what broke that. I don't think he even cast a Master Spell, but anyways, he's able to top his team off. A huge full moon onto Evangeline. Ironbark comes out way too late. There's the Cyclone as well. They might just be able to get the bubble here. He's desperately trying to kite away. Should be able to get himself a few heals, but now SSS is going to be the target of choice. The tree form from Super Tees is about to expire as well, so I think this is looking really bad for Feels Old Man right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're really behind because they definitely did stop the opener here. So, I mean, maybe this is exactly what would happen in this matchup. I mean, we have a Mind Bomb going out onto SSDS. He's at about 70% HP, but Super Tees is having a hard time queuing them all. Oh, actually, never mind. He just stopped them all. Full Silence goes out onto Super Tees, and now we have that full clone onto SSDS, and then we have eventually getting MC'd into that bash, getting his adaptation right here, and now we get a full trap onto On Your Feet, and I don't know.
Yeah, it just seems so broken again. I think he casted one again. I think it's just like
they're breaking it from like the
walking past. Yeah, exactly.
They're making mistakes.
This game's just looking unfortunate. I mean, like they got a beautiful stun chain there, but even On Your Feet preemptively got the Earthen Shield totem down. He's just playing so well in this game. He's completely on top of it. It doesn't matter that he's not a dwarf. He's missing that Stoneform ratio. He's just completely happy on his little Space Goat Draenei. Doing a great job, and they're just getting so much pressure too.
They get the Iron Bark on, like they're trying to hold on to this bubble as much as they can, and then they're using the silence. But I feel like the longer they try to hold on to the bubble, and they're using already the stops here, I feel like they're going to be in this window. Okay, so they stop the MD on that trap. He's going to try to cast it here. He's going to get the MD on the trap, so he won't have it up if they force the bubble here. I mean, he's just so far behind. The Iron Mark's not there. Evangeline's very low. We do have this full bash going out into Super Tees. Evangeline's going to get Mind Bombed here, so he's not going to be able to get that sync out. And now we have the full clone going out into Super Tees. SSCS is very low. Trying to rest his pet. Evangeline at 60% HP. Ball's going to be forced out onto him. And now SSCS is being swapped too. He's at 18% HP. He has the turns available. He might have to use it here. He's at 10%, 5%. Use the turn, maybe. Oh, he feigned death his dots off. Okay, but now Evangeline's very low. Yeah, SSCS has to deter. Evangeline pots the wings.
He dispelled the dots, then he triggered the Sin and Punishment to deter. I think that's very unfortunate on the side of SSDS, but I mean, he had to do it. He was so low. Yeah. And now LeBron James is taking a fair bit of damage as well. If they can actually get some CC onto On Your Feet here, there's a potential to get the dispersion out, but it just seems so hard. He's staying so far away. They have so much pressure, so SSDS has to play back also.
Every trap gets pretty early, and every time they silence him, they get the adapt, and then they immediately clone Super Tees. And now they have the full Mind Bomb onto Eventually. They don't have Iron Bark available. 20% HP. Full bash goes down to Super Tees. Eventually won't be able to get the sync on it. He does get the sync. No, he actually has to blob. I mean, I don't think he even got sync back up yet. And now Super Tees is getting pressured here. He's at 70% HP. SSCS is very low. Finally has to use that exhilaration. He has nothing left. There's no cooldowns at all for Feels Old Man and LeBron James. And Previ, they're just so far ahead. They still have the Spirit Link available. They have no Trinket, but they have Earthen Shield back up. Ascendance is up. I don't think the Eventualist team is going to be able to win here. Just one more setup, one more Mind Bomb, one more Silence, whatever it is going to be, they are probably going to win the game with that.
Yeah, for sure. And just look at the mana as well. Even if they don't win with CC, they're just completely dominating on mana. Super Tees' tree form is back up now, so I want to see full Feels Old Man pushing in. They need to get the pressure now because... Yeah, it's really difficult. They're actually going for the mind control defensively here as well. They actually get the adaptation with that into the Mind Bomb, but it's dispelled. Full Moon does connect into a full Cyclone. adapted out by Super Tees should be okay for now. And actually, LeBron James is taking damage, but as soon as that tree form expires, you feel like Super Tees, no mana left, no bubble, and eventually it's going to be so difficult for Feels Old Man to recover.
LeBron James is still, I mean, they don't have the Earthing Shield totem here, but I think he should still have his Lysop available on top of it. I believe he still has Dispersion. So, I mean, there's so much pressure going out onto them. Eventually has no adaptation. He won't have his bubble for another 2 to 3 minutes, and there's the full chop. Hodge onto LeBron James, trying to get as much pressure on him as they can, but eventually he's at 0% HP. There's the game. SSCS dies here too, I'm fairly sure. Yep.
Yeah, I just think those are really hard matchups for Feels Old Man. I mean, Resto Druids in general struggle with Boomkins, and the DPS classes they brought didn't really have too much to assist the Restoration Druid with that healing. They don't have too many trash buffs to protect the hordes. They don't have much off healing of their own, so just difficult. But nonetheless, very well played by the Bucktooth Clams, and they're going to move on to our grand final. So if we just go over to our brackets right now, we are actually one series away from finishing the entire. Oh my goodness! I do apologize, guys. I am just a little bit tired, if you can tell, but we just need the energy to get through one more of these fantastic series. This is what we've all been waiting for, right? We've had 16 teams in this bracket. We're down to our final 2. We can see them locked in there. Time to Chef going up against the Bucktooth Clams, 2 teams that have definitely looked incredibly dominating. I think, has the Bucktooth Clan even lost a game? They lost 1 game to Onion. And
yeah,
they did lose 1 game to Onion. So both of these teams have looked really dominating throughout the entire bracket, and it is quite a rough one since, of course, it is single elimination. There's no real second chances until you get to this grand final, since, of course, the winner will be advancing to our main bracket, and the second team will be going up against Jamili, who's waiting in the bags. I'm not sure if that series is going to be played today. I think it would have been a bit unreasonable to ask Jamili to wait this long, although if he is around, certainly we'd love to have that series. So I'll have that checked with our admins before we get into this final. But I mean, hopefully we can get that done, and then we'll have all 8 teams ready for tomorrow, which would be awesome.
Yep, exactly.
But yes, I think we've actually got another subscriber to. Oh, okay, never mind. I misspoke. We don't have another subscriber to shout out. That was one that I did earlier. My mistake. And just looking at the prize pool as well in the Match Arena, I want to give the Match Arena another shout out with the code, just in case we have any new viewers, although we've done a phenomenal job with it today already. We're at $1,100, and that, of course, all that money is going towards the players. So that's absolutely fantastic. But if you do want to check out the Match Arena page, that would be very awesome of you. You can head over there by typing !Match Arena in the chat, and it will take you a link there, and you can go to you can just sign in with your Twitch, go to the donate in the top right, and if you type in the code GCDTV2, you'll donate $1 to the event for free, courtesy of Match Arena, who are our partners for this event and hopefully many events to come. So those guys have been absolutely awesome. Please do make sure to check them out. Their website is amazing, and we'll definitely be intending on using that for the foreseeable future. There's also some kick-ass rewards at the bottom and some other stuff we'll get into over the broadcast. But anyways, we're just waiting right now. Of course, it's pretty reasonable that we give these teams a little bit of a break, I think, since they just played quite a few games. So hopefully in the next couple of minutes, we'll be ready to get this grand final kick started. So we're down to our last 2 teams, Dilly. Yeah. Who do you think is going to take it?
Okay. Honestly, so far, like that, every team that's kind of been favored to go in has lost. It pretty much always happens to me. Anyone that I like always loses. So I'm just gonna be neutral, and then
you're gonna be neutral. Does that mean I have to stick my neck on the line and predict?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know what to say. I feel like Cheers' team is pretty good. Pretty good.
You think so?
I mean, the Boomkins Shadow Priest, they're not playing bad either.
I don't know.
It's hard to say.
I really like Boomkin Shadow Priest, but I don't know if it can beat Demon Hunter Boomkin.
Triggered me.
Was that not the right answer?
Yeah.
Damn. Oh,
that comp is my bane.
Do you play it on your Shadow Priest?
No, I just don't even play my Shadow Priest. I just don't like playing this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some people that don't really like to play the kind of AoE comps. which is understandable, right? Because
yeah, I just have a short attention span, so I can't play like really dampening comps. And with Demon Hunter, like you can kind of dampen because it's like, oh yeah, eventually I'm gonna one shot this guy. So like,
yeah, you're so excited the entire game. There's so much engaging content. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not as boring to run around pillars doing nothing because you just watch yourself like double jump and like. I mean that's the entertainment for you on the Demon Hunter, right? You can't get dampened on one because you're just like, ooh, hopping.
Yeah.
And, yeah, exactly.
Right. Anyways, just to catch everyone up, of course, we are at our grand finals. We can have another quick look at the brackets here. 1 minute until we should be getting into this first game on that grand, because of course teams do have that little delay since, of course, they just did play 3 games that were quite long. It's perfectly reasonable that they have a little bit of time before getting up into the next series, recompose themselves. We've got this far, so we do want to have the absolute best games possible for this final series. And of course, it is going to be Time to Chef playing up against the Bucktooth Clams. We're expecting the Shadow Priest Moonkin healer going up against the Moonkin Demon Hunter healer. So a little bit of variety there. Lots of Moonkins today, lots of Demon Hunters, but the Shadow Priest has somehow, some way managed to find his way through them all and potentially could make it through to the final bracket. And if we have a little look at our finals, this is of course our first North American event of 2017, so I'm super excited. And we've already had some, honestly, this has been the best qualifier I think we've had this year. There's been so many fantastic series. It's been a long one, but there have been some great series, and I think tomorrow is going to be even better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's been so many teams playing. I mean, the main thing is too is like the meta that we're seeing in these teams. I know a lot of like the bigger teams don't play these comps, but a lot of like I guess these damping style comps, the Demon Hunter, Demo, or all those. I see them played a lot more at like they're still rank 1 range, but not like the people that are playing at the absolute top of the ladder, right? And then everyone that's playing at the absolute top of the ladder is like they're just playing with like the teammates that they've still played with, if that makes sense, like regardless of the comps or not. So I think we'll probably see lots of those damping style compositions tomorrow. Like we have people that probably still be playing Rogue Mage or compositions like that.
I love our Twitch chat today. They normally don't latch themselves onto memes so well, but they really liked the onion, and now they've really attached themselves to this swag cat.
Yeah,
people have some pretty cool names in America. That's one thing I definitely say. People are pretty boring
names in America.
Yeah, cool names in America.
Maybe that's like a grass is always greener thing, though.
You think so?
Maybe.
You think it's not just names, just Americans are just cooler?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's people with good names and then just dumb names. Like, I mean, if you look at any of like Thugonomics' names, like you just sit there.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a good point. Actually, we need to make sure those names are not on broadcast, right?
Yeah, like you can't even say you have to just refer to it as Thugonomics.
Yes, no, I completely agree with that. Yeah, no, yeah, okay. I take your point. I think there are some slightly silly names as well as some quite entertaining ones. Hit and miss, that's what they say in comedy, right? You hit and you miss some. Oh well, and I miss a lot apparently.
I feel like some people too, like especially like people like that are like old school, just used to have like pretty good names. I mean, like Benrugi is like just a good name. Like, I mean, that sounds cool. Or like Hydra just sounds cool, isn't it? Like, there's stuff like that. It's like, well, dang, you're not gonna be like too creative anymore. I guess.
They need to give more NPCs for Europeans, man. We need some. Like, we have some awesome names too. I swear. Like DJ Flappers. DJ Flappers is a cool name.
You're trolling.
DJ Flappers is a brand. He's a GCD brand. Who else do we have that's amazing?
What about a Waz NPC?
A Waz, Insta Waz.
Yeah, exactly.
What would a Waz NPC do?
Yeah.
A Waz
like
NPC
one of those world like, you know, when they have those little PvP NPCs that just have you insta kick you, and then it'll just like slash yell but that minpoike or something like that.
I love it. I actually I've been watching Joe stream a little bit, and he likes to humor himself a little bit about some of those things. It's quite good. Definitely be sure to check out all these streamers, by the way, guys. There are actually so many fantastic streamers who are Like I feel like WoW streams have their kind of up periods and down periods, but suddenly right now there are a ton of high quality streams going. So maybe we can host one towards the end of this, although it's kind of an odd time of day, so not sure who will be streaming. Anyways, we're done with our filling. We're done with our stalling. This is the grand final of our first North American qualifier event, and I have taken my camera out the wrong way, so I am now in the middle of nowhere. I'm really hoping that this team is going to join because, yes, it does look like they are. So we do have the Bucktooth Clan on the right-hand side. That's going to be LeBron James on the Shadow Priest, on your feet on the Resto Shaman, and Previ on that Balance Druid, going up against Time to Chef. Shirios on the Demon Hunter MVO. Oh god, I messed this up.
Dude, both of these are Alliance teams. The Alliance is taking over on NA.
Do you want to say Swag's cat's name? Because clearly I can't do words anymore. Yes, Swag-ass cat on the Arrested Druid.
It's Swag as a cat.
That started off so good. I was so hyped, and I ruined the grand final now. I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, is LeBron James gonna dunk on these guys, or is he just not gonna get another ring here? That's what we have to figure out.
That's a very American reference. I wouldn't understand that. All right, so we are going to get into the game. Of course, we have two Moonkins on either side, so there's probably going to be a little bit of a PvE war going on, but we'll have to see how these two healers play out. I think generally Time to Chef should have the advantage if the game goes to dampening, right, with that Resto Dread. Yeah. Perhaps before that, the Demon Hunter might struggle a little bit more to get connection.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to swap on, or start off on LeBron James. So Cheerios just used his Chaos Nova to get it on your feet, and then you just use the Medicine onto LeBron James. So just making sure to get CC onto both of them, and then following that up with the Incap, trying to get early pressure onto them. But generally, we know that for most of these teams, the Shamans are going to be able to keep their teammates alive for that first Metamorphosis from Demon Hunter. I mean, it is pretty predictable. You know how to avoid that opener. It's generally the second and third ones where it starts to get really scary, and now you see a lot of pressure going out on your feet. He is at 50% HP, but I think he's going to be okay, just kind of letting himself stay low. But Cheers is getting so low here. He's at 20% HP. A lot of pressure going out onto him. So I guess the guy just going for that tranquility, but unfortunately Cheerios does get full clone here. He does have all the dots onto him. And I feel like right now the Bucktooth clan has a lot of the momentum at this point. We do see a Solar Beam being used onto Preppy there. I don't think he actually ends up getting a lockout onto him, and now we have a full silence on Swag as a cat, trying to do what he can to keep Cheerios and NDS as offensive as possible. You know, just getting a lot of CC though from the Bucktooth clan onto Time to Chef. So I mean, they're doing a good job with that. In 50 seconds, we know that that burst one is going to come out by Cheerios, and that's when things are going to get scary. And now we do have that double stun from the Chaos Nova, and instead we see a bash from Previ going out onto Cheerios, going to force out that Iron Bark, and immediately gets cloned onto that. Now the pressure swapped onto MVS, who's at 60% HP. Swag as a cat does dispel him, and now we see a big full moon coming out, hitting LeBron James somewhat hard. Now we have Previ still in that full clone as well. Both the Boomkins doing a good job, just making sure to pressure each other, get as many clones as they can onto each other. MVS hitting that full clone right now on your feet at about 70% mana, so he's actually doing worse mana-wise than Swag as a cat is, but still Time to Chef is rotting at this point. And Cheerios at 30% HP, his bird is going to proc here. Previ's getting pressured pretty hard.
Nice here, MC.
Yeah, very, very good MC right here. So 20% HP on Cheerios, full clone onto Swag as a cat. Cheerios has to somewhat play defensive at this point. He's at 24%. Full silence goes out onto him. He wants to run back. He does have his Metamorphosis up, so he just needs to stay alive, get himself topped off. They are behind the pillar. He is casting as much as he can. He's trying to keep Cheerios up, but his health is just not going up. Like, the Starfall is hitting him. I feel they need to run away. I guess just boosting behind this pillar, and now Envious is going down low. I think this is the point that the Bucktooth clan just takes the win. They have the full clone here, but then Metamorphosis comes out onto LeBron James. He's trying to get that Metamorphosis healing here. He does pop the Nemesis onto Previ, trying to hit him as much as you can. And so we had that full clone on the Swag as a cat. Envious is going to sit in that bear form as he's at 80% HP. He should be able to keep him alive. No, he's just going to go down through that bear form, and that's going to be the first kill for the Bucktooth clan.
Yeah, first blood to the Bucktooth clan. And that was actually kind of surprising. I thought the game was going to go the other way, to be honest. I thought Time to Chef, they had a great opener. Of course, that is going to be partially down to the Metamorphosis coming out of this Demon Hunter. Yeah. But the Bucktooth clan just did such a good job of stabilizing. And then once they get pressure against these Resto Druid teams, it never seems to end. They do such a good job of pushing in. And even when the Demon Hunters find the pillar, he's still dying just to the Starfall and the dots.
Yeah, I don't feel like you can recover. I feel like maybe like the best type of Resto Druid comps to defeat that is compositions that are maybe like really CC reliant, I guess, from the Resto Druid. So anything that can set up a lot offensively probably is what will be good against a Shadow Breach Shaman. But see, when you're just kind of playing like more of a dampening style comp, versus Shadow Priest, Boomkin, Rested Shaman, I feel like you're just going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think actually Mage Rested
Yo,
Caps are also quite good
huge
at covering,
donation.
but yeah,
Huge
I just
donation.
saw this as well.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
$301. I need to call this right now.
$301 from Bigsby. Is that, I need to make sure this is right. Is it Bigsby? It should be Bigsby, right?
Big
Wow.
Yeah. That is a fat donation.
That is an insane amount. Thank you so much for that. Of course, that's on the Match Arena. You guys probably can see this little bar in the bottom right of your screen. It is getting incredibly close to 2,000. I think our other two events, the European ones, we distributed $1,000 in prize pool each, and that's of course all from the community. But this event, we're only on our qualifiers, guys. This is just the beginning. This is not even the main event, not even our big sponsored top 8 teams. I mean, we have some fantastic teams here, but we haven't even started. We're at that amount of money, $301 coming from I don't know, man. That's such an incredible amount of money. Thank you so much, Big SB. You have been, we've actually had, I also want to shout out some of the other donators we've had on our Match Arena as well. Of course, Metaphor Underbug is another guy who you guys will have seen donating quite often. He donated $350. He even set a challenge to the community to donate to a certain amount, and then he would donate more. So a huge shout out to him as well. And D Machine, who's been he's the creator of GCD TV, right? He's been in the chat all night, I think, as well. So and he also donated $100. So thank you so much to him as well. And he supports us so much. And he was the person who created all of this, and it wouldn't be anything without him. So so much love in this community. It's actually amazing how many people want to see WoW esports succeeding, and we, alongside everyone else who's involved, there's so many people backstage, Toxic, Elbreth, even our social media people, Angie. They do such a fantastic job of just being committed to the goal that we all have to see this esports succeed. I think the esports announcement that came from Blizzard on Thursday is going to really drive forward a lot of people's hope in the kind of growth of the scene. So honestly, there's so much fantastic stuff coming in the near future, and we're so excited to be a part of it. But certainly what keeps us going is those massive donations. So thank you once again, Big SC, for $300. That's so incredible. And yeah, I mean, that prize pool is almost at $2,000 now. That is absolutely insane. We are in our grand finals here, guys, of just the qualifier event. It isn't the main event just yet. You could probably hear my voice is dying, so I really hope I still have a voice for tomorrow, because
you're good. You gotta believe that you're good and lie to yourself.
I have to believe and drink lots of water once I'm done. But we are in game 2. Dala and Suez was the map choice from Time to Chef. They want that smaller map, maybe to connect a little bit more on your feet. But the Bucktooth Clan are in a prime position, 2 games away from qualifying to our main event tomorrow. And Time to Chef, I think we are going to have the series. Jamili's team did confirm their availability. So off this, they will, if they do not manage to recover from the series, they will have a second chance, whichever team does lose this. But obviously, that's not an easy one. You'd rather just qualify.
Nice.
Nice. I feel like I've said those lines quite a lot tonight.
Yeah, it's all good in the hood. All right, so Cheerios immediately trying to open up. It looks like he's just going to try to get this early metamorphosis. He's going to get himself clone. So this is going to put him on DR. And obviously, we already know that generally getting on CCDR is advantageous in the opener for you as a Demon Hunter, because then this opens up this window that you won't be able to get peeled when you pop all your bursts. So starting out on LeBron James, trying to get some pressure onto him. I think they're going to try to get an in-cap and then go for that classic swap that we've seen time and time again. And yeah, there's the swap going out onto On Your Feet, popping the Metamorphosis, popping the Chaos Blades and the Artifact there. So getting a lot of damage onto On Your Feet here. It's going to force him to use that Earthen Shield Totem and the Trinket right now. And while he's on Your Feet, it's forcing Previ and LeBron James in this position where they're getting rotted down. So I feel this is the best thing you can realistically do. You see that half Chaos Nova coming out onto On Your Feet. Cheers is doing a good job just keeping as much pressure onto him as you can. I do really like that. Like I said, when they go on the healer, because they don't have all the CC as this Demon Hunter Boomkin, it just forces them in a position where the Boomkin is kind of able to rot down everyone else, and the healer is preoccupied on keeping himself alive and maybe trying to kite or run away so that he can stay healthy. So I think that's the way that they are going to be able to win this game.
Yeah, for sure. But actually, On Your Feet, he's getting locked out on that heal. That was very close to him just going down before getting that Spirit Link off. I think he must have had the Waters buff there for, so the lockout was shorter because it looked really scary from our point of view. But they're able to get the PLs out. LeBron James is always doing a good job of those mind controls as well. He's making sure that his team's always stable because they seem to know. I mean, based on the last game, if they can just keep their PV damage up and stay alive, they probably will win this game just by pushing in at some point when they do get that high level of pressure. The Boomkin now taking a bit of damage. Envious dropping down to 50%. He is trying to cast that full moon. It's not going to do too much though. Actually, doing basically nothing there.
It's because you can actually like dodge the full moon like when it comes down. So like he did the backflip.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh,
so he like dodged the full moon. So it did nothing.
Anyways, so that was a good play then in that case to do that, and they actually get the cyclone onto him. But honestly, they're not really pushing in onto Swagger's Cat. I'd like to see them just kind of pushing in on him, getting dots on him a little bit more, because that's how they seem to be getting ahead in these games. But they seem quite content to just PvE right now. I'm not even sure if this is the best choice for them. Maybe they're a little scared of stacking behind that tiny little pillar against the Demon Hunter. Nice Mind Bomb comes out.
I think the extra pressure that they're putting on your feet does put them in that position where they can't pressure Swagger's Cat as much. But he's going to go down here. He's at 12% HP. Oh, he has so much burst there. Swagger's Cat trying to get out. Trying to get as much healing as he can onto NBS. He does top him off right here. And now the Nemesis and Metamorphosis are being popped. He doesn't get the Earth Shield on there. He has to trinket immediately. He now does have the Earth Shield being used onto himself late. And Cheerios is doing as much pressure as possible onto On Your Feet. Gets a Earthen Shield Totem down as well, and the Shaman's Wall. So that's all of his cooldowns used there. Cheerios still does have that Chaos Nova available. He's going to use it here. I don't believe he has any more burst, but he's trying to just pressure On Your Feet as much as he can. I mean, he is doing pretty bad on mana in comparison to Swagger's Cat, and now we see that full sounds going out with the Solar Beam onto Envious, getting a lot of spread pressure here, but it seems like Time to Chef is a little bit ahead here, but I mean, every single time that it's kind of seen that way, it feels like the Bucktooth clan eventually just gets so much pressure that they can't really come back from it. I mean, they're getting these offensive clones, forcing Envious to trinket. Cheers is so low. He's at 28% HP. They do have the Iron Bark on him, and Previ is getting clone low here. I mean, both teams are kind of rotting here, but I think just having that long cooldown, that meta just puts Cheers' team behind. They have to wait so long for this burst damage. Previ was caught in that full stun. He did get to 30% HP, but On Your Feet is doing what he can to top him off. I mean, he actually had to use so much mana there. He's at 25% mana. Cheerios is going to come down, line of sight a little bit, just trying to pressure On Your Feet as much as possible. I do think this is the right strat. Gets the full Chaos Nova on him, popping his artifact, doing as much damage as he can. Gets him to 30%, 20% HP. Has to use that Earthen Shield Totem there and the Spirit Link Totem. So very, very great job getting a ton of pressure there by Cheerios. And now it looks like he's immediately going to swap onto Previ, who does not have that Earth Shield debuff on him as well. And this is just going to keep putting him more and more behind. I feel this is the best thing you can do. Just keep swapping on this Earth Shield debuff. And eventually it's very hard for On Your Feet to keep up with this. And they have him in the full bash, and Previ is going to get burst down. He does get topped off just barely. I believe he used the renewal there. Yeah, he did. And now he gets cloned there. And we see that detainment being used from Cheerios onto On Your Feet. But now he's just going to swap on with this pressure onto On Your Feet. As soon as he gets him to swap the Earth Shield, he runs back to Previ, and it looks like they're going to try to stop this full moon. They actually don't get the stop on it, or okay, I guess he just canceled it here, but now he goes for this full clone, jukes it a little bit, just waiting for that opportunity to get this clone now, and he has his bash, so maybe going to get a clone onto Cheerios out of that, and it is a triple DR clone, so a little bit unfortunate here. We do have that Mind Bomb going on Envious, and now comes the Metamorphosis. So much damage here. They don't have the Earthen Shield on him for a couple more seconds as Sentence is popped. On Your Feet is in a lot of trouble. He gets half Chaos Nova here. He has to use his Earthen Shield. He's trying to hold on to it, but I feel like this is such a risky decision. He does top himself off with the Ascendance, but he's at 7% mana. He has pretty much nothing left, and Previ is also starting to rot here. Now we have an offensive clone onto Previ. Previ's being forced to trinket here. On Your Feet is at 48%, 30% HP. Full Moon comes out onto On Your Feet. So much damage coming out. He does have the Earthen Shield Totem, trying to keep himself alive, spamming these healing waves. He has 4% mana. Envious is also low, 40% mana on him. Swagger's Cat at 30% mana. Full clone onto Cheerios, peeling some of the damage. Full bash goes onto Previ. Envious is trying to get as much damage as possible, get to full moon out. Previ's at 30% HP, he has the Earth Shield swapped onto Previ, and now immediately Cheerios back onto On Your Feet. It still has the Nemesis debuff, has the Bloodlet on him, gonna incap him instead, trying to get pressure back onto Previ, I believe, but now Envious is so low, 20% HP, and full clone goes out of Swagger's Cat. Envious is so low, he's in bear form, has a Celestial alignment, but he might just die, and that's gonna be the game.
Even the lava burst coming out of On Your Feet, I think they realized that if they didn't win the game at that very second, Swagger's Cat was going to get his Iron Bark off, he was going to keep him alive, and they were just completely dry. Look at On Your Feet, 1% mana. I thought it was a very well played game from Time to Chef this time around, and this is their map choice as well, so if they can't win here, it's definitely not looking good for them. The Bucktooth clan just looking so unstoppable. Actually, Swagger's Cat looks like he was maybe setting up for a cheeky res there or something. They're still going to play this one out, of course. They still have a Demon Hunter, and On Your Feet is But I think with that
Yeah, I
Earthen
mean,
Shield, with the
he has
support of his
meta in a couple
DPS.
seconds, so he knows that he's Zoom. He does get the Earthen Shield Totem here, so I mean, this game could still be... No, but there's the full bash on the Swagger Scat, and he should have a silence here. There's a half Mind Bomb. Swagger Scat solo, trying to do what he can to keep himself alive. They just want this 10 seconds, but I don't think it's going to happen, and then they're just going to AFK out of the game. That's it. Very good try right there. But
yeah, I mean that was one of the closest games we've had all night, right? Both
yeah,
teams
no,
at
I think
about
that
10% several times.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that is the right strategy. So if they just keep swapping back and forth on their Earth Shields, like it just puts the Shaman in this position where he has to heal so much more because it's like, okay, well, I don't have Earth Shield on you. I have to keep this guy up. And because he has the boom, I feel like that works out very well. So just going back and forth between them, it's kind of like CCing them when you don't really have that much CC. Just taking away that 15% damage reduction, it is very huge. And it has that cooldown now instead of being dispellable with no cooldown like it used to have in 7.1. So, I mean, it does have that element that even a comp without purge can kind of take advantage of that.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's, I mean, well, they're doing such a good job in this series. I actually thought this, I mean, I would have even voted for the other team, but I think the series was going to be, it has been incredibly close games. Both sides have played very well. I think, like you say, they did play to their win conditions quite well, playing around that Earth Shield. And they were very close to securing this game a couple of times. When the Shaman got locked, on about 20% HP, I thought it for sure he was just going to go down, but he was brave enough to even hold his Spirit Link there. So definitely a very close game. We'll have to see if they have anything left in the tank to come back. If not, then they'd still get that second chance. We are, of course, going to play the series with Jamili's team, so Jamili, Peekaboo, Gurecki, and their Paladin, whose name escapes me for now. It's Kosaki, I believe. Is that correct? Kosaki, yeah, exactly. So Kosaki on the Paladin as well. So that's going to be Jamili's roster, who go under the name the Bells for this tournament, and they will play the loser of this series for the final spot in the tournament, which we should be doing tonight. Yes, we are 2-0 in this grand final. Would you have seen this series ever being 2-0 at this point?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, just because like I haven't seen this matchup too often, and it just seems. I mean, Shadow Priest, I feel like it stomps like a lot of comps at like a certain area, but I think maybe it's not like the absolute best comp, right? Like I think that there are things that will beat it. I think in like the winning bracket, maybe I would expect other comps to eventually like beat Shadow Priest Boomkin, if that makes sense, in the actual main tournament tomorrow. I think that with this current meta that we have seen in the online qualifiers, it is a lot of high teams and a lot of pretty good teams. But I think that they're all playing like these similar types of comps that it seems that Shadow Priest, Boomkin, Rasta Shaman does pretty well against.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw something incredible, so we'll deal with that after this game. But we're going to get into this potentially final game of the grand final right now. The Bucktooth Clan 2-0, one game away from securing the entirety of the entirety of the tournament, right? It's been a very long day for everyone involved, and to come out on top of this is going to be a huge confidence boost going into tomorrow. So we'll have to see if the Time to Chef can turn it around with the double Druid Demon Hunter, or if this Shadow Priest LeBron James can secure the series.
Okay, so just gonna have that standard opener right here. They are trying to get pressure on a Previ here. I think they just want to force that Earth Shield swap on a Previ. So Cheerios wants to get that out onto him, and then I think just do the same thing we saw last game. I mean, they are getting damage onto him. He's at like 60% HP, and he's just gonna pop the Nemesis and pop all his burst here because he doesn't use that Earth Shield totem. He tries to be summering 20% HP onto Previ. Tons of burst coming out right here. Are they gonna be able to force a cooldown by on your feet here? I feel like because Moomkins are so tanky, they actually might not be able to force anything. They wanted to get maybe an Earthen Shield totem, something from the Shaman, but I do feel like that was still a very clean swap. So that's probably another possibility of a target to have to scare them. And I think that might be good just because he doesn't have as much self-healing as the Shadow Priest. So maybe if he catches him later in the game, it'd be a better kill target. But again, no Earth Shield yet onto Previ. They're doing so much damage onto him. The Earth Shield is on your feet right now, so it's going to make him have to heal a lot more. And now he clones on your feet right here, or sorry, puts the detainment on your feet here. And Previ, again, doesn't have that Earth Shield. Now, as soon as they have that Earth Shield debuff onto him, on your feet, I believe is going to get swapped to by Cheerios. Looks like he's running over to him. Yep, he's going to start hitting him, trying to keep getting that consistent pressure. But it looks like Swag as a Cat is actually starting to do a little bit worse on mana, trying to do everything he can to keep his teammate offensive, which just is very aggressive opener that they had onto Preview here.
Yeah, I think so. And actually, this game is looking even better for the Bucktooth clan, in my opinion. I mean, the mana's great on your feet. He's keeping his team very stable. And the Starfalls definitely seem to be hurting Swagger's cat more. Cheerio's dropping low quite often. Envious really struggling. He gets beamed on cast there. They're actually getting it. They're trying to turn it around a little bit. The bash into Previ is just going to allow on your feet just such an easy time, though. They're not really putting anything onto him. They now get the solar beam to interrupt his heal. They're going to try to get a little bit of pressure with this, but it just seems so easy for him. Previ actually dropping really low, though. Drops down to 40%. They swap the Earth Shield. He has to trade out that Bark Skin, but it's quite late. Is he going to be able to stabilize here on your feet? Able to spam out this cast. Gets in cap now, but he's got too much healing off. It's going to be difficult for them to continue this pressure at the same time. Cheerio's really struggling. And I guess that 20 seconds is counting down to the metamorphosis.
Yeah, he has no Bark Skin, and he has no Earthing Shield Totem and no Ascendance. So this could probably be the Trinket Link if they set this up right. I'm assuming, yeah, he's going to try to get the swap onto Previ here. That he has to be the kill target here. Now we have this clone on him low, 50% HP, and that's going to force Previ to trinket too. So he's not going to have his trinket either if they do get this metamorphosis swap on him. Cheers is running back. He knows the swag isn't at full clone. He's at 18% HP, but I think he is going to be able to do what it takes to just stay safe here. They have that bash being used onto Previ, trying to just stall it out a little bit, recover, and then go for this one burst window because they have a couple more seconds before everything comes up. They have 10 seconds. They want to get this burst. Unfortunately, I think they're so far behind that they might not be able to get it before that Earth and Shield is back up. So that one window they had, I feel they lost it just because of that amount of counter pressure the Bucktooth clan had. And that's why this comp, I feel, can be so scary. But now he does cut that Chaos Nova onto on your feet, and he's just going to go for the meta burst. He does have that meta hitting him very hard, getting the Bark Skin here. Previ's at 20% HP, 30% HP. They are going to also have to use that Earthing Shield Totem. So much pressure is going out on your feet. But I feel like he's not doing his battle on mana, but I feel like Previ is actually just getting lower than any of the other targets really did. So I think maybe this is a better strategy for them. Cheerios is constantly trying to adapt and do what he can to win here, and they do get that beam onto Previ's cast, trying to stop him from getting any of these offensive clones here. Now there's the full bash onto Previ, trying to do as much damage as possible. MBS is just spamming damage onto Previ, but he's just not going down. I mean, he has that Earth Shield. And then now the pressure's being swapped onto MBS. He has to use the double skin right there. 20% HP, full cloned offensively by Previ onto him. This is going to put Swagger as a cat so far behind, and now that silence is being used maybe just a second too early. Oh, they are just going to swap the pressure around. Now full clone goes on to Swagger as a cat. MBS still at 20% HP, and then he's going to go down 4% HP. Is he alive? I can't believe he's casting a regrowth on himself behind a pillar, trying to spam this Rego, staying barely alive, just lit at 2% HP. But now Cheerios is rotting still, and they have to go for this setup. Double cap.
Oh, that cap.
Go down, use the entertainment, trying to stay alive, using everything, puts the darkness, and he's just gonna go down. Cap.
Beautiful stuff from on your feet. I really think that he played fantastically well this entire tournament, and in the end, he was the one with that double cap that is going to secure them the entire series, and therefore the grand final guys of our qualifier event. Big congratulations to the Bucktooth Clams with that 3-0 victory, looking incredibly dominant. And of course, we'll have to see how they can pair up against the teams from our main bracket tomorrow. I'm really happy for these guys because they were the only team running the Shadow Priest in the entire event. There weren't many Resto Shamans either, and they've proven against kind of like the meta of the event that they can come out on top. So if we go over to our brackets right now, we will see that grand final 3-0 in favor of the Bucktooth Clams. They are our victors, but we have one more series for you guys. Do not leave right now, since Time to Chef do have their second chance to get into tomorrow's qualifier bracket, going up against our 7th seed from the overall seeding system, which is Jamili's team. So it's going to be the Bells, Jamili, Kazaki,
hey, what's up?
Gureki, and Peekaboo. Oh, what's happened? Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
How you guys doing?
Chilling. Congrats on the win, dude.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel great.
I wasn't expecting so quickly.
You weren't expecting the games then?
Huh?
I have the best Shadow Priest and Doomkin in the game on my team. The game's gonna end fast.
Right. Do you take a lot of credit for the cap at the end of the game as well?
I mean, there's some heavy shots.
They set it up for me. So, I mean, I just throw it in there when they're dying and it wasn't Earthbind, you know? They make them stack up with all the damage they do. It's a team effort.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. How do you think you're going to rack up against the teams coming out tomorrow then?
We versed most of them on ladder. We're not really too worried about it. We think we should pull out all wins again tomorrow. No problem. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on your victory. You guys did look absolutely dominating throughout.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes,
You
I'd
want
like
to-
to give a shout out to the best arcane mage in the game, Kona, the best Shadow Priest and Boomkin, Previ and LeBron, my friend Cushion Lean, Feral Druid, and we have a fourth member on our team that didn't get to play as a Holy Paladin named Juice Daddy. He's good too. We'll give him a quick shout out. That's about it.
All right, awesome.
Oh, and a shout out
Well,
to Floor Mat, Frost Mage from the other game. He's a really good Frost Mage. He should have
yes,
won
I
that game.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys. I really liked. I like seeing Frost Mages play. I think it's quite cool. Anyways,
Yeah.
so we have the Capstun God in the end of the day.
Cap Lord
you
X.
guys-
That's what it is.
Cap Lord X, exactly. So you guys played phenomenally well, and we should be able to have one more series. Yes. So Jamili's team has confirmed that they will be able to play this final series, and they're going to be going up against the second place. But I do have one more thing that I definitely you as you guys might have told, I was a little bit caught off guard by that. I didn't read the warnings, but I have one more thing that I definitely have to say, which it was difficult to commentate the entire thing. As you can see, our bar at the bottom right has been completed. In fact, it's been excessed by $2, which means we've reached over $2,000. And this is all thanks, honestly, well, not all, of course, but a large chunk of this comes down to the $800. Oh, well, $844. My math is great at 6 a.m. from Big SB. Thank you so much. That is an absolutely astounding amount of money. That is almost $1,000 solo, which is the amount that we've raised for other events individually. So thank you so much for that. I cannot, yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to put into words how much that means for us, because yeah, that is absolutely astounding. And of course that means all that money will be going to the players. You can check out the Matcherino still, guys, and see the payouts, and you can see the estimated payout for first place now in this event is over $1,200, which is absolutely incredible. So thank you so much. Huge shout out to Big SB for that. And his note for this one was "Keep up the great work, everyone." So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's really difficult to come up with words for that. So that's gonna be me doing my piece. Thank you again. I don't know. It makes me so incredibly happy that people care about WoW esports so much to donate such a large amount of money to it.
Oh.
But anyways, we have our final series of the day, and we have another Boomkin Shadow Priest.
Wait. What? Wait,
This
wasn't
is-
this? This is the team that just okay. Wait, but
Yeah, they just lost, right?
oh, okay,
So
right.
this is
so
their second
Cat
chance to get
Swagator-
into the thing.
Yeah, Cat
Right.
Swagator is on Warrior.
Yes, I think that must be what's happened here.
Yeah. So both of them heal. The guy that was just boom.
Oh, Envious. Ah, yeah. Okay, so Envious
Okay.
is on the rest of Druid. Ah, interesting. Yeah, so I guess you're right then.
So they have TSG. Okay.
So it's another warrior that plays healer, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
That's nice. So TSG versus Boomkin Shadow Priest. This is, of course, Jamili on the Shadow Priest, Gareki on that Boomkin, and Kozaki on the Holy Paladin. We'll have to see. This is for the absolute final game or final spot in our tournament tomorrow. So good luck to both of these teams. Let's see who can come out on top.
Yeah, okay, so immediately they're just going to go for that double shockwave, getting a lot of pressure here, going to pop that sharpened blade, get offensive pressure just with everything being used, and I believe that was a reflected mind bomb by Katswagir onto Problem Boy, which I believe is Jamili, so just getting a lot of damage onto them in that opener, forcing the melee wings by Kosaki, and also putting that Thorns on the target. He is running a melee wing seal, so stopping a lot of that damage, and making it so that Kosaki really can't heal up, and they do have big necrotics on him. He's at 40% HP, trying to keep himself alive, but these wings are going to fade, and Kosaki's probably going to have to bubble immediately after that. Gareki and Jamili trying to do what they can to peel him off of him, but we have that sharpened blade active, trying to connect onto Kosaki. He's doing what he can to run away, trying to get some cast off, tries to go with that holy light, has to end up juking it, and now we have a mind bomb going out onto Harry Dad here, but it looks like so much of this pressure is being put onto Kosaki, and he does end up barely topping himself, but I feel like he really has to be very, very careful in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if he gets pummeled once, at like 50% HP, that can easily be game over. So he's going to use the Freedom and the Divine Steed to kite away a little bit right now. He's doing a really good job of kiting this team. And one thing that you have to note as well is that he's never kiting around pillars. He's always making sure to kite in the middle of the map to make sure his Shadow Priest and Boomkin are doing maximum damage. And we see there is the Mind Bomb with the silence coming out from Jamili into the Mind Control low on the Ironbark. Beautiful plays coming out of Jamili on the Shadow Priest. The wings also forced out of Kozaki, though, so they're definitely
there's a hot
cooldowns.
Half-Hodge goes out onto Harry out of here. He's at 30% HP. I don't believe he has that Rallying Cry. No, he still has a Rallying Cry available. The Zero's still pretty low here. I don't think he's going to get too much use out of the Corpse Shield just because that Boomkin AoE here. So now both of them at 40% HP. Full Moon comes out, hitting Harry out of here pretty hard. And now Kozaki's still, once again, at 40% HP. And most of his melee wings just get negated by that Thorns going out. So that just stops a lot of the healing. You get some Necros on him. He is going to be forced to bubble here. And I think he's going to have to try to run away. But yeah, like you said, him just having this positioning where he's just cutting through the middle of the map is what he has to do, because eventually he has to just live long enough for them both to rot, because I don't think he can live forever. Basically, just having the Thorns available really shuts down so much of that healing that he has with those melee wings up. So I think that's a very wise choice with the full silence and a full Hodge into the series at 10% HP, and he's just gonna go down. The half Sword Beam at the very last second. Such a quick burst attempt on them. I mean, that was pretty much felt like it was out of nowhere. They had the full Hodge onto Lucero. I think he still had his Corpse Shield available, but just no Trinket for about 10 seconds and no IBF. Just bursting him down very, very quickly with those Full Moon casts is definitely going to take the game for him.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Celestial Alignment and the Full Moon from Greki. I'm sure. Surely, I think Lasari can't have had his Corpse Shield available. I'm sure he would have used it then. But a good setup from the Bells. And they played the comp really differently, actually, to how we saw the other team running it. The other team put a lot more focus on spread pressure, like dotting the healer as well. Whereas the Bells looked like they had a lot more single target focus. It's interesting to see how different teams play the composition. Of course, they do have the Holy Paladin as well.
Yeah, I think some of it is going to come down to the fact that they do have a they have the Holy Paladin, right? So with the Holy Paladin, they probably just want to try to use those Hodges defensively as much as they can to burst down one target, because I don't feel like you can make the game last long enough that you eventually spread pressure and rot them down. You have to be offensive, use those melee wings to get that extra damage, even though you have that risk of taking that Thorns damage. And just do what you can to burst that one target down, because really it's just going to be so hard to live very long. I mean, Kozaki always does a great job living as much as you can, even versus comps that are very, very hard. Definitely one of the best paladins on NA at the moment. So
yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this guy play, actually. So I'm really excited to see him, because he's over 3,000 rated, right? On the
he
North
started
American
playing
ladder right now.
He started playing a lot last season, but he played in WoD, but really started playing a lot like last season. And I mean, since then he actually had, like, one of the best play values. He's very versatile with the comps that he plays too, because a lot of people like maybe can only play like one type of comp. Like maybe they can only play dampening comps, or maybe they only can play cleaves, or maybe they can only play mage comps. But definitely it's one of those healers that really you just put him in your comp and he just figures out how to play it well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he definitely looked very very apt. I think that's one of the hardest things you can do as a Holy Paladin, right? Is survive being trained by a cleave. So he did a fantastic job of it. They did also definitely, if they do choose to play the TSG again on a smaller map, I could totally see it working for them. I mean, they were close to winning this game. They got the wings, they got the bubble, but in the end, it was just really good damage and really good crowd control coming out of the Bells. It's going to secure game one, but we are, of course, in a best of 5. Dalaran Sewers is actually the map choice coming out.
Cool.
What do you think of that choice?
I think Dalaran Sewers for the TSG is good. I mean, we generally see this happen. Cleave loses the game to Wizards, take small map, can maybe line a little bit, and by lining at that point, you force them towards you, and then you get extra pressure on them. I mean, that's just always going to be what you see in any tournament setting. You know, melee cleave versus any kind of range class. Right. They want to pick Dalaran Sewers first loss. It's always the easy go-to.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. I think that does make sense. But actually, it looks like they might also be swapping up their compositions. So they want to swap over to the Restoder Boomkin Demon Hunter that we saw them playing for pretty much this entire tournament. What do you think of that choice? I think the TSG was going okay for them, but do you think they maybe have a better chance with this other comp?
Well, maybe because they figured, okay, well, we're playing against a Holy Paladin, and we're kind of on this timer. Maybe they want to have a tankier composition so that they can have these longer games go out and eventually just get that kill on that Paladin. So I think it could have been a wise choice to go for that.
Yeah.
Brought down that pally.
Well, anyways, we are in game 2 of this series, 1-0 in favor of the Bells. Of course, the Bells being Kazaki on the Holy Paladin, Jamili playing the Shadow Priest right now, and Gareki on that Moonkin Druid, going up against Time to Chef, who have come so far in this qualifier bracket. Second place, finishing just behind Time to... it was just finishing second place in this bracket. They're going up against the Bells now for that final spot. Envious, Swagas, Cat, and Sherios. So, or Cheerios.
Cheerios.
Yeah, Cheerios. Exactly, Cheerios. Is that spelled the same as the cereal now? Probably not.
The cereal, man.
The cereal. I love that cereal.
What? Yeah,
I could go for some 6 a.m. Cheerios right now.
Yeah.
But
I actually wish I
we'll
had
have to
Frosted
see.
Flakes right now. I finished them all yesterday.
That's going to be the progress. Anyways, we are into the game right now. Problem Bell.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of pressure going out. Gonna pop that Nemesis on him, getting to 40% HP. Tons of burst coming out right here. You might have to use a dispersion here. Oh, barely holding on to that. Just. Oh, okay. They force a dispersion, force the melee waves. Full bash goes out onto Gareki. Very big balls coming out right there by their team. But now Kasaki's being swapped to 40% HP. He still has that melee wings up, but they are getting so much offensive pressure here from this Boomkin team. And now the Celestial Alignment's coming out, trying to get pressure on it. Pretty much everyone on the Time Chef. And it looks like Cheerios is being focused on. He's at 40% HP. Might have to proc his blur here. No, he has no blur available. And full Hodge goes down. That's why he gets a cat. Cheerios is so low. He tries to. He's gonna go down.
Oh,
Jesus, that was so much.
Jesus, that game was incredibly back and forth. It's a 1 minute game, and both sides went from forcing call-in to call-in. Almost, Cheerios almost able to do exactly to Jamili what he actually did to Maldiva on the Shadow Priest. But Jamili even was reluctant to use the dispersion. It did end up using it in the end, and then they just turned the pressure around immediately. They said, you have a taste of your own medicine, Cheerios. Morning cereal is not going to be enough for him, as he does fall in game 2 of the series, 2-0 now in favor of his team. And we are potentially 1 game away from seeding our entire main tournament for tomorrow, actually, guys. So that's really exciting. We've come a long way. Of course, we had our 16 teams. We eliminated it down to 2. Some fantastic teams we had to say goodbye to. And we are 1 game away from potentially finishing up this series as well. Jamili, Gareki, and I mean they're just looking so strong. We just saw another Boomkin Shadow Priest beat this team, granted, but these guys are they're playing on an incredible level right now. It just
Yeah, I mean, you have the best
so
players
to see 12 for on
classes, or at least arguably, you know, because Kasaki's such a great Holy Paladin, and then Greki's always been a good multi-classer, so put him on whatever you want, and he's going to do well.
Yeah, I wonder if
expansions been top tier.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've seen him on the Shadow Priest. He used to be a little gnome though. He's not a gnome anymore. That makes me sad. But Tolveron's actually going to be the map choice from. Goodness, my brain. From Time to Chef. So, what do we think of that map choice? Because that is the polar opposite of Dalaran Sewers.
Maybe they thought on a small map they got cleaved down so hard, so they want to have kind of just this bigger map by having to run. And I don't know. Seems like a confusing decision. I feel like Ashman's would have been the right choice.
Well, you have to see. And just to clarify to people who are asking, of course, Jamili's team didn't show up in the bracket because they are our 7th place side. And the way that we have our rules work is that there's a second spot there's a second spot from the qualifier event that can potentially go to qualifier team if they can beat the 7th place seed from the overall bracket. So the Bells were kind of sitting in between the main bracket and having to do the entire qualifier bracket, which is why they kind of put the very end of today's broadcast just to see if they can secure that spot. It looks like they're doing very well. I mean, they are an incredibly strong team, of course. Having Jamili, Gareki, Kazaki, and Peekaboo be the team you have to play against for your spot, that is no easy feat. No matter who you are. There's no one in the game.
Very, very overrated. Look, he's not even playing a single game. Like they just know, like
Jamili has the fox. Oh, I'm so jealous. I love that fox.
The self play. He gets oh no.
Let's be a little careful what we say.
Okay.
Anyways,
Okay.
so the game's gonna
so
kick off now.
The meta is immediately going out onto Greggy. Full stun goes out onto him. They force the Nemesis there. I think that maybe Greggy's a better target for them, and they're already forcing the wings from Kasaki. Maybe they figured because they don't have that Earthen Shield totem that I guess they could get extra pressure onto the Boomkin over the Shadow Priest who has the dispersion, because really Boomkin only just has that bark. So if they can catch him out of human form, they can probably get that extra pressure on him. But again, the Bells, this team has actually been winning games so fast as the Shadow Priest Boomkin. I mean, if you watch that last series, we just had them play against the Shadow Priest Boomkin Rested Shaman, and look how long that game went. And now these games have actually been over in like within 2 minutes. It's so fast paced. Considering they've been playing this comp is generally known for being like a dampening style composition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing, though. There's just so much damage. Both the healers struggle, especially when the melee wings are down on Kazaki. He's really falling behind, and right now, that's the perfect time of that down to 200k. Actually has to use his bubble. That's really unfortunate for the Bells. They're definitely falling behind in this one. Swaggerstad is doing a fantastic job at 90% mana, and the entire team of the Bells is really falling behind. That melee wings is coming up in 3 seconds, though. Dispersion actually also used from Jamili there, so they should be able to stabilize here. So many cooldowns used. They really have to get back into this one and start getting pressure of their own.
Yeah, so maybe the good thing on this big map is that it's actually
full moon.
Oh my, so much burst going out of Chiros, 9% HP. He wasn't that full hodge. He's gonna have to use that darkness there, trying to stay alive. They have the Iron Bark on him as well. And now the burst is trying to go out onto Gareki here, so they are pressuring him as much as they can. He's at about 50% HP. Kosaki has that last little bit of his melee wings up. They have him at half health. They have I think both teams are going to be stable, but we have Nemesis coming up in about 20 seconds. So that's going to be another big burst window on Gareki. Kazaki will have his melee wings coming up at the very end of it, but I think maybe the reason why they wanted Tolvaron here is it actually is this bigger map that kind of makes it harder for the Paladin to get into melee range, right, to get the melee wings healing. So I think maybe they figured that was a better choice for them. So now just so much pressure being turned out, getting Kazaki in that full bash that it looks like they're swapping to him, forcing him to have to use his wall there. He's at 40% HP, and Gareki's still at 60% HP. So all the Bells is rotting. Cheerios is going to have to overlap that Iron Bark with that blur there. So if they do get another stun on him, especially out of the Cyclone with him at 30% HP, I feel like they can set up so much damage. And they are casting that full moon. Cheers is going to get bursty. He's going to get in that full bash. He has to turn it. Going for that metamorphosis onto Gareki. They still, they don't have a bop available to them. They have stack left, but Gareki looks like he's probably going to go down here. If Kosaki ends up using that stack on him, I mean, all that damage is going to go back onto Kosaki. He has no bubble available. It's going to be so hard for him to heal at this point. They use that full incap onto Kosaki. Gareki's very low, 40% HP. They have to, I feel like, the Bells can get one more burst setup onto Cheerios before that next meta probably wins the game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can push in, though. Kazaki did just use his melee wings, so that's over now. If they can push in here, they can get so much pressure. Like you say, he doesn't have the bubble available. Mind control coming out from Jamili. Huge play on that Iron Bark once again. Just slowing down the pace of the game right now, doing an excellent job. And if he can keep that up, Swagger Sakat is at 20% mana. The silence defensively onto the Beamkin, that's unfortunately just going to be removed immediately. But a double Mind Bomb coming out from Jamili, walked into by Swagger Sakat. That's going to be a slight mistake. Cyclone's coming out. They're just peeling some of this incoming damage from the Bells, who are struggling to finish this one off right now. Kazaki's melee wings available. He gets caught up in the double stun into the Cyclone. They're doing a great job of crowd controlling this, but Chira is also taking a fair bit of damage. Has the thorns right now, but it's not going to do too much against this double caster team. And Swagger is just trying to get some damage. I guess locks out on the heal though. Chira is able to kite back. Using the Iron Bark should be okay for now. And both these teams kind of stabilizing, but just look at the mana. It's so much in favor of the Bells. They can just stay alive here.
So what I've noticed is the reason they're using the Thorns is just because they put it on Cheerios every time they pop the melee wings, and then he uses the blur so that he gets a lot of the dodge. So it makes it really hard for Kosaki to actually heal with his melee wings there. So I mean, it is a very good strategy, but the Bells is just doing so much damage. They're just rotting them, and now Cheerios at 40% HP, and so I guess the cat has that innervate up, trying to get as many heals as he can during this window. They do have that metamorphosis coming up in 9 seconds. Kosaki will have melee wings, but he has no trinket because he's playing that relentless. He has no bubble. So if they get this next setup here, it can be very scary. Big full moon coming out, hitting MVS, doesn't end up doing too much damage as he goes into that bear form there. And Cheerios at 40% HP, plus the metamorphosis going on Gareki very hard. He is going to go with bear form immediately and has that nemesis on him, but there's the full clone onto Kosaki. Kosaki has nothing to keep Gareki alive. He has sack available, I believe. He's blocking that melee wings, but he gets Chaos Nova onto it, and Gareki's very low. Lifestyle comes out by Jamili onto Gareki, and now there's a half clone onto Kosaki. Jamili's very low. He ends up having to use his dispersion there too. So much pressure coming out with just an amazing metamorphosis by Time to Chef, and now there's that full styles that Swag gets to catch Cruz. Looks like he's getting turned around. Full Hotch on him. He has the blur up. He has the bar and bark. He has that 25% HP. Swag gets to catch, tries to dispel him. He's at 4% mana. I feel like this could be anyone's game at this point, but without that meta for another minute, it looks like I feel like Time to Chef is going to fall by 3% HP, and Greki is going to kill him with that final Star Surge, and the Bells are going to just get a quick 3-0 onto the team.
The bells are ringing. Jamili, Gareki, and Kazaki have turned out victorious. They will be our number 7 seed going into our final bracket tomorrow. So we can have a little look at that afterwards. Huge congratulations to these guys. They looked really good, actually. I really hope tomorrow we get to see these guys playing Moonkin, Shadow Priest mirrors into the other team, because I think both of them just looked so good today. There was some fantastic gameplay. We're actually going to have 3 people who can play the Shadow Priest Moonkin composition in tomorrow's bracket, I think. So
that's actually crazy. Like, you saw that last team, they played the same matchup, and if it was like 10-minute games every single time, right? And all these games were like 3 minutes. I mean,
it's very different, I think, for sure. The playstyles.
I mean, I don't know if completely. Maybe I can't tell what it is. If maybe it's like the playstyle, or it's the Holy Paladin. But I mean, I don't know if the Holy Paladin makes that big of a difference. I don't know. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Well, it's been a long day, but we have our conclusions now, guys. We can look over at the final bracket, maybe as we start to get towards our concluding remarks, and we can see our champions of the tournament are the Bucktooth Clams. We're going to be seeing them tomorrow, as well as the Bells, and then going over to our main bracket. The Bucktooth Clams will be filling that spot against No Filter, and WizK's return is going to be going up against the Bells. So that's going to be a Boomkin Shadow Priest mirror potentially to look out for. That should be a fantastic series. Should we have that? So I'm so excited for the games tomorrow, dude. Do you have any final comments you want to make, Dilly?
Final comment. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Everyone who donated to us, definitely love all the support that GCD got today. You guys are awesome. Especially shout outs to the people who actually stayed here through this entire time. I know some of these games can be pretty long, and in some ways can be not the most exciting, or most fast paced, I guess. But I feel like they were still pretty good games, and I appreciate everyone that supported us for it.
Yeah, and we definitely appreciate you coming on as well, dude. You did a fantastic job today. You provided such key insight into, or key analysis into the games. It was truly awesome to have you on. So thank you so much for spending, because I mean, you did go the full 7 hours. So thank you so much.
I really enjoyed being here. I really like casting with you, Adrian.
I think Jar wants to do an interview, so I guess we'll allow that to happen too.
Okay.
Hopefully, yeah. But yeah, so awesome stuff. Also, I want to give some other shout outs, of course, to the people backstage, in particular, Elbref and Toxic, the co-owners of GCD TV. Of course, they got the organization passed down to them from D Machine and Clutter just a few months ago, actually, when they got employed by Blizzard. So they've done such a fantastic job keeping the organization going, and you can see we're still striving on particularly well, and I'm forever grateful to these guys for all the work they've put into the WoW esports scene. Toxic does a lot of the administrating backstage. He deals with all the players. He's the one telling them to hurry up so we can get the games in as quickly as possible. And Elbref does so much with the Twitter, with the broadcast assets. He's even broadcasting the streams. So he's doing an incredible amount of work as well. So huge shout out to those guys giving up their free time to do this. Also to, of course, Vadrak, who produces our Spectator add-on. It would be incredibly difficult to do any of these things without him, and Starship, who's been helping infinitely with updating it for Legion. And even today, you can see there's the odd issue here and there, the odd challenge that we have to solve. So he was spending some time on it earlier today. So it's awesome to see the commitment coming out of all these guys. So thank you so much to everyone involved. Thank you everyone who has been watching the stream as well. I hope that you guys will want to tune in tomorrow for our main event. This was, of course, just the qualifier, so much hype, and yet it was only a qualifier tournament, right? So that's going to be happening at 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. I hope I got this right. Otherwise, I'm going to get yelled at. And that's 7 p.m. CET Saturday. So those times again, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST, and we're going to be joined by the mighty Venruki, and I hope also Zunyaki as well for tomorrow's broadcast. So that should be lots of hype. Venruki, of course, we didn't have him on the show a couple of weeks ago because he was at Blizzard for a content producer thing. So I'm really looking forward to having him back on so we can have his beautiful face on broadcast as well as his keen insight into the game. But yeah, we're just getting Jamili in for you guys because I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants to hear a Jamili interview off of that victory. Do you have any particular questions you'd like to ask Jamili?
How does it feel to play Boomkin Shadow Priest?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, we see him playing Shaman. He even plays Shaman at BlizzCon, right? And
no.
yeah, he played LSD too, right? I mean, he played Demo.
Oh yeah, we did BlizzCon. Yeah, he did play Shaman. Yeah, I was thinking of Mod for some reason. I guess I blurred it all out or something. I don't know.
Yes, I think.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you feeling off of that?
Oh man, I'm feeling great.
How does it feel to play Boomkin Shadow?
What a match, huh?
That was quite incredible. What do you think of? So I think the obvious question I want to ask you is: you're going up against Absterge, WizK, and So I guess I kind of asked my question,
Yeah,
but I was going to ask
think
if you have any keen words for them.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, I've heard of them. They're not bad, I guess.
All right. So are you going to mirror them? That's what we all want to know.
Yeah, we'll see. You never know, you know.
We'll see. Okay.
I mean, if Absterge wants to hop on Paladin, pop on Typhlosion, we'll give him the mirror.
All right. So any final comments on your series today, or anything you want? Any teams that you're particularly looking forward to fighting tomorrow or over the weekend?
No. I haven't played Shadow Priest in about 2 months. Boomkin does. Gore doesn't play Boomkin. Never played this comp in my life, but you know, we got it together. You know, we sparred up, tightened up, got the job done.
Indeed, you definitely did get the job done. That was quite a. If you actually hadn't played those classes, then that's quite astounding that you destroyed the other team.
Yeah, thanks
so much. But yes. Anyways, any final shout outs you want to give before we?
Shout out to Tempo Storm. Unfortunately, we're not good enough to represent Tempo Storm right now. We're pretty bad, so we're going with the Bells. We came up with the name of the Bells because if you think of historically, you know, Bells, that means like playtime's over. You know, recess. You know, when you're in school, you're sitting there, you're in the class, and then the bell rings. You're like, oh, we gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Like the bell is Lord. You know, it's like the boss.
What?
Like when you hear a bell, you respond. Like you get out. Like we're like the bells. You see, when we come, you run away. The bells.
Oh, you suddenly.
You know what I'm saying? The bells, man. You don't mess with the bells. You hear a fire alarm? What do? You run. You hear the recess bell? What do? You run. We're the bells.
Okay. Well, we have to see if the bells can chime their toll tomorrow over the course of some, I'm sure, very fascinating series. Congratulations again, Jamili.
Thank you.
Your victory today.
One more thing to my opponents, to my future opponents that I'm facing later on in the tournament. Never mind. Forget it.
Yeah, one other thing I did want to ask actually is, are we going to be seeing Peekaboo tomorrow?
I think he might have to go to the gym, or I don't know if Bay will let him play. But if you know if Bay says it's all right, then hopefully we'll get Peekaboo in there a few games.
Okay, awesome. Well, we'd love to see him as well. So, anyways, thank you for competing today.
That makes one of us.
Jamili.
Okay, I'll leave. I'm sorry. Jeez. No, thank you guys.
Okay.
You guys are great. I honestly mean that. So yeah, thank you for yeah. You stayed up really late and you're European, so you're probably really tired. So I'll probably stop talking now.
No, I do appreciate you coming on. It's you add some nice enthusiasm and energy to the end of our broadcast.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Right. Anyways, so I think everyone's had their final say. Like we said, one more time iterating, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. That is an absolute mouthful. 7 p.m. CET is the time of our broadcast tomorrow, guys. We will have our main tournament. So it's going to be goodbye from me, goodbye from Dilly. And yeah, I really hope to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you everyone who viewed, subscribed, and donated today. and let's hope we have a kick-ass broadcast tomorrow.